Oh, it is time. We are back. Welcome to Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, day number 2 of the Age of Mythology Retold part. That's right. We are deep into the brackets. 8 players remain. Only 2 of them can make it through to that castle in Almodovar later this year. And so many renowned names still in the running. So many beasts have fallen along the way. But I am excited to see who's going to be left standing at the end of this. Best of 5 territory, best of 7s now. So really, we're going to start to see who's well-rounded and well-adjusted. But you know what? We've adjusted the casting lineup to suit that appropriately. We've got 2 very knowledgeable fellas, people who have been deep in the Age of Mythology, tapped it in their veins for years and years on end. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome Boit and Iron Maiden to the desk for day number 2. Rebel Wololo. There we go. There's my beautiful boys. Hello, hello, one and all. Welcome. First of all, I need to figure out what am I going to call you, because I didn't ask. Maiden, I figure Boit is obvious Boit, right? But am I going to call you Maiden? Am I going to call you I am?
Whatever you like, whatever you like, whatever
That's
you
a
like. I go
dangerous
by.
name. That's a dangerous game, right? All right, we'll call you Cutie Pie then. But no, so boys, absolute pleasure to have you both on here. I know you were both casting different series throughout the day. I figured the best way to begin this is a lot of people tuning in may have seen only part of the picture. I'd love to see you guys fill it in a little bit because I'm looking at the remaining players. We caught some Mister on this channel. We caught some Magic. Matreus was in there, Recon as well. We didn't catch much of Rappel, Grass, Chemo, or Vortic. So I thought the best way to begin this is kind of talking around who we expect to kind of see making the deep run, maybe who our dark horse is here in the final A. I'd love to start with Boit for that.
Yeah, man, I got a lot of the other side of the bracket, actually. I caught a whole bunch of Matreus. This guy is looking absolutely insane. He's got the cleanest Norse I think I've ever seen, and that's like 20 years of Age of Mythology so far. I think he's probably my dark horse for this tournament, but he does have a very, very hard road ahead of him. The other player I saw quite a lot of was Vortic. Now, this guy's only really been playing Myth for like 2 weeks, and he's already a beast at this game. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to pull out in these in the remaining round of 8.
Yeah, I mean, like Vortex is definitely a familiar face to a lot of people here on this channel because he came from AV4, but like he has a reputation, right? Like he started in Warcraft many years ago, but recently in Stormgate, in Zero Space, like these first tournaments, he's been dunking them. He's a monster with new games. I don't know how he does it, especially considering usually he has his bro Lucifron there to scrim with, but somehow found a way here. Maiden, is there anyone who's been catching your eyes out of what we said there, or are you kind of leaning the same way on the Matreus and Vortex bandwagon?
I watched the Vortex game yesterday. He played his series against Tiger Boss, and you could tell that Tiger Boss definitely has the tenure compared to Vortex, obviously. But he's bringing part of the reason why I chose to cast that series is specifically for Vortex. Everybody's been saying he has the RTS brain, and so I was like, okay, let's see this brain in action, baby. And you can see it like clearly. He's got just insane RTS skill in general. You can absolutely see it with how he's scouting and where his army is and everything. He's just picking up the game like crazy. Um, do Having said that, he's playing against Magic, and for those who know Magic, Magic is another beast once we get to the once we get into tournaments. So it's going to be a tough road for Vortex. You know himself; he might be some crazy RTS player, but as you know, Magic is a crazy tourney player as well. Real quick, I caught Rappel as well against Orc. Rappel's Rabbit. I don't know if Rappel's a dark horse per se, but he's been working hard on AOM over the last couple of years, and every single tournament that he enters into, he just keeps getting more and more solid. So I don't know. The Recon Rappel series is going to be pretty intense.
It's insane because I know Rappel plays a lot of team games with Mister historically in like Age of Empires 4. So I know that Recon and Mister, that was kind of a brain trust going on there. Imagine if he was part of that as well. All of a sudden, you've got this pretty crazy story developing. Meanwhile, Magic, you know, it's kind of interesting because, and we're going to switch those around because we got Boy and Main in the wrong place. But like Boy, yesterday, I know we watched Magic have to take on Puppy Paw, right? And Puppy Paw, that they've had, honestly, it's almost like I call it the Master and the Apprentice, right? Because Puppy Paw is an absolute king in Age of Empires 4 at the moment. He qualified through to the main Rebel Wololo event for that game. And there was always this kind of triangle up in Canada, as I like to call it. I always call it Canada, don't ask why. But you had Magic, you had Puppy Paw, you had Wham. I know that deeply hurts right now. But you had these three just practicing. And it was interesting to see just how quickly Poppy Paw was picking up the game, similar to Vortix here. But one thing I noticed with Magic, and I noticed it with Mister as well, I've noticed it with these guys who just have that extra grind time. They're very confident with just playing defensive and playing to
Yep.
the later phase in the game because, as we know, RTS's permutations, it takes time. And when you're talking about late game, people like Magic, people like Mister should have plenty more verses there than anyone coming from different games.
Well, it's funny you say that actually. There's a bit of a deathmatch kind of history behind someone like Magic. He's actually one of the best players to ever have played deathmatch, which is like basically you skip the early game and you just jump into all of the craziness that happens when you have like infinite resources.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's one of the best, if not the best, late game player in Age Mythology, basically period. So if the game gets there, you're going to see something happen, that's for sure.
I think that's interesting as well because to that point, Maiden, like if Magic's the late game king, Vortix is renowned in every game he steps in as the early game king. He is aggressive as all hell.
Ooh. That is a fair point. That's a very fair point. I was gonna mention that, but like historically, yes, Magic is one of the deathmatch kings for late game, but late game Retold is not the same as late game old AOM. Wonder Age, God Power recasts. That's honestly, it's an open field to plow, if that makes sense. It's kind of unprecedented. So maybe that gives Vortex, if Vortex maybe has a little bit of some aggression advantage early on, maybe that gives him a little advantage in that series.
That's a fair point. I guess it's also the logic of like, with deathmatch, with the arena, that you kind of skip to that late game. You haven't built towards it, right? In a regular game, boy, it's going to be very different getting to that late game. There's so many different details that happen along the way. And I think maybe then it leans back into that idea that Magic having more verses, having a lot more experience in general in Myth, that could potentially be Vortix's undoing here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of positives with all the years of experience that the Myth veterans have got. There are some negatives, and I like to call it legacy bias. It's where you jump in, you think you know what the right thing to do is, and it just turns out in the end, no, that's actually not how it goes anymore. And you can make some real big blunders by misreading a situation. So hopefully, hopefully we can stay away from that, and we're gonna get all the best strategies and the best games coming from this series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And I'm already noticing some things like Magic going into Oranos. I think we saw Purple Wham use that. I speculated that they had actually been playing that a lot in the past. Interesting thing, actually, at this point, right? We do have best of 5 territory, so potential for all of these factions to come out. Best of 7s ahead of us could get us even deeper. Now is kind of a point in the game where I'd say you want to start previewing that you can actually play all different factions. And what I love about Vortex here is it feels like he's taking a very aggressive line, I want to say, Maiden, right? Like I'm seeing Set, I'm seeing Kronos in there. These are, I'd say, some of the kings of sending it to your opponent that we've seen so far.
Indeed. Plus Loki, there's a whole lot of Loki isn't quite figured out just yet. There's like Boyd mentioned that there's legacy bias. There isn't Loki plays so differently in Retold compared to Legacy. It was such a linear, straightforward god what you were gonna get. I'm very interested to see him picking Loki there. There's a weird outlier there, though, Gaia on Vortex's side. You're exactly right. There's Set, there's Cronus, there's Loki. But Gaia, with the eco boom, where did that come from?
That's interesting as well, because like not just the Gaia, but also I want to say Zeus here, boy, because the
Mm.
Zeuses we saw yesterday, I think before the nerfs came in, it was kind of this almost cheesy Minotaur rush we were seeing a lot of, right?
Yep.
But what we were witnessing was a lot of kind of two settlement boom into that third age and beyond style Zeus, a completely different approach to what we were seeing just I'd say about a week ago.
Yeah, I mean, when there's one strategy that's just really, really strong and everyone just plays a whole bunch of that, you actually miss out on a lot of what the civs actually are. And I think what we didn't get to see because everyone was practicing behind closed doors was a little bit of the well, this strategy is not going to be around forever. So let's try and figure this god out a little bit more deeply. And I think this is where the hidden meta, the everyone's kind of figured out behind the scenes is coming through. But that being said, the Centaur are also available for Zeus. So while the Minotaur were nerfed we may be seeing, especially someone with the control of Vortix, getting in and using those and making Magic's life very, very challenging in this series.
Definitely feels like the backup option because I think Poseidon has been getting banned a lot, and obviously, Centaur plus Cav with Poseidon feels like it would be a bit more desirable there. But one thing that I love that we've seen Maiden is I'd say a lot more Lantians than most would have expected. Like I thought it was going to be the least picked faction here, but it looks like those buffs, which were pretty significant, that were snuck in just before the weekend, are paying due.
I agree, and I think I see the Magic, picking Aranos there. I know he's made some comments. Several players have made comments on favor gather rate of the different civilizations in general, but especially for Atlantean, that can be really scary with how frequently you can recast certain god powers, the spammability of myth units. So I mean, we see two Atlantean over on Vortix's side, Kronos Gaia, and one over on Aranos over on Magic's side. Um, but again, similar to Loki, Atlantean plays different on Retold. So it's strong, yes, strong picks, but a lot of this is still unexplored territory because they're pretty darn different.
Agreed. I think like chaos in particular has been a really big kind of sticking point. What we've seen with the Uranus plays at the moment. Maybe there's already a debate on whether it should scale a little bit more expensively as the game goes on, especially considering you can get, I think it was like 33 favor generation a minute quite easily with the Atlanteans. Wild. But we're not going to be in Atlantean territory to open this one, boy. We actually begin on Savannah. Run me through what we're expecting here in terms of playstyles. Like Ra in the hands of Magic. Ra recently slightly buffed, but I'd say the least picked Egyptian god. Zeus still a very potent pick in the hands of Vortex.
Well, Ra, and if you actually go and watch some of Magic's content, he's actually putting out some guides and some opinions out on YouTube. It's very, very educational. He actually was saying that Ra is by far the worst god in Retold. So obviously these buffs coming in have kind of changed his opinion just a little bit. But it's the map Savannah. And Savannah, very, very open map. Ra really, really likes the closed maps where he can take the game late game. He gets that extra 15% bonus on HP for his Migdol units, which actually does bring the quality of the Egyptian army up to par with Greek units. So there is going to be a chance here that Magic can basically take this game into that portion where he's going to be able to fight off whatever Vortex throws at him and try and convert with the equal to stronger army. But that being said, Savannah, open map, Zeus, this guy is going to be able to get some real heavy pressure, specifically on the second gold mine. It's going to depend on how the map spawns, but we'll see what Magic's going to come up with to survive and if Vortex can do something after the fact.
Feels like usually, Maiden, when we see Ra, we're probably thinking more of a macro game. Is there a way in which Zeus can lean into that as well? Or are we expecting this to be a classic kind of attacker defender?
It depends. It absolutely depends on the map. I mean, I wanted to mention Ra. I'm super surprised to see a Ra pick on Savannah because we don't have vetoes. And so, exactly building on top of what Boyd just said, it really depends on the gold spawn, town center spawn, etc. So I expect aggression from Zeus to pay off on a second gold mine here. You never know what the spawn is going to be like on Savannah. It could be very favorable for Ra. You never really know, but I would tend to be very skeptical of this pick. I'm a little bit blown away, in all sincerity, to see this.
I'm wondering, you say he's been putting out YouTube guides about how they are trash. What if he's been baiting us all along? It's time to find out. First series of the day kicks off. Round of 8. Single elim continues. A best of 5 between Magic and Vortex. We do not stop until there are 2 left standing.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, sporting in the left side of the map in the blue color playing as Ra, it is I Am Magic. His opponent today in the red color on the right side of the map playing as Zeus. His name is Vortix.
This is just like what we were saying, Boyd. This map, just looking at the mini map so far, it looks like a pretty open map, and particularly interested to see Magic's resource placement, where his additional gold mines are, if he has hunt options. We're not going to see just straight 2 TC rain strategies, not in Retold, not these days. So after we
We're
jump
having
back
some
into the
technical
map,
difficulties.
Well, we'll get there eventually. I'm particularly interested in just seeing where's his second gold mine, what his hunt options are, and then we'll go from there. Um, z- do you think if Killer Pigeon was just saying that Vortex is, a really aggressive god, or sorry, a really aggressive player. Are we maybe, if there's a bad starting gold mine spawn for Magic, are we maybe going to see some cheesy rush from Vortex?
Well, I mean, you can go one town center. You can start putting heavy pressure on. But I do know that Egyptians, what they can do is they can get out some very early priests, and those priests are going to be enough to either heal up the units that your opponent's going to put pressure on and keep them alive, or at the very least push those units away. So with a small investment into some defense with Egyptian, you're going to be okay some of the time. It will, and we are now going to be continuing along, and time will tell if that's going to be something that's going on here. It looks to me like the gold mine is a little bit safe here for Magic. He's got a nice forest protecting. He's got a tower on it, so it's all going to be fantastic for him there, at least in the early game.
Yeah, agreed. I definitely agree. I think he's happy to see that. Happy to see that starting gold mine. Barry's protected by the tower. He should be. Honestly, this is a pretty decent starting map spawn for a raw player. Chicken's in a decent position. Barry's in a decent position. Good gold mine, etc. But again, it's a second gold mine that we really need to worry about. I'm not too worried about Vortex's main, his main base. We see a good resource, a good bit of gazelles down there on that bottom side, so he's going to have a good economy. He should have map control as well, so as long as there's hunt around the map for him to take, no problemo. And there we
Yeah.
go. There we see second gold mine for Magic. Do you think, boy, we also saw a couple of elephants and a town center by that second gold mine of Magic's. Do you think this is 2TC territory? Maybe not immediately, but it would maybe help him, or maybe on the bottom side.
Well, there is a strategy that I know I've been trying to do with Ra, trying to make the two town center work, where you use shifting sands to rush that town center up. You don't have to, you cut the walking time out. You can shifting sand your villagers over there, get the town center up as fast as 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which is pretty crazy. And then if you've got elephants on top of it, then you can rush the heroic age very, very quickly after that. So there is some sense here in trying that strategy out, but I think what's really, really good here for Vortex, and this changes things a little bit, is he's got what I like to call a golden storehouse right next to that forest, which means he doesn't have to spend an extra 50 wood on a storehouse, and whatever aggressive play he wants to do is just amplified by this, by having those extra resources in the early stages of the game.
Very true. When you can share that wood and gold mine, it's such a treat. I noticed that in Retold. That a lot of the maps you can share wood and gold. It's quite a treat. So thank you, devs. It really opens up the door, though. Exactly what you said. When you can save that bit of wood, it changes your build order just enough to where it really opens up the strategies. But we are starting to go classic now. I see Hermes from Vortex on the Magic side. What is that? Bast. Okay.
Yes. So I'm,
Okay.
I'm a little bit surprised to see Bast in this matchup. Only reason is because those Sphinx, you can bolt one of them, and then any sort of follow-up Sphinx, there's going to be Centaur to deal with it, or the heroes are going to be in position. So I think the reason why we're seeing Magic go Bast here isn't actually for the Sphinx. It's going to be more for that those unique technologies. He gets the Sacred Cats tech, as well as getting that Eclipse technology in, or God Power in, to hit some sort of a massive timing. Petsukos were buffed, so maybe we're going to be seeing him go for those.
Interesting. And I will say one thing real quick. While the centaur is sneaking by the priest, Magic getting his priest forward. It's not too often that you see a priest building obelisks forward. And so nice scouting here by Vortex. On the Magic side, he doesn't really have any scouting. He has that one obelisk forward. That's about it. So all these 2TC strategies that we were just talking about, that's just straight up not happening. He has no idea where those town centers are. Although his Sphinx is scouting now, we can see in that far left corner. But still,
Yeah.
honestly, this has got to be 1TC, maybe fast heroic territory. Is he going to go for a town center late? I don't know.
Well, I mean, at the moment, he does have 9 villages on gold. And this means two things. Either one, he's going to go for a very, very early farming strategy here with rain, or he's going to try and get up a town center with the scouting that he's got going. But the longer you wait on this, the harder it is to get these town centers up, because there's just going to be so many units there to just push in and try and deny it. So we see an armory. He's almost got the gold to get up to the heroic age. He can actually pull all those villagers off of gold and just throw them onto food and try and rush up that heroic age straight away. It could be an option.
Indeed. So heroic is the option here, and I gotta say that the silly centaur special attack, man, is gonna be so annoying. If Vortic can maybe run one or two of those and just keep special attack, and hit that gold mine, he could really bother Magic, maybe get under his skin a little bit. Beginning parts of this.
Look at this here for Magic. He's putting his priest right in that spot. So if Vortic wants to come in and get any pressure, he's going to take damage for it. So no matter what's happening, he's getting some tracing. Great snipe on that Jason there.
That's huge. That's huge. He keeps exactly what you just said, healing up your units with the priest. But very nice, Vodka, catching that Ray down here on this bottom side. Vortic's going aggressive, but he leaves himself open. Doesn't quite get a... Did he get a Vil pick? I can't see a body on the ground.
Yeah, there's no Vil pick here. He was 1 or 2 hits away from a villager kill, but I think the Sphinx kind of bugged out and didn't chase after the special attack. It's super unfortunate for Magic, but any amount of idle time here caused for Magic in this game is going to be really, really big, because Vortic, normally we do see Greek players going 2 town centers against gods like Ra. Vortic is just 1 town center here, so this is going to be a very, very unique game to be watching here. I've got no idea how this ends up turning out, because it's very rare to see this.
Well, he's got... do you think Bolt on that Sphinx would have been valuable to just continue hunting there without any interruption?
Well, I mean, what are you saving it for? I mean, the Bolt, you could use it on an Avenger, on a mummy, but the earlier you use it, the less resources your opponent has on the field earlier. You can get a lot more out of it, but it seems like Vortic is holding it for something very, very important in this game.
Speaking of important, how important is it to you that the stable is just barely coming up from Vortic? I know he's put on a little bit of pressure with his... Very nice. Speaking of pressure, it's actually Magic putting the pressure on Vortic right now. Hitting that hunt patch a second time, and it looks like he's probably going to get a Vil pick here, unless we see a Bolt. Boom, there we go. First Vil pick of the game, very nice.
This is really surprising to me. I was saying at the start of the game that these sort of Sphinx raids, they don't really work against Zeus, because Zeus does have Bolt and Zeus does have those Centaur, which can chase down the Sphinx. Maybe Vortic right now, he just needs to get out Spirited Charge for his Centaur to chase those Sphinx down, and he's going to be able to take them out. And there's those Centaurs coming in, and we're going to start seeing those Sphinx getting picked off very, very quickly. And Magic taps Eclipse to get away, but he loses one anyways.
He still loses one, but he does have the one on the woodline. He does have the one on the woodline. Is Vortic paying attention? That RTS brain pays attention. There we go. He pulls his Vils off, but still his heroes are out of position. Centaurs are out of position. That Sphinx causing tons of damage right now, man. Maybe not going to get a lot of Vil picks, but definitely causing tons of eco damage on idle time. Nice.
Yeah, no Vil picks. Lots of idle time caused, and we're seeing the heroic age coming through. It's Sobek. You get access to that Locust. You get access to those Bitsukos. Magic's throwing down a 3rd monument in his main base here as well, so he's going to have a huge amount of favor. I wouldn't be surprised to see him really, really going hard in this heroic age to attempt to get some sort of a gold star, mixing in those Bitsukos as well. But he does have to secure that 2nd gold mine, which is going to be very challenging. It looks to me like he's throwing down a market in the corner there just to be safe, so he can do some trading. Not sure if it's a barracks or not, but we'll see if he's going to get into any trouble here as the heroic age does hit.
Indeed. Are we going to see some special attacks around that gold mine? Not quite. That's exactly what I was going to say. 2nd gold mine. Eventually, he's got to get either barracks or amygdala out in order to have some kind of a meat shield, some kind of a human unit in order to kill Vortic's heroes. In general, myth spam it's not as strong against Zeus, but it can be really strong against Greek in general, since they have a limited number of heroes, by all means. Are we going to see a Locust? Are we going to see a Locust? Are we going to see a Locust? We're seeing a Locust!
Vortic is so quick, but Locust is so far away from the villagers, and he completely misses it as the Sphinx gets taken out. 2 villagers go down, though. But that's a heroic age gold power down the drain, and Magic's got to be kicking himself for not being a little bit more aggressive on that Locust there, a little bit closer to those villages. He has his Migdol up now. He's going to start being able to make those Camel Riders. He's making those Pitsukos. I think he's got the counter units at the moment. Camel Riders are technically a counter to Cavalry, and all Vortex is making is Hippias. Plus those Pitsukos, they're going to be able to counter those Centaur, I think, with that divine damage now that they've got. Plus we see a rain coming through.
Very nice. So he does have, real quick, he does have a little bit of gold to play with before he does have to move out to a second gold mine. Camels are expensive, though. They're good units, exactly what you said. They're good units, good counter units, and so on and so forth. Look at all those damaged villagers. They're so juicy. Not going to catch him, though. Anyway, so he has a little bit of gold to play with, but not a ton. He needs to really do some damage and, you know, secure a second gold mine, man. This army is starting to look pretty darn good for Vortex.
Yeah, it is looking really good, but what Magic is doing right now, and this might be enough, is he's going to be distracting Vortex's army away from that crucial timing, that 10-minute timing. We talk about it all the time in Age of Mythology. That's when the gold mine expires. And now Magic can move over, drop a Migdol stronghold onto his gold mine without too many issues here, as Vortex has to track the rest of those Camel Riders to prevent his own economy from getting destroyed.
Indeed. He's got 3 Petsukos out. Are they still called Petsukos? You're the raw player. Well,
Yeah, they are Pitsukos.
they're
Yeah.
still
I
called
think
Petsukos. Okay.
They do get a name
they are.
change when they get the upgrade. I can't remember what that is, though.
Yeah.
Now
Well,
we're
whatever. We
seeing
got a forward
Dionysus, I
farm.
think. Yeah, we get Dionysus coming through here for Vortex, and this is actually quite scary, right? So the problem here that Magic is going to be facing is basically that Vortex can go for Thracian horses, he can go for Prodromus, and he can go for a bronze timing. Magic needs to be predicting this, getting barracks down to start getting some spearmen out so they can actually deal with those Prodromus. Otherwise, they just clean everything up. He does have some time to set it up, but he needs to start acting really, really shortly.
Indeed. He does have 4 Petsukos, though, Boyd. What's the plural of Petsukos? Petsukos, yay? Is that what we were going with the Hippias? Whatever, anyway, he's got the Petsukos. Is that a 5th Petsukos there? That's a lot, man. You can snipe those Prodromos really quickly. He needs to keep them safe. Back behind that gold mine, behind the Migdol. He's got 2 Migdols, by the way, so he can get a nice camel spam going in all sincerity.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Is
so
that enough
true.
to counter?
Yeah, I mean, you're so right, because the Prodromus, they have low pierce armor. So Petsukos, they're also doing that divine damage as well, so they're just going to completely melt those. I didn't even think about this. This is a really, really great idea here for Magic.
Got a bolt on the Petsukos. Here we see. Are they going to be able to... First of all, he's focusing down those Centaurs first. These Hippikins are pretty... Hippias are pretty darn strong. Only a couple of camels left over, Boyd. Is he going to be able to hold this? The Hydra's even coming in. Here comes the bronze as well. I don't know if he can hold this, dude.
Yeah, where is Magic's priest? Where is Magic's pharaoh? There's no heroes in here right now for Magic, and they should all be in on this fight. He's tried to defend with the Petsukos, but they all just melt. And now Magic, he's lost his entire army. He's now down 1,000 resources in military value. Pharaoh will be coming over here and almost will be able to take out that Hydra on the back, but Vortex has got his eyes peeled. He's going straight after that Pharaoh. The Pharaoh retreats back. The Camel Riders are all getting sniped down. The army is starting to get a little bit low on HP. Maybe Magic's okay for the time being, but Vortex has to be thinking he's got to win here with that fight. And Magic's got to somehow hold on in this game. As we do see, there is that rock down the bottom corner of the map flying around, getting a little bit of scouting information, but there's nothing in it at the moment to cause any problems.
Imagine a Locust, right? Imagine Locust, Boyd. Imagine Locust right there. Ay. Does he have enough favor to recast it? Almost.
He almost does, but he's opting in to use
anymore.
that favor on that next rain cast. It's really, really big. These rains basically give, if you've got yourself a decent amount of farms, you're going to get a huge amount of food income from this. The problem here for Magic is he's only got 11 villages on the food, so it's actually not that big of a deal right now, and this is just going to try and keep him level to some degree. He still doesn't have that barracks down. He's lost all of those Petsukos. I think that Vortex can just transition into Prodromus, which he's already done as he's coming back in for another fight. Those Centaurs getting huge amounts of damage with that special attack here, but can Magic hold here at the moment as those Petsukos are trying to micro around and keep themselves alive from the Odysseus and Heracles of Vortic at the moment, but the Centaur, they're just not dying here. Magic needs priests, and he needs them yesterday.
Exactly. I think that maybe Magic can hold here. There's a bunch of centaurs which can snipe units, Patsucos, camels, everything, but they can't quite take out a Migdal. So this Migdal is staying up. I kind of thought that maybe Vortic was going to take the game in that previous fight, but Magic held on. So because there's not enough damage to actually take out the Migdal, I think Magic can maybe hold this and stay in this game. By all means, Vortic is looking sick. He's picking off so many camels, which are pretty expensive, causing so much idle time, but still, the game ain't over, man. The game ain't over.
Yeah, Magic is trying to hold here. He's got that Pharaoh in. The Pharaoh is, for some reason, throwing projectiles into a tree there. I'm not sure what's going on there, but there's 3 Centaur remaining at the moment. Vortic is up 1,400 military resources in this game, plus he's up 10 villages. Magic, he has to create something here. I think he's got to retreat back into his base or something while hitting some raids back onto Vortix's economy here, because Vortic, he hasn't been touched anymore. He's defended all his villages beautifully throughout this game. He's got all of the momentum now, and I'm not really sure what the next stage is, the next step here is for Vortic, but as the old saying goes, when you're ahead, get more ahead. He's going to be getting himself a town center to increase his economy here.
Indeed, I'm with you. I'm not sure where you go from here. Magic's next step is to just survive. Maybe Vortic just continues doing what he's doing. He's already so far ahead. Just keep up the good work, possibly. He needs to be careful, though. We're starting to mix in some chariots. You mentioned the Padronos have low pierce armor. It's indeed true. Let's see how much better the chariots will fare against his Padronos. Still, it's not a big army, but it's scary enough that it's going to cause more idle time here.
Yeah, the problem with the chariots in Retold is they're actually also classed as a cavalry unit. They're an archer and a cavalry unit. So while they do get decent damage done onto the Prodromus, and they can snipe them very, very quickly, if the Prodromus can actually get onto those chariot archers, they're going to be getting huge damage done. His Magic is now villager fighting, and he's going to be losing all those villagers to the special of the Centaur.
What?
What's the ceasefire? Was there a raid onto the town center? The second town center? Or was this a misclick? No. I think Vortic is trolling here. I think Vortic is trolling.
I'm a little bit lost. Was it a misclick, or is he just trying to rub the salt into the wound of all the damage he's doing on that gold mine? Where did that come from? Did he maybe see the rock and thought something was happening when it wasn't?
There's one potential thing here is I know a lot of StarCraft players. I think Vortic has come from that RTS game at some point in his crazy career in RTS dominance. They use their F keys for a lot of different hotkeys, and the F2 keys the F keys they are your god power hotkeys in Retold. So you might have just misclicked it or something like that, but this is basically what Magic needs to get back into this game. He needs a little bit of time here to just get some units out. He is equal population at the moment. Vortic did throw the town center down, so it does take a little bit for that to actually pay itself off. And we're now starting to see those spearmen coming out, so he will be having at least a decent counter to the Prodromus here for Vortic.
Indeed. It still takes time for those to really pay off. At some point in time, I want to see what the upgrades are like on the cavalry of Vortic to see if he's got Spirited Charge, maybe an armory upgrade or two, something like that. Let's take a look-see. Pretty decent, heavy, yeah, copper line, etc. Those are strong. So boy, you got to upgrade those spears before they really start to pay off. Sure, they're going to counter Padromos, but those Padromos are very, very upgraded.
Yeah, these spearmen, they get something like 1.5 times bonus against cavalry, but they've only, or 1.75, excuse me, but they've only got 83 HP. So yeah, you need a lot of upgrades. One upgrade in particular that's very, very good in this specific matchup is if you can get through Horus in this one, you can get that spear on the horizon and the greatest of 50, and those spearmen upgrades are going to get a huge boost, and that will force Vortic off of cavalry if Magic can get there.
Very true. It's gonna take a while though, but Magic's army is looking a whole lot stronger right now. So are those Prodromos though. Let's see how this fight goes, boy. Special attacks already coming down. Not quite hitting much, but still, what do we got? Petsuko's out. The Pharaoh's going after those. Finally, those Centaur numbers are dwindling. This looks kind of okay for Magic here, boys, but still, those Prodromos are so strong, man. So upgraded.
Yeah, they're so strong here, and the Migdol Stronghold is really doing some work. It did get hit with a recent nerf, but it is able to take down those Prodromos fairly nicely, but it looks like Magic is yet again dropped down to under 1,000 military resource value. He's got nothing left here. He's going to be using those villages. I don't even know if maybe he's got Skin of the Rhino here, so those villages are actually able to trade decently, but he has to retreat back into the Migdol, and now he's got no gold income yet again, and he's sitting 60 gold in the bank. Vortic, he's got a very, very big advantage going right now.
Yeah, indeed. Look at, aside from the strong army, man, at the same time, Magic's economy, A, he has fewer villagers, 50 to 78. B, his villagers have been idle for so long, unfortunately. So the economy of Vortex here is just, is out of this world compared to Magic's, unfortunately for Magic. So he swapped over to those spears. They did a decent job, but still, they need more upgrades before they're actually going to start to really be a threat to Vortex here.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, right, mate? Even if Vortex doesn't win the game right now, this gold mine of Magic, his second gold mine, it's about to expire. So Magic is now going to have to throw up a different Migdol Stronghold somewhere else on the map to get even more gold mines. He does have one behind this this kind of base that he's set up, but I think Magic's still got a little bit of a road to go to keep himself alive even after saving himself in that fight there.
Yeah, honestly, at this point in time, kudos to Magic for still being in this game. And by all means, Vortex has a huge advantage here, but Magic's still alive. He's still fighting back. So kudos to him. I think most players, there's a reason why he's in round of 8 right now. There's a reason why he's such a legend in the game. He ain't done, man. He ain't done. So let's see if Vortex can capitalize. He's a good enough RTS player. He should know how to capitalize, but does he know how to capitalize and finish off a game in Age of Mythology? Interesting question.
Well, this is the thing. The only time you really ever should be resigning in an Age of Mythology game is if you've actually got 0 gold income and you can't build any more military units. You can always make something happen. As Vortex, he's going to be rushing in onto the farms here. These town centers, these towers, this Migdol here does get some serious damage done, but causing that idle time is also really, really big.
Now we're talking. We see the Prodromos, the idle time is just awesome because, Magic's economy has just been a little bit rough compared to Vortex's in general. We saw him just drop a fortress forward. That's game ending right there. Potentially. We're getting into that game ending territory. We see that he's queued up Hera to go Mythic. He's pre-queued that, so once he gets the resources, if you look at the global queue, bam, bravo, there it is. Lightning Storm, that's one way to counter spears, for crying out loud. Then he's going to have Siege on top of that, coming out of this forward fortress. I think Vortex's position is looking good. I just said that, does he know how to finish a game? It looks like it. It looks like it.
Well, yeah, Lightning Storm, we've all seen how much damage this God Power can do. There is a counter to Lightning Storm. Basically, all you got to do is retreat away from it, and you can save a good chunk of your army, depending on the speed of the units. Spearmen are pretty quick at 5.0 speed, the chariots as well. So you can get out and save yourself, but it controls the area beautifully. We're seeing Metropolis coming through as well, and those are going to be able to start cleaning up these buildings of Magic. And Magic, he's going for a 3rd town center. Magic's been in pretty rough positions before, and he has been able to find some pretty miraculous comebacks. We'll see if he's going to be able to make something happen here. He's still got a whole bunch of those Pitsukos as another bolt coming down there for Vortex, but he decides it's not time to attack just yet, as he's going to pull back and wait. He's just spent the resources on Mythic Age and Fortified Town Centers, so there's a lot of resources tied up, not in military. There's no rush here. Take your time. Close this game out properly.
Well, he's got the range siege. So, there's really that does kind of give him an opportunity to put pressure on Magic while not necessarily having to invest tons and tons of resources into fighting. He is kind of moving forward here, but there he goes. He's pulling back. 2 Petrovolos there. Again, that range siege. that by all means, Magic, his eco's pretty weak compared to Vortex's. It's going to take a lot of resources, a lot of precious gold if he wants to try and repair that Migdal and keep it up. So I love the range siege, man. We don't see it enough, in my opinion. But it's a good move here. I think it's a really good move. He's choosing to engage though, Boyd. I think he can just chill out, back off, bank up a couple res, get some upgrades, and he's chilling. By the time Hera comes in, he's chilling.
The one thing here that Vortex is doing really nicely, and Magic is countering it pretty good himself here though, is with running forward with those Prodromus, the Toxotes are actually able to snipe down those Spearmen that are coming through. So he's losing a little bit, but he's killing off a little bit. I think Magic is getting some good trades here, but the numbers are staying still pretty low. It's a 40 population difference at the moment, and Magic is trying to spend all his resources, but it is very, very challenging.
Oh yeah, we're going to see Hera in here in about 20 seconds or so, 20, 30 seconds or so. The Migdal's staying up for now. The numbers for both players, military numbers for both players are dwindling. Those talks are pretty sick, honestly. They're no Hades talk, but by all means, they're still shredding pretty hard. We see that the Spearmen are heavy Spearmen. I don't know what other upgrades they have, but they are heavy Spearmen. So they shred the Prodromos pretty darn quickly, but they still get shredded themselves against the talks, unfortunately for Magic. Migdal is still up here, Boyd. Is he holding this?
I don't know. Lightning Storm is getting dropped down straight away. All of the units of Magic right now are going to get cleaned up. If he doesn't retreat, he's going to be running for the Migdal stronghold. Lightning Storm also gets some good damage done onto buildings as well. Villages getting taken down. Everything is going to be falling. Migdal gets taken down there as well. Magic is now down to 85 population. Vortex is at 175. He's got a huge advantage. Champion Cavalry comes through so immediately. Look at the building queue of Vortex as well. He's got so much in production to reinforce. As Magic, I'm not sure how he's going to be able to defend this with just a handful of Spearmen. He needs some answer to those Toxotes. He's using that siege tower really, really nicely, but Vortex is microing it beautifully himself. There is an option to spam out some mercenary cavalry at the moment and or mercenary infantry, but Magic doesn't have the resources to do that, as the Prodromus and the rest of these units are going to be storming in onto this base of Magic. I don't see anything else as Magic there going to be tapping out. GG, Vortex claims game number 1.
Oh man, what a spicy game number 1. Magic held in there. No, we started off with, in my opinion, a controversial raw pick, but he held in there. Was he coming back? Okay. I mean, Lightning Storm to really put the nail in the coffin there, but he turned that into a game, man. Bravo to Magic, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little impressed here by Mr. Vortex. I'm a little impressed. Bravo.
Yeah, that was incredibly solid play. What we saw here from Magic was an attempt to use those Petsukos to counter the Centaur. And in reality here, it just seems like they're just not quite enough. Potentially the better play would have been just get some priests out. Priests are pretty good at killing off those Centaur en masse. Yes, you can't chase them down or anything, but you can't chase them down with Petsukos either. I wonder if 200 gold would have been better spent on 2 priests than having 1 Petsukos there, and maybe spending that favor all on Reigns throughout the game just to get him a huge amount of an economic boost going. But in the end, that's the game there for Vortex. We'll be moving on to game number 2 relatively shortly here, and we're going to be seeing Uranus versus Set. What are your feelings, Maiden?
Are we?
Am I misreading this? No, there's no, we're not. We're seeing Isis versus Loki on Gold Rush. I'm silly.
Boitzing into the future, folks. I'm not sure how he's doing it, but you know, it's impressive. I think we're gonna go into Isis against Loki on Gold Rush. This is interesting because Magic, by all means, Isis is proving to be really strong in Retold. Ancestors Eclipse, just in general, everything that Isis has at her fingertips. Anubis is really strong. Ancestors Eclipse, shenanigans, stuff like that. And of course, Magic is an exceptional Egyptian player. But this map specifically, Gold Rush, that can, I'm not sure about Retold. And so, boy, correct me if I'm wrong. At least at old AOM, sometimes you can start with either 2 gold mines inside of your base, 2 starting gold mines, sometimes 1. It's kind of like Ghost Lake in that manner. So I think Magic is really hoping for the 2 gold mine spawn. Gold is very important for Egyptian. We were already talking about that in the previous game with Ra. But after the gold mines in your base, everything else is forward in the middle of the map. So it's can be a little bit sketchy there. What do you think?
Well, Gold Rush, this is a map with all the gold in the center. Obviously, this is you're rushing to the center to grab all that gold. This is what this map is all about. It's a very aggressive map. It's a timing attack orientated map. Isis is the queen of controlling a position in Age of Mythology. Ancestors, Eclipse, Migdol, Stronghold. We're going to be jumping into this game right now, and we are going to be seeing Vortic spawning in the left side of the map as Loki. I'm excited to see what he's going to be coming up with. Loki does have access to that Heimdall, which is going to end that Njord to push through the big power of Isis here. Magic on the other side of the map, spawning as Isis, as we're saying, red color. It's going to be a very, very exciting game. What are you thinking, Maiden?
I think that Magic is, thanking his lucky stars. Exactly what we were just talking about, the double gold mine spawn. We see he's not only does Magic have 2 gold mines in his starting base, they're also in pretty darn good positions. We're gonna, jump back into that game here in just a moment. But I think as long as we're continuing on that map and there's no difficulties, there we go. Yeah, look at those puppies. Beautiful, man, beautiful. He's got towers around him. That's wonderful. He's loving those gold mine positions. I have a question for you, Boyd. I know that Walking Woods has been proven to be so strong on the ladder, and throughout the qualifier, despite a slight nerf. Well, I guess there's a nerf and a buff to Walking Woods with the latest patch. But you talked about timing attacks. Loki also has Bragi. So considering that, all the gold being in the middle, timing attack, and so on and so forth, there aren't a lot of trees in the center of the map. So that is a little bit of a nerf, I suppose you could say. Not a nerf necessarily, but going for Njord on this map, yeah, you don't have a lot of trees to really convert into those Walking Woods that are near those gold mines where a showdown is potential to happen. Do you think Bragi is the way to go on this map?
Okay, I mean, I've got a lot of thoughts on this matchup. I think it's actually a really, really spicy cheese matchup from both sides. I want to just make one point of clarification about this Gold Rush map. Yes, there's 2 gold mines, but one of these gold mines is only 1,500 gold. So there's a total of 4,500 inside of the base, and that will push you out of your base a little bit earlier than you might expect. So you got to be on point with that. In regards to Bragi versus Njord, I mean, Bragi, those battle ball are so insanely strong, but so are the mountain giants. And what's the most important thing here? It's controlling the center. So it's all going to depend on what stage the heroic age comes in, how set up Magic is in the center with those Migdol strongholds, and how much pushing power Vortex really, really needs here. One thing that I've been really, really suspicious of is there's this unique bonus for Loki, and I don't know if you've checked it out too much or not, Maiden, but villagers and dwarves, they don't cost anything to convert into berserks. So if Vortex really needs to push forward here, he could just take 10, 20 villagers and go for an actual villager Ragnarok in this one. And we're also seeing that Heimdall come through as well here as we're speaking.
I think you're nuts, man.
Yeah?
I don't know.
I am crazy.
No, you're absolutely right. Converting the villagers into the berserkers, it's free, and so for Loki, like you just said, that would be just about as YOLO as I can imagine. What if in regards to Bragi versus Njord, what if he just converts almost his whole economy into berserkers, and then he just gets some nuts flaming weapons? That's like a flaming weapons Ragnarok push almost for Loki. In the heroic age, there's maybe some potential there. I think it would be very YOLO, and it would be very not memey per se, but that would be very YOLO, and I think I would just die out of excitement if we actually saw that. I think it's maybe viable, and in a big tournament, sometimes cheese and surprise, sometimes it really pays off when your opponent doesn't expect it, man.
Yeah, and if we take a quick look at the resources right now, I haven't seen anything coming out just yet for Vortex. He's building a great hall, it looks like. Okay, so he is staying in the classic lights. I thought maybe there was some potential for a fast heroic here from Vortex. And what we're seeing here from Magic, I know what this strategy is. I've seen this strategy. This is a strategy that Mr. actually popularized on the ladder. It's a delayed classical age, getting yourself out all your upgrades. He's going for a fast heroic off of 1 town center. Vortex needs to be switched onto this because in Retold, one big change that happened is that villagers, they're quite weak now. Only 55 HP. Ancestors Eclipse, I don't know if that got much of a buff or not, but it definitely feels like it's very good at killing off villagers. And I would not be surprised at all if Magic simply just runs a Sphinx in, flicks Ancestors Eclipse onto the economy of Vortic, walks forward with Migdols, puts 2 down in the center of the map, calls it a day.
Indeed. And like earlier on, we were talking about how Loki plays so differently compared to in Retold compared to old AOM. In older, back in the day, we would just see a good number of raiding cavalry, but we would see Mass Hersier and Forsetti. That's not the case necessarily. I think this Sphinx is gonna get a little bit lucky and find those Vills over there. Hello. Magic is honestly after a little bit of a bummer with Locust and the map spawn and everything. In the previous game, gets a little bit lucky if he's paying attention with the Sphinx right there.
Magic's being sneaky right now. He does not want these villagers to know he's there because he's about to click Ancestors Eclipse. There's 7 villages. They will not be able to escape from this. They're all going to die. So what does he want? Does he want to alert Vortic that he's there, or does he want to say, just wait 30 seconds and then go forward? There's a couple of Hersa popping out, but 2 Hersa, that's not enough. That's not enough at all. Vortic, he's actually spotted the Sphinx, and he's going to be coming in. Vortic, he's got that gaming rain on his shoulders. Can the Sphinx get out, though? Yes, it can. So he's still alive here. He can still get this Ancestor Eclipse off if he wants to, but those Hersa are hot on his tail. You can't sneak anything by Vortic, and Magic is going to be kicking himself here. Should have taken that value when he had the chance. And the Sphinx is out of there.
Man, can I tell you something, boy? There's a little bit of a nerf in this recent patch to the age up time for going heroic is just a little bit slower. So that was a little bit of a nerf to go into this Ancestors Eclipse fast heroic, and he goes for it anyways, despite 3 Hersier being right there. He goes for it anyway. I guess when you gotta commit, you gotta commit. Is he gonna find any Vills? Only 3 Hersier. Do you know how many Ancestors you get? Is it 12? Is it more compared to back in the day?
Nine or 10 minions, I believe. But the thing is, it doesn't even matter for Magic if he gets any villager kills right now. What he wants is idle time. But Vortic, he is running his villagers all the way over the other side of the map here, and Magic, he's not going to be able to find them. But he has idled Vortic's economy for the entirety of this Ancestors. We're seeing Magic trying to put a Migdol stronghold into the center of the map here, but Vortic, he's going Yord. He's already going Yord at the moment, and he's getting spotted in the center of the map. Yes, there's a priest. Yes, there's a pharaoh, but this is going to be a little bit spicy. The Scorpion Men with Eclipse will be able to take out all of those raiding cavalry here, though, and that's a big blunder there from Vortic, not paying attention on that one as he almost loses every single one of those. Scorpion Man's now going to be scouting around the map, trying to find where those hunting villages are. Magic's not going to forget about them, and he's actually going to run straight onto the berry bush there. Still 5 seconds left of Eclipse, and the Scorpion Man's going to get some mad value, but Walking Woods cast it down into the main base of Magic. He's got access to that Undermine. He might be able to just kill off the town center of Magic. Magic's got 500 gold in the bank, though, so he can get some more priests out. The priests are already in position, though. I'm not sure he even needs to.
I think this is, and look at the Scorpion Man. That's so sick. We see the Scorpion Man cleaning up those villagers. Amazing. The priest and the pharaoh are ready to go. Boy, blunder? Was this a blunder from Vortic trying to go for the TC like that? And he just calls it?
Clearly it is. He's just lost all of his food villages. He just was idled in the rest of his economy for an entire minute here in this game. He's lost all his raiding cavalry. His Walking Wood's dead. Magic's got the center control. That game's over. That was so clinical there from Magic. We all knew what Magic was going for, and Vortic probably did as well, but he just could not defend here. Solid game there for Magic.
A very solid game. I guess Vortic answered the question. Bragi versus Walking Woods. It didn't quite work out for him, so maybe other players need to go back to the drawing board on that one. Possibly well executed by Magic. Honestly, he even despite having his Sphinx caught, despite having his ancestors a couple getting picked off by those Hersier, he still did a good job, man. Trying to cause idle time as much as possible. He kept his eye on those berry pickers eventually. Nice execution by Magic. Real quick, Boyd, I think that was a really important win for Magic because. Yep. by all means, we already talked about he's a beast of a tournament player and so on and so forth. Magic is the tenured Age Mythology player. So, Vortex is the newbie. He's the newcomer. He's a legend, but he's to this game. He's a newcomer. So I think that Magic has I don't know if he's considered the favorite necessarily. Both these players are beasts. But my point is that if he goes down 2-zip to Vortex in a best of 5, that really does a number on your mental state. And so I think,
Yeah.
getting just a really quick win, yes, it was a little bit cheesy, but just getting a quick win levels a playing field. I think that's important for the life of this series, honestly. Personally, I want to go to 5 games.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I Magic, I think he was maybe a little bit overzealous on that first game, picking that Ra. I'm not sure if he just didn't feel like there was another god to pick in this matchup that would have like really helped him out. There's Frey in the roster still available. I'm not sure what else I'm missing here that he could have picked apart from Ra, but
Thor.
that next Thor, he's got Thor in the roster, right? I'm not sure
Yeah.
what else we're missing, but anyways, point is here that extra win to just level the series and just go, you know what? No, Vortex, he's human. I can beat him, and he can level himself going into game number 3. And we're seeing Uranus versus Kronos. I got some opinions on this, but have you seen much Atlantean thus far, man? What do you think?
I don't know what I think. The only Atlantean that I've seen has not been a mirror, so I don't know what to think. In
Hmm.
the past, I think one of the biggest things for this matchup is probably the difference in Aranos from what we would have seen back in the day compared to now. Aranos doesn't quite have the same power with the speed of his units and Shockwave being maybe a little bit weaker. Some people have that opinion. So I would maybe say that Aranos maybe a little bit favored here against Kronos, but it maybe depends on the map spawn. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, the one big bonus that Uranus gets now, right, is that he gets the 5 favor Sky Passage. But guess what
Yeah.
Kronos has to really counter that? He's got Deconstruction. You can
Yeah.
feel very, very safe with the Sky Passage out in the corner of the map, but if you get spotted, that's just going to get deconstructed, and you're going to lose all of those citizens. So Magic's really got to be switched on right now and understand that his Sky Passages in this game do not equal villager safety in the slightest. And also, I think this is why I mean, he doesn't know which god Magic is picking before he picks it, but he goes with the Kronos here. I mean, to build a little bit on which god is going to be the stronger one. This map here, Ghost Lake, the weakness here, or the problem with Ghost Lake, the big thing you got to overcome to find your victory is that second gold mine, because it's very far away from your base. So in that sense, you can Sky Passage out to it, skip a little bit of walking time, but yeah, it's going to be a challenge to keep yourself on there. So we'll see how these guys are going to go. Kronos does get those double myth units spawned, so in the early game, he's going to be enjoying that.
Yeah.
But Uranus has Shockwave, and Shockwave means most times that's a 1 fight. So it's a big bonus for both players' gods here, and they're just going to have to figure it out in the game.
Indeed. Real quick, I mentioned Gold Rush, the 1 or 2 gold mines spawning in your
Yep.
base. We're going right into that same paradigm here in Ghost Lake, 1 or 2 gold mines. Do you think either god is going to benefit more from having 1 or 2 gold mines?
I don't think so here. I mean, having
Yeah.
2 gold mines for Urano is probably going to be able to help him on an early rush that Kronos might want to try, because he can just bounce between the 2 gold mines. But in the end, if 1 gold mine, 2 gold mine, it's basically a mirror matchup in the sense they're both Atlanteans. So the power spikes are both going to be at a similar time. So whichever one finishes, whenever you have to go to that second gold mine, it's all just going to be about solid defensive play and really, really good aggressive execution as to who's going to come out on top here.
How about have you casted very many or watched very many Atlantean mirrors and Retold so far?
I haven't, and this is the big thing. With the Terma boost, they
Same.
went from 5.3 speed to 5.5 speed. They actually become a lot more useful, specifically in this matchup. I would say they're probably also a little bit more useful against Zeus and Hades as well, because their Hippias have only 5.5 speed. But we're going to be moving into the game. We're going to be finding out together how this one's going to be going. Magic spawning in the blue color. in the bottom of the map here as Oranos, as he's going to jump straight onto the balls and onto the trees. His opponent Vortic in the top of the map with the Chronos, getting ready to scout out with those oracles and get everything around here. Most important thing when this game starts off is goats. What are you feeling right now with this map spawn, Maiden?
Well, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. We can't quite tell how many goats the players are going to pick up just yet. I think hunt spawns are going to be, fairly equal. We can see, I think the key points here are probably Vortex's forward gold mine. I know there's 2 starting gold mines, but there's maybe some potential in pressuring that. Maybe. It looks like the hunt outside of the base is pretty exposed. We can see up in the top corner for Vortex, there's some up there. So it'll really depend. Down on the bottom side as well, there's a nice little patch there, not too far away from his base. So looking pretty good in that department. Similarly for Magic, yeah, there's another hunt spot. Similarly for Magic, he's got some, exactly what you just said, boy, with the sky passages. Since villagers, including citizens, are a bit squishier, they're a bit weaker in Retold these days. They die a lot faster. So maybe it is viable. A lot of players are timid to go out for those those exterior hunt patches, but with the sky passage, maybe that caribou patch in the bottom corner and the berries, maybe that's viable for Magic. I don't know.
Well, I would go in so far as to say that maybe both players here are just going to stay in their base, get as many goats as they can, stay in their base for as long as they possibly can, and just try and keep those citizens alive, because raiding with Murmillo, raiding with Terma, that's going to be very, very effective here. And not only that, there's also that shockwave factor for Magic. There's the deconstruction factor to kind of take out a whole bunch of villages if Magic is a little bit careless. But that shockwave factor, you can't really play around that. If your villagers get caught out, shockwave comes down, you're losing every single one of those. So Vortex has got to be very, very careful.
True. Yeah, we might not see a lot of dynamic gameplay just yet, unless a player decides to go outside of their base. Really, the only place, again, the gold mines may be just a teensy bit more exposed here for Vortex on the front and top side of his base compared to Magic, so maybe there's some opportunity there for a little bit of harassment, but yeah, I think I agree with you. They'd probably start off pretty passive first little part of this game.
I guess the one thing that can really change how this game's going to go is we are seeing 2 very different gold picks going to the classical age, Oceanus and Prometheus, is the relics. Now, we haven't really talked about relics much in this series thus far, but relics in Age Mythology, they are incredibly important. You can get relics that reduce the cost of your age up. You can get relics that increase your archer's range, and it can really change the game. I'm not sure which ones are in here, but we are seeing Vortex. He's going to be going for a cheeky little temple time shift, and he's going to be ready to put some serious pressure on it. Hero improved speed there is always going to be gigantic. System of Blast, that's a gigantic relic there as well. 15% reduction across the board there. Oseberg Wagon, late game S+++ tier relic there as well, and Staff of Dionysus to get a little bit more of that villager regen in is going to be a huge deal. Every single one of them is worth picking up. There's never really a relic you don't want to grab. So we'll see when the player's going to go for them, as Magic is desperately trying to get up his barracks as fast as he can so he can get out some hero units to defend himself.
Yeah, kicked off of that wood line so far. Is that banner going to be destroyed? That's lost resources right there, man. That's a very constructed banners. That's a couple of lost resources right there for Magic. Nice little bit of damage. I don't think that this little bit of a rush is going to do all that much damage, but picking off that banner is definitely nice. Definitely nice.
Any little bit of damage here is a big deal. We're seeing Vortex opening with Terma, and honestly, this is something that makes a lot of sense to me in Retold. 5.5 speed Terma. What are you going to be able to beat with those? Vortex has got that micro, that marine micro from, and also the Archer micro in Age of Empires 4 and all the other RTS games. So he's going to be able to shoot and scoot all the way through here. I don't even think that Magic's going to be able to get any damage done onto the Terma in this game if he's just going to be making Murmillo. But what he does have is that bite of the shark. So if he does get onto these units, it's going to be lights out for Vortex's Terma. So he does have to be a little bit careful here.
Indeed, we see one barracks Murmillo compared to double counter barracks Terma. Again, depending on and a Carnivora getting thrown out to try and take this fight right here. Not too shabby.
Yeah, and what is amazing here from what Magic was doing in that little engagement there is he got one of his Caladria was getting targeted, and whenever those arrows were moving, Magic was moving his Caladria perfectly to dodge them. So yeah, there's a hero Terma out, but that Terma that can't do any damage to a Caladria if it's moving in the correct direction. And Magic, I don't think he's going to allow a single one of those Caladrias to die in this early game. They're so good. They've got this burst heal ability, which can make a almost dead unit go back up to full HP. They've also got a pacify ability, which is going to slow down enemy units so that he can chase them down. And also just a regular healing thing going on, which is also very strong. And the usage of those Caladria is really going to be a telltale sign for how well Magic is going to be doing in this game.
Indeed, that little special, exactly what we're seeing here, the ability to slow down a unit and pick him off. I think that's really useful. We saw him trying to use it against the Prometheans a couple of times in earlier little skirmishes. He's got 3 of them out, so he can, Kronos in this matchup. Kronos has a little bit of a advantage in the myth unit spam ability, I guess, myth unit numbers potentially, but you can definitely pick off myth unit numbers pretty easily with that little Caladria mechanic. So he's definitely going to be taking advantage of that as much as possible. One thing I want to mention real quick, Vortex, you learned this. Who wears Grass and Grim? Little Grass and Grim learns this the hard way. Has learned this the hard way. With your Atlantean villagers, citizens, you want to build manors when you got villagers that are outside and exposed. Only a couple of them can hop into. Only a couple of citizens can actually hop into the manor. But still, it definitely helps keep your exposed villagers citizens nice and safe. It'll be interesting to see if, as we see Magic going out to that hunt on that top side, if he's actually going to drop a manor there as well. There's Carbalist out here, Boyd. So the straight Murmillo, is that going to work for much longer?
Well, no, these Carabalists are very good, but I think the one thing that Magic is doing incredibly well thus far is he is hunting oracles. Vortic is about to lose his 2nd oracle of the game. It's going to go down to 1. And what does this actually mean in terms of from a practical standpoint? It just means when Vortex hits the heroic age and he's going to want to start spending that favor on Satyr and Chaoses, he's just not going to have the favor there. Whereas Magic, he's yet to lose any, but he's got one that's about to get hunted down on that right side. Neither player really keeping their Oracle super safe in this one, but just maybe here, Magic is going to be able to keep that Oracle alive and get some sort of a revenge kill here onto the Terminus. If you get in with the Caladria, not fast enough. Good snipe there for Vortex, and I imagine here Vortex is probably going to be retreating away. A Shockwave getting dropped down there by Magic. He's also pacifying the Carabalister on the back. Those Hero Murmillo need to get in and try and snipe down the Carabalister, otherwise he's not going to be able to win this fight at all. Gets down very quickly. Valor coming through to get that HP back up to full for Vortex, but all of the Carabalister are going to get taken out, and now the Murmillo come through to carve everything else up, and Vortex will have to pull out now.
Very nice Shockwave right there. He used Shockwave on the Carbalista to idle them while he sends his Murmillo in to try and pick off those Terma. Nice, very nice Shockwave used there by Magic. He took a bit of damage from the Kairos. That definitely hurt, but nice little maneuver there. And just real quick not a clarification, but just in case anybody isn't familiar with, there's the new way that Atlanteans gather favor. It's from the line of sight of those oracles expanding. So picking off what Boyd's talking about, you definitely want to keep those oracles nice and safe. Yeah, we can see up top, there's one oracle there for Vortex that is gathering favor. You want to keep those oracles nice and safe. 2 for Magic, so that they can passively get that favor generation going.
Yeah. And now look at this. We're seeing Vortex. He's already clicked up to the heroic age. Magic is very close to being able to click up as well. But here's the thing right now. Generally speaking, this 10-minute timing and that Vortex is going for is the timing you want to go for the heroic age, because then you can go and pressure that 2nd gold mine. But this is Ghostlight. There's 2 gold mines, so that timing is set off a little bit. So really, there's not really going to be anything that Vortex is going to be able to gain from going to the heroic age this much faster than Magic. So Magic's going to be totally fine, getting a slightly delayed heroic age, a little bit more resources in for that delayed heroic age. And not only that, he's got the two oracles, so he should be able to start seeing himself get a little bit more favor in. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple more oracles getting created while advancing here, so you can start getting those satyrs. They are very, very strong in a game of Age of Mythology Retold.
Very much agree, Boyd. Oh my goodness gracious. Ooh. What a nice little defense there against that potentially game-ending raid right there, Vortex, avoiding losing any citizens, barely any idle time right there. Whew! Magic almost had a giant raid right there. Instead, he's maybe going to lose a couple of Murmillo running through the base against those satyrs. Boom, there's one. Boom, there's a second.
And
Whew!
now we're also seeing the Empyrean speed coming in as Magic's going to be swinging back up to the top side of the map. Vortex not respecting Magic's multitasking here, and he's going to come in and he's going to kill off. Oh, he's getting chaos to keep these villagers alive, but I think they're going to be able to chase down anyway. If Magic wants to, he can use his shockwave there to keep those citizens alive, but very, very lucky there for Vortex to keep those citizens going. Magic could use his own chaos here, and in fact, he really wants to. Going to rush through, take out the rest of those term. That's a huge win here for Magic moving forward. Is Magic now going in for another raid on the bottom side of the map? Another little bit of that multitasking coming in. Will Vortex react to this one fast enough? Yes, he does. Pulling into the tower. He's going to be safe. And now Vortex, he's moving across the other side of the map. Magic wants a second town center, but can he get it up in time, or will Vortex get there and stop it is the big question.
Big question indeed, Boyd. Man, the game was, we're getting a little skirmishes here and there, but oh boy, has this game ramped up. With a couple of nice chaoses right there, excellently used by both players. Even more damage right here. Are those Murmillo, are they heavy? Am I seeing that right? Are they heavy Murmillo? Those things are scary, man. Those things are super scary. Opposite side, Vortex is putting some pressure on Magic as well in his base. Both players putting pressure on each other. I don't know if we have villager kills just necessarily. Boom, we got the double view right here. Action on both sides, baby. Very nice. Hard to tell who has the advantage right now. What do you think, Boyd?
Well, we're now seeing the Satyr coming out. Vortex has just sniped one of those Satyr with a Contarius hero. That's absolutely huge. Magic's got up some watchtowers, which will be able to keep him alive in this position. But at the moment, Magic just does not have out the hero units to take out Vortex's Satyr. And Vortex, he's controlling Magic's gold mine. Magic needs to figure out how to get onto another gold mine very, very shortly, because he's about to be expired on the left side there, it looks like to me, at the very least, with how much gold is left there. And at the moment, 1.1k military value for Magic. It's going to be a difficult position for him now to keep himself alive. He actually gets that market deconstructed. We can't sell any resources anymore. That's absolutely huge. Magic is still okay, though. He's still okay. He's got a gold mine on the other side. He's totally fine at the moment. So nothing to worry about here in terms of Magic tapping out anytime soon. He's getting the military resources back in. But, I mean, Maiden, this is getting very, very spicy. 2 town centers versus 1 town center. Population pretty similar. If you had to give an advantage to someone right now, you'd probably give it to Magic. But where to next?
Well, I mean, we see very different army compositions right now. We see Terma, obviously, that are already existing, but we've seen some Contarius on the side for, what's his bucket, for Vortex as well. And there we go. There we see our first Sky Passage. He rebuilt the market as well. I just got to mention, I think it's completely hilarious to deconstruct the market as soon as it's built. I think it's so funny. I also think that it's so clutch that Magic built that town center on the bottom side, because he's got that almost secures the gold mine down there. So he shouldn't have any gold concerns. That he does have a citizen advantage right now, 8 citizens, or no, 5 citizens right now. So he's just going to have that eco advantage more and more and more. Vortex needs to do damage. Vortex really needs to do damage in order to not get left behind in this game, honestly. At the same time, Magic needs to make sure he invests in military, because the Sky Passage is great, but still, if your villagers are just hopping back and forth and they're not gathering, they're basically idle. So by all means, Magic can't underproduce on military, otherwise he could get himself into a sketchy position.
And at the moment here, both players very low on favor. 4 oracles out for Magic, but he can't really do anything with it. He could click a shockwave here and try and engage. He does have 2 of those Satyr to the 3 of Vortic, but it's still going to be a challenging fight for him to take. I don't really know where the rest of his military are, but he's going Arcus against Terma Contarius. This is a great composition for Vortic to be having in this one. So we do see the shockwave coming down. The Galadriel here could start flying back and forth over those arches of Vortex to distract away, but we'll see if Magic can get the units out to defend. He's still making those Arcus here in this one, as it looks to me like Vortex is managing to win this fight and push Magic back. As Magic, he's got to figure out a way to get onto resources and get resources spent here in this game. That town center is going down.
The town center's definitely going down. There's so many Contarius. Dude, he was making Arcus. By all means, Arcus are such a great unit, right? They're little snipers, man. Those things are scary. They're a sick unit, but literally, Contarius and Terma. And okay, there we go. That's one way to secure a gold mine. Dropping a palace on that top side. Bravo, very nice. But he's sacrificing a town center and maybe the market once again in order to get that gold mine on the top side. Anyway, he was making Arcus straight into counter units. What's up with that, man?
I think it's just that's the legacy bias there that we were talking about beforehand. Like, you know that Arcus and Destroyers, that is a unit composition that just is so obscenely strong in the old game. In Retold, though, with good micro, those Terma, they're no slouches. They're going to be very, very good at taking out everything. We will see the Sky Patches go down. The Town Center goes down as well. I mean, I was thinking here that Magic was well and truly in the lead, but after that fight, losing that town center, Citizen, they're both in a similar position now because of that Citizen count. But Vortex is up 2k resources in military. The question is, can Magic somehow win a fight here to continue in this game or not?
Indeed. He's starting to push into this main base. I don't know if pushing into the main base is the play. There's a little bit of gold left in the main base of Magic, but up on that top side where that palace is, I think that's where the game is not necessarily going to be won and lost, but that's the next big crux of the game here. He's still going for those Terma, dude. He's still going for those Terma. Or sorry, no, the Arcus. He's still going for those Arcus, man. What is up with that? He needs some Vermillo or something. What is happening here?
Yeah, it's not making any sense at all to me, but I mean, even on top of this, when Vortex is going to win this fight, and then he can just walk up to the top position, deconstruct that palace, and Magic is going to have to tap out. In fact, he's not even going to have to do that because Magic taps out right then and then. Vortex takes a 2-1 lead here in a very, very crazy turn of events. What is happening here, Maiden?
I'm wow, I don't quite get it, man. I don't quite get the Arcus play. It's one thing to go for Arcus Destroyer. Sure, he barely built a palace. He was already building a bunch of Murmillo, but he seemed to just sack the Murmillo numbers in order to go for Arcus. I'm not sure. I'm a little bit speechless right now. I'm not sure. He just completely tanked that game. He was looking solid with the gold mine behind the second town center, etc. Pigeon, what just happened?
I'm gonna be very British in my choice of words here. Flabbergasted, mate. That was an absolute bamboozling. I feel like. I mean, a lot of that game, we got to dissect it because I think it tells a picture of the whole series so far, which is, Magic on paper, in theory, he has all these builds worked out, boy. He understands the game on an intricate, deep level, as you'd expect. You mentioned the idea of this bias from Classic playing in, but I also think there's a level of micro difference here. And it's not that Magic is poor in his micro. It's that Vortex consistently, across a decade, has built up a reputation as a micro god. And 3 times, even in the games where he's losing, we're seeing him prove this.
Yeah, he's obviously his control in this game. I've seen it. You see it time and time again. He can control like 3-4 different groups of units at once perfectly. He can do the shoot and scoot micro orb walking as well. Is just out of this world. And I mean, this is the thing though for Magic. He's got to recognize that this is one of Vortex's strengths and not play into it. If you know that your opponent's really, really good with Terma, get some Contarius out, build some Murmillo, get some counter units to make those units less strong. Take the strength away from your opponent. He had the advantage in this game, I'm not going to lie, but he just stopped making Murmillo and started making Terma. Can't explain it, but
Arcus.
that really caused him the big problem there.
Yeah, yeah, the Arcus spam was coming in mid. Like to that point, maybe to his defense, I'm wondering, was Magic maybe expecting a transition, right? Like instead of countering what's there, was he trying to say, okay, I'm going to deal with what he's doing next because if I continue on this path, I'm just going to be losing more.
Well, I think it goes to the legacy bias because that's exactly what this matchup looked like back in the day. Is that you didn't make if you made Terma into the heroic age and past that, you were kind of scoffed at, criticized a little bit. There's because Arcus, just the other compositions, the other units, they're just better straight up. But I don't know, every unit can be situational. They can all be really good situationally. And honestly, in this situation, the Arcus didn't quite cut it.
It's kind of wild as well, right? Because like, boy, compared to some of the other Age of games, I'd say Myth leans more into a more heavy counter system in some cases, right? Like, coming from 4, we talk about like soft countering where archers can still beat horsemen in high enough numbers. But maybe like in Vortix's mindset, that actually helped him here. Like the idea that maybe I can just play one unit comb into an insane situation. I mean, we saw moments where it backfired. I think the Chaos was a pristine example. It's like, if you see Mass Terma, that's a jackpot chaos right there. They kill each other so quickly.
Yeah, exactly. The counter units in Retold, they've got a gigantic multiplier against what they counter. Their base damage is quite low, huge multiplier, so they can take out what they want to take out very well. You've also got those standard units that don't really do that at all. They just have high base damage and they're going to soft counter what they counter. But so you have a little bit of both, column A, column B in Retold. But yeah, I'm flabbergasted as well, KP.
I'm flabbergasted by this series. I mean, it's interesting because I'm still going back to that game 1 and trying to dissect the Ra made. Maybe it was a bait pick. That was my thought. Is Magic was trying to throw Vortix's draft off. But quickly summarize what we're heading into here. Does it feel like there's an advantage, or does it feel like Vortix has read him ahead of time?
It feels like that's what Magic is trying to do. He's trying to he's trying to surprise Vortex with whatever he doesn't expect. The raw pick on Savannah. We see Thor is upcoming. We got Thor against Gaia on the next map, Elysium. So it kind of feels like he's trying to play several steps ahead of Vortex with his Arcus, etc. I don't know if it's working out for him though.
It's going to have to work out now, though. There's no room for mistakes. Match point on the horizon. Vortix, he can taste the victory, but can he slam it in 4, or is Magic going to take us to a 5th? Let's hop into Elysium to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tables and chairs sporting at the bottom of the map in the blue color Plague is Gaia. It's Vortix. His opponent in the red color, playing as Thor. On his tournament life is on the line right now. It's I Am Magic.
Magic is going for just delicious build order. Wouldn't you say, Boyd? You're one of the build order boys.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan. So what we're seeing, this is an armory, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who don't know, this Thor can build his armory in the archaic age, the first age. You can also get as many armory upgrades as you want in any age. See you later. Oh, there we go. And he's already getting copper shields out. Why is he getting copper shields out? Because A, it's cheaper. B, you get a free dwarf for every armory upgrade that you upgrade as Thor. So he's gonna pop out probably 2 free dwarfs early on, get just that much of an eco boost. He's gonna need it because he's playing against Gaia. Gaia definitely with a strong eco herself, so he's definitely gonna need it here. What are you thinking, Boyd? Are we thinking Freya? Are we thinking Forsetti against Gaia? Where's your head out for the Thor player? Where's your head at?
Well, here's the thing. I'm actually not. I've got no strategies here for this matchup on the side of the Gaia. I think that Thor has got all the tools necessary to defend here, but there is a little bit. Yeah, there is a little bit of a sneaky shenanigans you can try and pull here. So there's 2 options here for guys. You can go for Oceanus, you can go for Leto. And guess what? Oceanus counters Freya in a way because of the Quadra can slow down that Valkyrie and can kill that one off. Leto is also going to be able to counter that Freya as well, making those automatons to also kill off any sort of Valkyries. So as strong as Freya is, Gaia does have some counterplay there, but when you go for Forseti, you're just getting the stronger Ursa out with the Hall of Thanes. Obviously, Hall of Thanes also impacting all the other infantry units as well, getting all those upgrades. But if you've got stronger Ursa and you've got the numbers there to deal with any sort of myth units that Gaia can make, I think that Thor's going to be really, really enjoying his time in this matchup. So I'm going to say, I'm going to look in Forseti, but we're probably going to see Freya.
Well, I don't know. We just saw that Magic himself was abusing the Caladria and their special ability, so it's got to be on his mind. I personally have not seen a lot of automaton spam. We saw a whole bunch of it in older versions of the game, but I haven't really seen a lot of automaton spam in Retold. I'm not gonna lie, strategy aside, one thing that we haven't really commented on is how awesome the we do see Oceanus coming in. Hey, attaboy Vodka, very nice. Oceanus against against Freya coming in. I want to just mention, I'm not bummed per se, but shout out to the graphics, honestly. We haven't really mentioned the graphics just yet. The Retold graphics, in my opinion, look so cool. And the automatons as units, the myth units in general, they look so cool. So I'm a little bit bummed that we're not going to see any automatons. But again, we're talking strategy here. We're not just purely on graphics, unfortunately.
Well, we're seeing everyone get into that next age. Vortic does have to put on some pressure. He's got himself an economic guild. He's got himself some economic upgrades in, but you never really want to allow the Norse player to get control of the game. So Vortic, he's got to get some early pressure, and he's known as that pressure player. Magic is much more of the defender most of the time, so he's going to be used to being on the defense, but we'll see how it's going to go as he drops a great haul down. I'm going to imagine he's going to go for some raiding cavalry, but we're already seeing Vortic getting out double military barracks and making those Momillo. He's going to be able to counter those raiding cavalry right off the bat.
Indeed, usually it's kind of the roles are kind of swapped. Historically, you would see, Thor trying to put the pressure on Gaia early on, Gaia with some nice timings, a little bit more snowball, death ball effect, so to speak. But so the god picks are kind of reversed. The strategies of the traits of the players kind of reversed a little bit, which I think is very interesting. I don't know. I haven't seen Magic play a ton of Norse, but when he does bust it out, it's pretty darn strong. In all sincerity, so I'm very curious to see what he's actually going to pull off here. It feels like he's a little bit slow going though, boy. Like he only had his one Berserker dropping the Great Hull. We already have Mermillo on his chickens, man. It feels like he's just kind of, it's getting a little bit too slow here. What do you think?
Well, the Valkyrie is in the main base of Vortic, so even though Vortic's getting a little bit of harass onto Magic, Vortic is taking harass from Magic here and he's not paying attention. That citizen is getting pushed back. It's going to be getting taken out. This is absolutely huge. Can it make the tower or not? It cannot. First blood drawn there, but here's the big thing right now for Magic. Why is he so slow to get going in this game? He's gotten himself 4 armory upgrades, I think, out of that. Has he? Is it 4 or just 3? He's got himself at least 3 armory upgrades out of that armory there. He's got 3, so full copper armor at the moment, and his economy is going into overdrive. Plus, he's taken out a citizen of Vortic already. Magic's got to really, really like his position right now.
Fair point. Fair point. I kind of forgot about the armory upgrades, honestly. We do see another, is that another military a couple of more barracks coming up for Vortic right there? Looks like a counter barracks, not sure what that, couple of counter barracks coming up. Is it going to be swapped, maybe mixing in some catapulties to get a really harsh counter against some raiding cavalry, maybe a couple of Termakara Ballista as well?
Well,
I guess we'll see soon enough.
I want to touch on one strategy that we were seeing from Atlantean players late in the lifespan of Age of Mythology, the Titans, which was they would start cutting citizen and spamming units out. With Vortic going for 4 military buildings this early, he can't afford to build from all 4 of these at once. But if he cuts citizens, he can. So he could say, all right, I'm just going to start killing my own economy and trying to say, I'm going to kill your economy faster than I kill my own as an idea. But We'll see what he's going to be doing. At the moment, he hasn't cut citizens just yet, but it might be a plan for him to really full send at some point in this game as the raid's coming through. And Magic's going to have to pull away from those pacified Caladria as he does get snagged up here.
You got to be so careful when you're playing against these Caladria, man. I've talked a whole lot about raiding. Raiding it can be so impactful in Retold because the villagers are weaker, honestly. But still, if you end up losing units while you're trying to raid, you're doing damage to yourself at the same time. So you got to be so careful with these Caladria. Man, you can easily lose 1-2 raiders on, virtually every raid, at least HP damage. Magic's doing a good job trying to escape here, but still, it's close.
Yeah, Magic does get to pull back. He does lose a lot of HP on that raiding cavalry, but he does have Valkyrie, and they do have a secondary kind of feature, not just being a really, really strong raiding unit. They can heal your units back up. So if Magic wants to, he can make that happen. But he's deciding to take a fight right here. Carnivora getting dropped down. Raiding cavalry getting eaten up. Hurst are going to be taking that one out as fast as they can. But those Terma are going straight after the throw and axeman. And Magic, he does not micro that one well at all as the Terma clean up a lot of the units there of Magic. And he's going to have to retreat back pretty quickly here.
I think that was maybe a bit too cheeky for Magic, man. Terma do so much damage against Throwing Axeman. I don't think it was necessary for him to move out with this Throwing Axeman like that. At least not yet. One thing that we haven't touched on just yet is the gimmick or what we're looking at right here. The gold mines. The gold mines are all pretty darn exposed. They're very wallable, but they're definitely very exposed. So usually these Elysium games don't really turn into much of a booming situation. So by all means, we could definitely see Thor as he takes a second town center. JK, but there's a reason why Vortic is in the round of 8, not me, haha. But no, there's definitely some potential for Thor to get some nice flaming weapons pushes on a gold mine. Does Gaia really have a nice timing attack in Spike in the same manner? I don't really think so.
Well, I mean, there is one gaping weakness of Norse, and that is no ranged heroes until the heroic age. So if Vortex decides to go for an earlier heroic age through Thea, he will get those Stymphalian birds out. They can royally screw a Norse player's desires to hold a gold mine. But what Vortex has done here is he's just said to himself, okay, I want to fight, and I'm going to convert that into a town center. But the only problem is here, he's not actually in front on economy because he's lost that citizen. He's behind on villages because of the Dwarven Armory upgrades. So while he wins the fight, I think Magic, he's going to be having a really, really easy time now putting pressure onto Vortex. And I'm worried for Vortex when it comes to the second gold mine timing here that's about to come up.
I think I agree. I mean, I know it's making a ooh. Are we gonna see it again? Are we gonna see it again? I mean, the Army of Magic is looking a lot stronger this time around, but still, Carnivora, very nicely used here by Vortex. Is Magic going to micro this one a little bit better? We see Termaboy shredding the Throwing Axeman. Can the Axeman attack all of those infantry from Vortex quick enough? It's hard to tell who's going to take this game or this fight. Maybe looking a little bit better. Honest, don't forget, boy, he has a whole bunch of upgrades. So these aren't naked units running across the map. I completely forgot about the armory upgrades. Silly me. I think those armor upgrades definitely pay
Magic's
off.
got medium raiders, he's got medium infantry. Vortex also got his medium upgrades as well, but no armor. Plus having the military numbers advantage in that fight means Magic comes through and he hard wins it there. At the moment, Vortex, he's still mining gold in his main base, but I don't know how much is there, but it's got to be like 200 gold tops remaining at this point here for Vortex. 50 gold remaining here. So he is going to be very, very scared very, very shortly. Now, one thing he can do, being on 2 town centers, starting to get a little bit more citizens out, could decide to just hang out in his base here and get a market and get some trade action going to try and build up an army as well. But look at the resources in the bank here for Magic. He's floating so much food and wood at the moment, and he's about to lose all of his edge on the military as Vortex is able to hold on here as maybe Magic overstayed his welcome.
I agree. What was up with that fight? He honestly smashed that fight around that gold mine that we saw earlier. He's completely smashed that that army of Vortex, but he kind of wasted that advantage. I'm a little bit, I think, does he maybe have a couple of Valkyries in the queue? He's got 4 Valkyries queued up. Man, it's almost like he needs another temple for crying out loud. He's got to get numbers out, boy, because right now Vortex is pushing across the map. He just lost all of his military, and look at all of that exposed economy. Oh boy, oh really boy.
Well, yeah, Vortex, he has to put pressure on now. He's looking like he wants to go to the heroic cage. He's not actually close to it, but he's queued up his god already. We see another Carnivora coming through here. Magic, he's got the right idea. Get those Valkyries out because there's not any heroes really being made by Vortex, but Vortex is just controlling these Terma so insanely well in this game. He's able to take out every one of those thrown axemen, and Magic, he's not controlling them well, his own thrown axemen at all. He just needs to be retreating back, dodging side to side. You can dodge those arrows, those spears of the Terma, not easily, but with some nice control, you definitely can be making that happen. But now the Valkyries are coming through. The thrown axemen need to take out that hero Mamilla in this fight. If he does so, he should be able to finish off those Terma and keep himself alive. But, you know, as we're moving on here, that second town center is starting to pay for itself in spades. And I think that Vortex here is going to be able to continue putting pressure on here in a really, really big way. Population differential, 20 population lead here for Vortex at the moment. Let's see how he's going to be able to go.
Dude, there's been, I don't know what the KD is right now, but there are so many dead throwing axemen, man. If we could only see how many throwing axemen have died at this point in time. Dude, all of those throwing axemen just instantly disappear. The micro is on point for Vortex, and we got the Carnivora going ham on that house. Attaboy. That is what I call value, baby. More value with a little bit of some idle dwarven time here. Those miners. Dude, it's going to take some time for these Valks to pay off. He needs some supporting units, but honestly, the Valkyries might save him. He's got 1, 2, 3, is that 5? 5 of them? He can heal those up, maybe heal a bump, make sure he tries to rebuild his throwing axeman numbers to try and pick off any infantry heroes. Is there a world where he goes for berserkers maybe to get in on those, to just complicate the unit composition? Instead of just going straight Valk throwing axemen, Vortex is doing such a good job picking off the axes. Is there a world where he goes for maybe some more Herseer numbers? Something. Look at all those heroes, man.
At the moment, Vortex is just like, all you've got is Valkyrie. I'm just going to convert a ton. Yeah, imagine Forest Fire. It's time to use that dog power. Magic is just holding on to it. The units are hugging the forest at the moment, and Magic is refusing to use it. Does open up his gold mine, but I think he has to go for something here as the front line heroes were taken out. The Valkyrie's still going to be pushing forward, still taking a decent fight as this fight is going to continue. More of those Terma heroes are getting converted. More of the Mermillos are getting converted here. Vortex somehow able to have all of this favor to make this happen. As the throw-in axemen there, they're not going to be able to help all too much as not many raiding cavalry are left over. Magic has got a lot of units in the queue, but maybe he could be doing with a few more military buildings to spend all those resources to kind of get out. Maybe even thinking about getting some herdmen out here to get onto those Terma a little bit better and finish those off. But now Magic, he's got to bail on the gold mine here. He's got himself only 16 favor in the bank, so can't cast that second usage of Dwarven Gold Mine. And he is in a lot of trouble with tournament life on the line. What can he really do? He's got a villager group over on the top side of the map, so he can jump onto a gold mine up there. So he's still got some life in this game.
I'm sweating, Boyd. I'm sweating. This is match point. That Carnivore is doing a great job against the house, but still, I am sweating, man. These guys are beasts. I can't even believe that, you know, Vortex is up 2-1 in this situation. Magic is still okay. We're big fans of the house, apparently. I'm
going to be out. He gets value.
Come on, do your job. I think it's going to be very interesting. I want to know, yeah, Oracle's on the gold mines. I want to see what the vision is like for Vortex. Does he have his eye on all of the gold mines? That's the name of the game right now. He should see that he's killed a whole slew of Valkyries. So I don't know. I mean, we can see it. Magic needs 60 gold in order to cast Dwarven Gold, his god power, his first god power, in his base for a gold mine. So I think Vortex right now could be thinking, I've killed a bunch of Valkyries. There's no way he has enough favor for a Dwarven Gold Mine. I just need to keep my eye on those gold mines and finish off this game. And he does have his eye on most of those gold mines. Thank you for that vodka. I don't know. There's the market, by all means. There's the market, but we see Scotty coming in. I don't know. Is Scotty going to be big enough? Is Scotty good enough, Boyd? Where's your head
Well,
at?
look, there's one thing here that every Atlantean player, when playing against Norse, is always going to be fearing, and that's Ragnarok. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy for Magic to get there, because he's only now just hitting the heroic age. He's going to have to throw down a hill fort. He's going to have to get himself 2,000 resources, food, 1,000 food, 1,000 gold, and the 2 minutes it's going to take for him to get to Balder. But there's always that fear on the back of the mind of Vortic. Now, the easiest way to just ensure that you don't lose to this is to get yourself to the Mythic Age first, get yourself some palaces down, start making those fanatics out. But we'll see if Vortex has got that knowledge or not, as Magic is moving over to a gold mine. He will have Frost. He will be able to get himself that hill fort down. But is it going to be enough for him to hold here is the big question, because Frost doesn't really do a whole lot in terms of an ability to kill off an army.
Indeed, that is one big change between Retold and old, the old versions of AOM, is that you used to be able to do so much damage against a frosted army. Not anymore. What army we see right here is pretty much going to be the army that we see in about 25 seconds. The hill fort is up. You're absolutely right, Boyd, that he can maybe jump Mythic. Here's one thing I want to say real quick before we jump, before Frost finishes. Vortex is new to the game. I don't know how many times Vortex has been Ragnaroked. And yes, that is a verb I just used. How much experience does he have against Ragnarok? Execution is everything for Ragnarok, in all sincerity. Execution is everything. We even have double, double hill fort coming up right now. Okay.
Double hill fort, there's a lot of berserks in this fight. They're going to be able to completely clean those termite. He's also getting Huskal out, which are an insanely good counter to Termers. The Throw and Axeman, they're going after the Caladrius to take those out. Those Catapulties that Vortex were making here, they're not going to have much value here moving forward, but with the 2 hill forts and everything else, I don't know if he's got enough here to hold, but it's going to be a close one here for Magic, as all of those units are falling. The Behemoth is going to be coming in to clean up these hill forts as well. The villagers on the gold mine now getting targeted down. He's going to have to pull those off there. Maybe creating some berserks from those villagers wouldn't be a crazy idea to keep himself alive, but Vortic, he is in front by 12, 13,000 score right now, and he has got a gigantic army in the face of Magic. I'm not sure what else Magic can do now. He's also going Mythic Age already, and Vortex leads him as Magic taps out. Upset of the tournament thus far, Maiden.
Upset of the tournament. Vortex pulled it off with the double hill fort. I thought he would survive. Pigeon, I thought he would survive and we would see game 5. Vortex pulls it off. I think it was because of the, did he use Trader? I think he used Trader on the
He used Trader on the Frost Giant. Yeah, he converted him over. On top of that, I think like everything became so tunnel visioned around the Terma. Mamillo cleaned up that fight, right? They were pretty much unhinged, untouched. They dominated towards the tail end, and just a better unit to have at the end of that fight to keep that pressure up. A little bit better at diving, but boys, what an insane set overall. I mean, you know, favorable seeding here, right? I think Magic was seeded 2nd in the world, but turns out that sows the seed of his destruction. Able to stay on the opposite side of the bracket from Mister, but who knew that Vortex would come in guns blazing with just 2 weeks of practice, boy?
This is insane. I've been so absurdly impressed by the rate at which Vortex learned this game and he got to this level. This is something that is, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Like, normally when someone goes, you know, how long does it take to learn Age of Mythology? I go, maybe you can get to a pretty competitive level in like 6 months. 2 weeks? Are you kidding me?
It's insane. Like the way that they operate as well. I've watched the way they play. It's like Vortex is. They will sit there 8 minutes in, they're like, okay, yeah, I know enough, and they'll just surrender, right? That's the way they work. We've watched them do that in competitive Age of Empires 4, a game that has a much longer average game length than Myth, right? Like, we always, you know, as a broadcast side, we kind of dread when him and his brother face off because they scrim together. We've legit had 5-minute GGs between those two in elimination matches. That's how wild they can be, and sometimes it pays off dividends like this, and I am excited, man, because Recon and Repel, That's going a little bit of distance. It could be either one, but either one that shows up here, I think are in for a rude awakening when they encounter Vortex. But you know what, folks? We need to look into that bracket a little bit. So let's actually hop across that screen and see how things have been progressing, because just so much action has been happening in Age of Mythology over the last 24 hours. We have seen the elimination of many renowned and well-known players. You can see by the brackets there, some favorables going out. Count von Count not able to get too deep there. We saw Matreus still keep himself alive, taking down Avali, who was really impressing us on the broadcast yesterday. Moscow, who took out Beastie Cutie, one of the best players in Age of Empires 4, ended up getting 2-0 by Matreus. Matreus, who right now is in a series up against Grass, but I don't want to grasp the results of that, so we're checking a little bit later. But definitely a lot of well-known, well-renowned players coming through here. This is just one side of the bracket. Of course, Mr. and Chemo is currently under hold. We're going to save that one. We don't want to miss that one, so that is going to be coming up in just a few minutes. But when we flip to the other side of the bracket, we can see there are definitely people there. Don't be deceived. And so many Canadians had to be slayed for this side of the bracket to proceed. Magic was able to take down Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, who was actually trying to make himself a double upper. He's already qualified through to the grand finals of Red Bull Wololo Reinado for Age of Empires 4. Not going to be able to make it the Sweet 2, and neither is his master in the making. Magic, of course, now being eliminated at the hands of Vortic 3-1. But just so many insane series we're going to have to go back and dissect over time. We heard that the Tiger Boss Vortic series was an absolute jaw-dropper. Hosu, as talented as he was, wasn't able to put a scratch into Magic yet. Now we watch this occur. It just flips the table on your expectations of what you're going to see coming up. What I do know is that Recon Rappel series is going the distance. Recon was able to get an insane one-upper in Game 3. It was baffling to watch. I glimpsed it on my second monitor. He completely plowed the field. A game that looked, even for a second, completely just turned against Rappel. So right now, Recon definitely looking favorable there. And, you know, although Vortex may be able to slay Magic, there's a lot of speculation that Recon, Rappel, both of them could be a bigger threat, especially Recon, who, of course, has been scrimming religiously with Mr., who is #1 seeded. And I think in most people's books, in most people's predictions, the #1 most likely player to make it to Age of Empires Age of Mythology, rather, Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, which, funnily enough, would make Mr. a back-to-back Red Bull Wololo contender, as he was in the grand finals of Age of Empires 4 at Red Bull Wololo Legacy 2 years ago. But so much ahead of us. And, you know, folks, while we are sitting here gouging ourselves on this, gorging ourselves rather on this, gouging is very different, gorging ourselves on this action, enjoying this, loving this, I do need to remind you all that you need to go check out Surfshark. They were able to sponsor us. They were able to give us the extra budget to put on this level of production. Can we appreciate what's been put together here? It's absolutely beautiful. Between the production, the observer, the UI, all the dynamic scenes going on, not to mention the tracking from the admins, everyone else behind the scenes, that wouldn't be possible without the sponsors involved. Really big shout out to Red Bull for working with us as the official partners here, but definitely take advantage of our deal right now with Surfshark. You can get 4 months extra, and it works out at €250 a month, which, by the way, if you are going to buy 1 or 2 games, I've worked out a cheat sheet. You save a lot of money. I mean, these boys know exactly where I'm going with this. Like, I shouldn't give away my hacks, but we all use Adobe, right, boys? I imagine we're all using Adobe in some form. Did you know that, as far as Adobe knows, I'm Turkish? And for that, I basically have saved more money than I spent on Surfshark.
That's
Boom.
Genius. Big
It's
brain.
worth it.
Absolutely pays
Indeed.
off. But I'm surprised by this. We're giving a little bit of a taster here, because I was mentioning this Recon Rappel series. We're actually hopping into a mid-series here. I think they're now getting the series between Mr. and Chemo ready, because we were holding that one back. But, you know, thinking about these two, walk me through it, Maiden. Were we expecting this to go down to the line between Recon and Rappel? We've only got a few seconds. Actually, scrap that. We'll just hop into game. Apparently, they are ready to go. We are hopping into Ghost Lake. Match point situation for Recon. Can he close it in 4, though? Or are we going to get our first 5-game series of the day?
We are back. Game number 4 right now for these two players in the bottom of the map. In the blue color, playing as Loki. His name is Recon. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Poseidon. His name is the Rebel. Maiden, I'm excited. What's going to happen here? Walk me through it. I need some help.
You need some help. Well, I think that Loki isn't quite figured out by players just yet. We don't really see really defining meta aside from, you know, some Walking Woods and Broggy timings. So, but Poseidon definitely has a high pick rate, high win rate on the ladder throughout the tournament, etc. So I think that looking at this map, there's one gold mine in your base, lots of food outside of your base, a decent amount of food inside your base as well. I could see this game being really dynamic. I could see it being really dynamic, and if a player gets an advantage early on, maybe with a bad fight, favorable fight or something, we could definitely see a lot of action on a second gold mine, for example.
Well, I mean, you said this already, and I think this does go to it. Loki not really being figured out just yet. One big bonus here for Loki that I think gets very overlooked is that he
Ooh.
actually gets bonus damage or extra bonus damage on his bonus damage. What that basically means is his Herdman going to be doing better against cavalry. His throwing axemen going to be doing better against infantry. And his raiding cavalry are going to be doing better against archers. And in this matchup, Sign wants to go for those hippies, wants to go for those cavalry units. So I would not be surprised at all here to see Recon going, you know what? I'm just going to build some Herdmen. I'm just going to say no more hippies for you. But there's a reason why Poseidon is sitting as high as he is in the pick rate and in the win rate right now on the ladder. And I think that is the speed and that is those centaur. So we'll see what Rappel's going to come up with. He's not your average ladder player, so he's gonna have something in his back pocket here, I'm sure.
Yeah, Recon is seed number 3. And so I'm not sure what seed that Rappel is, but on paper, Recon definitely has the advantage, and you can see it in the score. He's up 2-1 by all means. A lot of you guys might remember Recon from the old AOM days, old vanilla days. I've known Recon for many moons. You might recognize Recon actually as a Red Bull Wololo participant. Was it last year at the castle at Heidelberg? So Recon definitely big name in several different games. But Rappel himself, I already mentioned this when during the intro before we jumped into games. Rappel's been just tournament after tournament after tournament. He's becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. So he ain't no chicken pie, baby. This is going to be an intense game. And you can see that, the 2-1, it's an intense series. This is not a walk in the park for Recon.
Well, yeah, just as a little bit of a recap here in this series. The first map was on Gold Rush in a Set versus Uranus game. Recon took that one. Second one, not sure exactly what the matchup was. I think it was Rappel was on Zeus, and the map was Blue Lagoon, and he took that one. And then on that third one on Kalauga, I really would have loved to see that map. Recon did manage to take it in a Hades versus Ra matchup. So Rappel, you're saying he's kind of a new player in terms of this really high competitive, stressful environment. He's had some incredibly deep tournament runs for the Titans tournaments, but he's gonna have to stay cool, calm, collected. He's on match point, and he is ready to start pressuring Recon with his early heroes and Centaur.
Yeah, he got that 3:30 advance roughly, getting the Centaur out right away. There are a couple of Hersier there. They can defend well enough. We got is that a military academy?
That's a military
What?
academy. Well,
Why?
Maybe he's spotted a great haul or something. He is playing against those Hersa, and Hoplites have got a gigantic boost in hack armor. So they're a really good counter to Hersa. So in that sense, it does make a little bit of sense there for him to go for this. But yeah, it's a surprise. He's playing Poseidon. Poseidon loves those hippies. He loves those cavalry.
I'm definitely surprised. So far, Recon's able to play good defense here. No problemo. He's got a good number of Hersier out, forcing those heroes back. Just a really mature handling of the little bit of special attack on his gold mine. Yeah, hoplites are coming out. I'm surprised. I'm one military academy, by the way. So he's even going to lose his Theseus here if he's not careful, honestly. I'm surprised, man.
Yeah. Rappel is going, all right, I need to counter Hersa, and I need to counter the rest of my opponent's units. So he's going to say, I'm going to go Hoplites, and I'm going to go Centaur in this game. So the Hoplites are going to be there to tank against the Hersa. The Centaur can take everything else out. And in fact, right now, we're seeing Recon. He's role-playing a little bit of old school Loki. He is getting Hall of Thanes. He's building Hersa out of both of his temple and that great hall at the moment. So pure Hersa for the moment. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out, honestly. The hoplite and centaur spam strategy is something that we've definitely seen before back in the AOT days, but it was something that was viable for Zeus. Zeus definitely able to spam those. We got an armory coming up. Whoa, really? Maybe? Okay. Well, real quick, we saw that strategy by Zeus: strong hoplites, spammable myth units, and so on and so forth. Not really from Poseidon. We saw the armory going up for Rabble. So it looks like he's maybe with the military academy getting dropped, maybe he's going for Hippospis. Hippospis are pretty dadgum brutal.
Maiden. I know this strategy. I've seen this strategy before. This Rappel strategy right now. He did this in a pretty crazy fashion in Divine Intervention in a tournament last year, I believe. Maybe it was even this year. Poseidon versus Loki on an incredibly high hunt map. He goes Hoplite, he goes Heroic Age, he goes Hippospis, he goes Mythic Age, and he just starts getting all the pressure on. This strategy is really, really strong. But in Retold, this sort of really heavy teching idea has been nerfed because those that Heroic Age and the Mythic Age are going to take a little bit longer to come through. Now, I don't know how long Rappel's going to stay in the Classic Age before he advances, but I know this is in the back of his mind. I know he knows how good those Hippospis are. We'll have to wait and see.
Especially against Norse, especially against Herser. They completely shred Herser. You say he prefers to jump Mythic. Does he go through Artemis for from Earthquake play or Hephaestus?
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea is you're hitting like a 12 to 13 minute Mythic Age, Earthquake on the town center, Chimera come out, Hippospis come through, and you've got that ceasefire for flaming weapons as well. But you're just going to go and push off the gold mine after all of the chaos ensues in the main base. All of those houses get taken out, and all the it's just a really, really strong strategy. And Recon, he's playing really defensive at the moment too. Apple is going to be very happy to just do this, and you can see he's already cut military production, and he is ready to click up to the next stage. Recon as well, though, there is some recourse here to really hit Rappel hard if Rappel goes straight for this. And that's with Walking Woods, that's with Mountain Giant, and that's with a big, big push out. We might just be seeing him go for that Bragi instead, and it does look like that's what he's queuing up here.
This is really interesting. Is on the north side of things, if you're not ready for an earthquake and you suddenly get your main base earthquaked, early on, it's just a tragedy. It's such a huge tragedy. So if Recon isn't really familiar or expecting it, it could be catastrophic for him. Similarly, he sees what's happening. He sees there's no Hippias, there's no Centaur spam, things are chill. I honestly have no idea what he's thinking right now, but is he expecting that earthquake? One difference in, honestly, Boyd, is that you already mentioned Mythic takes longer to research, but also you need a fortress in order to get Mythic. So executing a strategy like that, Earthquake is super strong, God Power is super strong, and so on and so forth, Hippospis, everything. But at the same time, it's just that much more difficult to hit the timing early to really get the damage done.
Yeah, totally. But he's already got the Pegasus out. He's already got his ice set. I mean, while I say there is obviously there's the Mythic Age strategy, there's still going to be that Heroic Age timing that Recon's got to respect as well. And if Rappel wants to, he's got all the resources in the bank, and he's going to be spamming those passes out. If he wants to, he can just go for this. And I don't really think that Recon is ready to deal with all these Hippospis coming. He needs raiding cavalry. He needs throwing axemen. He's also got to deal with a Nemean line coming out, as well as now there's going to be Hippolyta coming out as well. This is it's pretty scary.
It is scary, but Recon is enjoying his position right now because Rappel is focusing on the right-hand side, whereas you can see on the minimap, he's going to the left-hand side, gold line. So Rappel's going to the wrong way, folks. He's going the wrong way. He sees the gold mine over there, but he's still choosing to go to the right-hand side. Interesting.
He wants to open this wall up so that he at least has something there. So when he does move over to the left side to pressure this other gold mine, Recon won't have that defensive resource to kind of rely on. One extra thing that he could do as well, Rappel could do to completely shut down that wall that's kind of already now half set up there. Set a villager fort, drop a military building, or some sort of path blocking building there to open that one up. But now Rappel is going to be breaking down on the left side. We are seeing a second town center coming up here for Recon, but this is a lot of resource investment into that. We'll have to wait and see. Rappel's already got himself heavy infantry plus these pacifists in, and I haven't seen a single cavalry unit coming out for Recon just yet.
What about throwing Axemen, Goaty, anything to counter Jarls? Anything to counter these units? There's okay, nice little raid up there. There's flaming weapons coming in, but look how fast those Ursir get shredded, boy! Holy smokes! Completely decimated.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. Flaming weapons, that doubles your damage output. And pacifists are doing 4x or 5x against infantry. It does not compute. Rappel, he is going to be really, really loving his position right now, pushing forward. He's also got that Pegasus to scout everything else out. But Recon with the second town center, he's actually sneaking some villagers onto that top left side at the moment as Rappel is moving right into the center of Recon's base. He's got to be careful not to overstay. Plus, there's also Herso running around the map looking for some villager kills. But I think Rappel's next move here is get that gold mine sorted, fortress down, and head to that Mythic Age to close this game out.
I think that town center, that secret little town center, I initially thought that I was really skeptical of it because it's an investment into resources. He needs it in military and so on and so forth. But like you just said, he might be able to, well, he is sneaking that gold mine over there, so that might prevent a gold starve in all sincerity. One army of Rappel, but multiple gold mines he needs to cover, so that might save him. Plus, there's the market, of course. There's the market to sell resources, so the gold starve ain't happening right away. Nice little fortress there that we see prepping Rappel to go mythic. I don't know. I think that Rappel's in a good position here, but Recon absolutely can survive. He's in a rough spot, but he can survive.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know for how long.
He's got 2 town centers. He's now starting to make those throw in action, which will help him out. Take a look at the resources right now for Rappel. He's got himself 1,300 food. He's got himself 200, nearly 300 wood. He can start selling those resources and go up. But his fortress has been spotted. The thing is, though, even if Recon takes this one out, there's going to be a lot of those militia to pop out. And he drops that ceasefire down. What do you think about this, Maiden? Obviously, he wants a Mythic Age, but did he really need to do that?
I think it was probably worth it because his army is completely out of position. That was a strong enough army right there with all the Hersier and battle boars. That fortress was going down. Not only would the fortress go down, yeah, he'd get a couple of militia, but that's just food for the Hersier, dude. And so all those villagers would have died at the same time. So I think absolutely. I like the ceasefire. I definitely like the ceasefire. It gives him a little bit of time to hit that Mythic Age. We see it's already coming in. That's got to be Artemis coming in. So it gives him a little bit of some breathing room. Also lets him execute his strategy. Despite the second town center, I think he's still, Rappel's still feeling good. He's still feeling good.
Well, yeah, the villager differential is only now getting to equal while Recon's been on the second town center for a few minutes now. So he's really lost a lot of villagers. And I mean, the big problem here is that Rappel can just click Earthquake on one town center, clean up the other town center. Getting Mythic Age with Poseidon also unlocks Polyphemus, insanely strong Mythic Age hero that you can take out those myth units with. And this is going to, and also behind this as well, if Rappel feels comfortable in doing so, he can just drop his own second town center and just continue along. It's not as if Loki has any hidden Mythic Age advantage against Greek. Greeks, they're known for their late game. Their late game is the powerhouse. They've got the unit quality, they've got the building quality, and they've got everything they need to close a game out here. I'm worried for Recon. We'll see what he's going to be able to make happen here, but he is defending good for this moment.
Indeed. And just like we already said, the second town center is preventing the gold starve. So Recon's absolutely surviving. He's no noob by all means. So he's not going to keel over and die that easily. Big fight potentially coming in here. We got what's it called? A curse coming in to stop that from actually happening. And we are just seconds away from an earthquake, boy.
Yeah, Artemis just about to click. Part of the beauty of going for this strategy as Poseidon is that you force out the throw and axeman. Curse now gets value against all of those units. Earthquake getting dropped down. I don't think that Recon's got any building upgrades, and the entirety of this base is going to be incredibly damaged. Town center falls. Houses all going down. There's a handful of buildings left. Recon's population drops, or his max population drops all the way down to 45 there as the houses are slowly going to be coming back up. But Rappel just needs to push in and fight right now. He needs to be moving.
What is he doing, Boyd? He's kind of giving up his timing right now by just nonchalantly, trotting around the map. He's got to send those units into the base, prevent all that military from actually rebuilding houses, town center, etc. He might have lost a little bit of a timing right here, Boyd.
But he picks off the temple, and now he has this Chimera coming into his army, and he can keep building these if he so chooses. And what these Chimera are good for, killing off those throwing axemen. So he's being a little bit respectful of those, not being able to get a good engagement, but Recon's going to be coming through here with his army, and one good fight here for Recon is going to be giving him an advantage in this game, as the army going to try and crash in onto the town center. Recon's over here to defend. We'll see if Rappel wants to take the fight. He says, nope, let me just pull back for the time being. Still a little bit scared. Maybe waiting on that champion infantry before he actually fights here. But I think his army is a little bit stronger than Recon's. I wouldn't mind seeing, as we are now starting to have them coming through, those Toxotes as well, which are very, very good at taking out the throwing axemen. But Rappel says, foot off the pedal, don't want to throw this advantage that he's got. And as I said earlier, there's not really any need to. He's got that late game advantage with playing Greek.
Yeah, I suppose that's a good point. He's not wanting to... Those throwing axemen, Recon definitely has good throwing axemen numbers now, so he can counter the Hippospis pretty darn well. That's, so we see the Tox coming in for Rappel. He's starting to drop those archery ranges forward. We got a Helipolis out. Where things are still looking good for Rappel, but by all means, Recon's still holding on here. There's one thing, Boyd, because Recon still has the gold mine, he's rebuilding his main town center. Maybe eventually we can see a Mythic Age in his future. What do you think, if he does end up going Mythic, what do you think? Hell against, what favors better, Hell or Tyr against against Poseidon?
I mean, I feel like you have to go for Hell. You get the Nidhogg, which is going to be able to at least pull off some units, but more importantly, unlocking those Fire Giants here, at least now you've got a unit you can kind of rely on to get some big damage in the late game. As we're seeing a third town center now going up for Recon on the bottom of the map, but he will be losing this forward town center here, and Rappel's grabbed his own second town center while this is all going on. One scary, or not necessarily scary thing, but one risky move Rappel is doing on his right side of the map is he's grabbing a naked gold mine there. So if Recon feels like he sees anything happening, he's going to be able to pop up there and get some kills. We do see a nice little snipe of those units that had their eyes on that right gold mine. Recon can now start grabbing that, but Rappel is going to be pushing in here yet again to push Recon up with all these gold mines. Also with the Polyphemus, buildings are dying very, very quickly here. He really commands.
Indeed. Champion infantry is in as well, so those Hippospis are... They're little devils, man. They are little devils. This is a little bit terrifying for Recon. He's on the ropes right now. We see a pretty comfortable score lead for Rappel, so he's really kicking things into overdrive. We do see Hell come in, by the way, Boyd. Yep. About a quarter of the way up through Hell, so that is happening. And indeed, with the Giants, definitely really strong, especially since Polyphemus is kind of a slow unit. It takes time for Polyphemus to really get into the back line and hit Fire Giants, for example.
I don't know if you saw that or not, but Recon, he's just said all those villages are going to die. I'm just going to convert these into berserks right now and literally go berserk. The only problem with it is Chimera plus Hippospis are in. Recon now saying it's time to fight. He needs to get some value in this fight. He gets a big mountain giant spawn as those berserks are crashing into the back of those Toxotes here. Rappel, he's going to attempt to hold on this position as the Chimera. Going to get a lot of damage with that special ability, though. Those Hippospis are getting good value here, but even if Recon wins this fight here, he's just lost a whole swath of economy as the Polyphemus is tanking quite a lot, but we will be seeing Hell coming in. The Nidhogg is going to be able to carry a little bit more in this one. Rappel has still got the population lead, but the military lead of Recon is now it was falling, but now we see another flaming weapons getting dropped down as the rest of those units are going to be getting cleaned up. Rappel needs to pull back, needs to regroup, and kind of understand what just happened there. Sometimes you see a whole bunch of units coming through and you're like, where did those come from? He's got to realize that that's a huge hit now to Recon's economy, and all he has to do is wait repopulate his army, and say, all right, that's fine.
Wait, we kind of saw it. The low-key benefit of converting vills into berserkers without paying for it. So he lost all the economy, but he did not pay for the actual resources to actually convert those units into berserkers. That was so clutch, and it essentially won him that fight. That army of Rapples was gigantic. So winning that fight, it just completely flipped this game on its head, in my opinion. We got Mythic coming in as well. We got town centers going up for both players. Both players going to be on 3 TCs. Sure, we see Rappel following it up. Of course he's got a good eco himself. He can rebuild the army, but still, that was a huge fight for Recon to win right there.
Yeah, and it's not a simple route forward here for Rappel. I was saying Greek has got the advantage in the late game, but Nidhogg, this unit's scary. Fire Giant, this unit's also scary. You still got to take good fights. You got to really pressure correctly here. And Recon, he's not going to be making this easy for Rappel. He's got 3 town centers. In a very short amount of time here, he's going to be back up to a very, very respectable economy here as well. So Rappel does have to continue to put some pressure on when he gets these units in, and Recon is just going to be taking his time, I guess, trying to delay as best as he can. One unit here that I really think would be helping Rappel out a ton is the Hippias. Why?
Yep.
Doesn't really have a great counter to those throw and axemen without it, and he's just refusing to do so. There's full infantry and Toxotes with archers here. Cavalry get a bonus against those throw and axemen as well in Retold. So definitely could be another option to help him get some better trades in this game.
Yeah, he needs either Hippias or possibly a couple of... I know we see a couple of Nemean Lions here, which are, pretty strong myth units, maybe some Chimera. He does need something to... He's spamming so many Hippospis, which are a great unit, but still, once the throwing axemen, you get a nice ball of those throwing axemen, and we see, boom, there they are, hello. They can pick off those Hippospis fast enough, so he needs some answer for that big ball of throwing axemen here. There we go, there we see Nidhogg, speaking of graphics, one of the best looking units into the game with a special attack that kind of misses the army, but it does get a lot of damage as well done to those units. What do you think, boy? Here, nice micro by Recon. Shoot and scoot, baby. But still, against a bunch of myth units, a little scary, huh?
Yeah, and look at this here for the Bulbas. He throws the rocket, probably the coolest feature in this one. Every single Greek hero can shoot up here, and that's no exception there for the Polyphemus. And with the loss of that Nidhogg, with the economic deficit that Recon was in, Recon taps out there after he cannot get a decisive win in that fight. An incredibly solid, well-played game there from Rappel, forcing a game 5. That was insane. That was clinical even from Rappel. What do you think, Maiden?
I think that last fight was maybe unnecessary for Recon to fight. Because, yes, he converted all those Berserkers, which was awesome to win him that big fight that we saw initially. But that one town center, not the most valuable thing for him to hold on to at this point in the game. He's got plenty of houses for population. He's got 2 other town centers. I think it might have been a little bit more valuable to just back off, sack the town center, rebuild your economy a little bit, and shoot for something else. Maybe go for a gold mine pressure against Rappel, stop trade routes, that sort of thing. I don't think it was smart to engage that army.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I mean, I don't know if there's really much more to go over in that game. It was just, I think Rappel was switched on, and he really, really made Recon pay in that one. But guess what's happening right now? We're on the map Mirage, and we've got ourselves a matchup we actually already saw. Gaia versus Thor.
Are we going to see a forest fire this time? Big question.
We
here.
might
Big
see a
question.
forest fire this time. It's going to be a very, very different approach here. Mirage does have fish on it, but safe fish behind your base. It's a very, very different map. I would say what I like to say about this map is it hyper accelerates. You get an extra 6 to 9 civilian units basically in the early game, so that really allows you to produce a lot more food-based units and get a lot of pressure happening. What are we expecting to see in this one coming forward very, very shortly?
And here we go. Actually, boy, now let's jump into it. Go ahead.
Dun, 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 dun.
Drum roll. Come on,
And
Retold, you got this.
spawning in the top side of the map here in the blue color, playing as Gaia. His name is Recon. His opponent today in the red color, leveling the series 2-2, forcing a game 5. His name is the Rapple, and he is playing as Thor. I'm so excited right now, Maiden. Let me know what you think right now with what you're seeing.
Well, you say that as we can see on the map, your opponent does not have immediate access to your fish. So you essentially get free fish, but not necessarily. There's maybe a world where Rapple sends his Berserker over to the opposite side, drops a dock, harasses the fish, forces Recon, his opponent, to react, maybe overinvest in water in order to keep his fish safe. I could maybe see a world where that happens. Force a big response from your opponent, which allows you to just do whatever you want to do on your side. Go for a town center, lead into a big Ragnarok. Go really aggressive on land, whatever he really wants to do. I could see a world where that happens. We haven't seen this map all too often. Back in the Voobly days, it started to pop up in tournaments here and there, gained a little bit of popularity, notoriety, but we haven't seen it a ton. So I don't think there's really a defined meta or anything.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of cheese, in all honesty, back in Age of Titans on this map. You had Kronos as a really, really popular pick here, being able to time shift the docks from one side of the map all the way to the other one. But in all honesty, this map, you're absolutely right. It didn't see a whole lot of play. It was a tournament only map, and it was always a fun game to watch. One thing to really be aware of here, and it's funny you mentioned Ragnarok, is when you've got fish, Ragnarok gets a little bit stronger. Why? Because those fishing ships, they can't turn into rag heroes. So when you click rag, you're still left with a little bit of food income, so that once that rag starts to dwindle, your economy is going to be able to start kicking into overdrive yet again. So it's a really, really good map for Thor. I think Rapple is really happy I was able to win that last game, force game 5, because he knows if he gets game 5, he's going to have a really, really good chance here. I think the game is on Recon to make something happen here, and I'm excited to see what he's going to come up with. I've not seen him play a single Atlantean game, so this is going to be new for me, and I'm sure it's going to be new for a lot of other people.
Indeed. Rapple is he's really expanded his horizons, God choice wise. But for men, he kind of hit the competitive scene hard, where as an Odin player, but he's really starting to branch out, so to speak. Thor's not necessarily Odin, but by all means, I think he's feeling pretty darn comfortable with Thor on this map. I also don't know how comfortable Recon's going to feel with Gaia on Mirage. Maybe he expected to, finish up the series before Game 5, and he's just, well, I have Gaia left over. I guess I'm using it on Mirage. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I don't know how comfortable he's going to feel. One thing I want to mention, Boyd, is that if you look at the minimap, there's those 2 black bars on the side. This is a pretty skinny map. And so as the game goes on, we're talking about Ragnarok, which it's really strong against Atlantean in general. You mentioned it in the Vortex and Magic series as well. And you're right that since when you use Ragnarok and your population spikes above your pop cap, those fishing ships keep working, you have resource income while you're attacking, and so on and so forth. The same goes for trade routes. So your trade caravans, of course, they also do not convert. So if you do have a small trade route, you do have a little bit of gold income. Trade's not quite as strong on Retold compared to the olden days, especially on a skinny map like this. So if this game does go late for some reason, and somehow Recon survives a Ragnarok, it'll be interesting to see how the gold difference actually like plays out, if that makes sense.
Well, I want to touch on this even more, because guess what Rapple hasn't done in this game? He hasn't used his Dwarven Gold Mine. So there's actually a world here where Rappel doesn't have to leave his base to get gold. So Recon, he's really got to figure out how to put pressure on. We see Oceanus coming through for him. So he's going to have those Caladrias. He's going to have that Bite of the Shark Murmillo technology, which is going to apply some bleed damage and a divine bleed damage at that onto those Murmillo attacks there. He's also going to be able to have that weightless mace tech for those catapulties, which is going to speed them up, chase down any sort of raiding cavalry that's going to be coming through. But I mean, the question is, like, what do you really want to do here? Because water is so different on Retold than on the Titans. You're only getting 0.5 food a second from these fishing ships. But once you get the next upgrade per scene, that gets pushed up to by like 75%. So it's a really, really big deal. Now, we are seeing Recon going for Murmillo. What do you think Rappel's going to start making once he's got everything sorted out here?
Was that a couple of longhouses? Yeah, a couple of longhouses. So he's going for infantry, no raiding cavalry. I real quick, I want to mention, very nicely done by Recon to have his oracles in position on the sides of his own water. He's also got an oracle taking a look at the town center over there. Yep, to see whether or not Rappel's going for a second town center. But instead, nope, no no water pressure, no secondary town center. We just have a couple of longhouses. So that, again, that is infantry play here for Rappel. Do we see an armory by chance? We talked about with magic picking Thor. There is a potential to get armory upgrades out early, especially with the eco boost of fish. No armory out for Rappel just yet. I'm a little bit surprised here not to see any raiding cavalry. He's playing really defensively. Exactly what you just said. He can keep that gold or the dwarven gold mine, so he can just sit in his base and do essentially whatever he wants for however long he wants. But eventually, to get a big Ragnarok, a big push or something, you got to start taking additional town centers, expand yourself. Otherwise, it's not all that strong, honestly.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, this is kind of what we're kind of discussing earlier. You know, it's like the onus right now in this game to make anything happen is it's on Recon. Like, either Recon has to get to that Mythic Age first, get a couple palaces set up so they can get Fanatics out, so he can actually have a decent counter unit to those Rag heroes, or he's got to get out onto the map and start pressuring Rappel. But Rappel, he's just playing so defensive. He's really read this perfectly. He's gone for Forseti to get that healing spring down. He's got those throwing axemen out. He's really, I don't know what else to say. He seems like he's going to be in a really, really good spot here to defend everything and anything that Recon's going to throw at him. But at this point now, we are seeing Skadi clicked up, and Recon as well is really wanting to get that Thea through. And I can only imagine here, Rappel is going to immediately start making those Goaties, which are really, really good against the Stimpalian birds that come from the Gaia Thea there as well. I'm worried for Recon at the moment because he is really letting Rappel do whatever he wants in this game.
Indeed, looking back, Boyd, I think it does make perfect sense in order to jump heroic at a good time. In order to get those Goaty out, the Stymphalian birds definitely a really big threat. You're absolutely right. We already talked about that in the Magic series. And so they're going to be up heroic, both of them at a really similar time. Aside from Goaty, we saw that Magic dropped those 2 hill forts in that series. So by all means, Huskar is also really nice unit against heroic classical or heroic Atlantean before those Fanatics come out. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see he's starting to push out now, see a couple of Goaty hit the map, drop a hill fort, start, thinking about that forward town center, which we already saw Rappel think about. He's changing his mind, however. There's a forward gold mine. He can continue hanging on to his dwarven gold mine. I don't know. The longer this game goes on, Rappel seems to just be playing it cautious, playing it strategic. I don't know how Rappel's going to I don't know how Recon is going to put on pressure here. Gaia's not, it's Gaia is really not, when you think of aggressive pressure, map control, that stuff, Gaia doesn't really come to mind, so I don't really know what he's going for here.
Well, this is the thing right now. Even now, if Recon was out on the map, Rappel can just throw down Dwarven Gold Mine. So he's got another 3,000 gold to play with here. He's getting himself a second town center up. But one thing here that Recon can do now that he's in the Heroic Age is he can get Poseidon's Secret. This is going to make his Contaris much stronger, and I believe it also makes them cheaper as well. And he can start going into Contarius, which will counter the Throw an Axeman. But with Dwarven Mine now up, that's 3,000 gold in the main base, but it's not just 3,000 gold. That gold gathers faster as well. And one thing that I can only assume right now, one thing that Recon is trying to do is get his palace up, get to the next age. I don't see him pumping anything really out. He's getting economic upgrades and everything else. He's going to be moving forward onto a second gold mine, maybe a town center. Stymphalian birds are out en masse, and he does have 4 oracles, as well as getting that, I believe it's called celerity technology, which should boost his oracles. Oh, prophet. I was close. No, I wasn't at all. Prophetic sight. Damn, I tried. Prophetic sight. It will be increasing his oracles effectiveness there. So the Stymphalian birds do come through, getting a little bit of damage.
This is nice. For some reason, Rappel is dropping more longhouses. I think he only has 2 great halls, and I don't think he has any goatee. He's making some goatee just now, so maybe a little bit late on the goatee production, and those stimp birds are actually causing a little bit of damage. The stimp birds actually can go and snipe the fishing ships if he really wanted to. So with 4 of them out on the map, Rappel's gotta, be a little bit careful that he doesn't take too much damage here.
Yeah, this is actually really smart from Recon. Like you say, Stymphalian birds killing off those fishing ships. That's huge. But Goatee are now out. It's still going to be a little bit challenging to actually pick off the Stymphalian birds, even with the Goatee, because there are also Caladria. So you almost have to kill the Caladria first and then go after the next thing, as the fishing ships are going to be getting taken down. I don't think Rappel really has recourse to defend this. Like, he could get himself out some longboats, but I'm pretty sure the Stymphalian birds win that fight. He can get, when he gets Mythic Age, or he gets the Yorman Elva, which probably is going to be enough to defend. That unit is insane.
We see Balder just coming in, Boyd, so, basically exactly what we've been talking about, Ragnarok coming in. In my opinion, it is good that Recon is denying this fish, but at the same time, if I'm in the Thor player's position, I'm like, bro, I'm chilling. I'm totally cool to have the Stimp birds just deny my fish. I'll garrison them inside my docks. Just don't touch my food. Don't touch my gold. Stay off of land. They're more dangerous on land. They're causing damage on water, and we see him trying to pick off some more units here. Let's see if those goatees can... The goatees seem to be a little bit bugged out right there, but there we go, finally engaging. Yeah, so I would say if I'm in Rappel's position, I'll take a couple of idle fishing ships instead of the Stimp birds bothering the rest of my economy. No problemo.
Yeah, and here's the thing right now, mate. Rappel does not need to click Ragnarok straight away. There's no pressure at the moment for the Rappel. The Ragnarok doesn't get weaker as the game goes on. It gets stronger because you get more villagers out. You get more units out. If you can get yourself up to 190 population of military units and then click a Ragnarok with 80 villagers, that's really, really tough to hold here. So Recon, he's putting a huge amount of defensive buildings up to fix up his forward town center, get that gold mine under security here, but I don't actually know if it's going to be enough. As we see a huge amount of armory upgrades coming through as well.
And that's more dwarves, remember. That's more dwarves. We got armory upgrades coming in for both players, but especially on the on the Rappel side, since he's playing Thor, that's more dwarves. That's a bigger Ragnarok. He's only got 53 right now, 53 villagers, 54 now. I don't know if he scouted Recon a little bit. I don't know if Frost and Ragnarok is enough to finish off this game. Because looking at the forward position of Recon, he's got, I think, a couple of palaces down. I'm not sure which units he's going for. Actually, we can see he's going for Arcus, which we've talked about. Those things are snipers. I think Recon knows exactly what's coming down the turnpike. He's prepping for it. Which, like you said, that you don't need to use Ragnarok right away. So by all means, Rappel can just continue getting bigger and stronger, faster, etc. He doesn't need to use it right away, but still, once he does use it, if you don't use it right away, that does mean that Recon similarly can defend more and more and more and more. So it's a little bit of a quagmire, so to speak.
Yeah, now Yorman Elva comes through as well, and we were talking about that before. That's an incredibly strong unit. It's got so many stats, and now Rappel is ready to start moving across the map, looking for something to happen. Recon is going Mythic Age. He's trying to go Mythic Age, but it's going to be too little too late. Ragnarok is clicked down. 302 population right now for the Rappel. He hasn't started a trade route, but he does have a handful of fishing ships remaining. So it's not crazy all in, but this is going to be a very, very challenging fight to take right now. And Rappel doesn't have Forest Fire to break through that guy for us on the front here. Can he make it work or not?
Ragnarok is all about execution, boy. It's all about execution. So right here, look at this right here. Those little snipers are sitting back in that little pocket, just sniping, sniping, sniping. There's a lot of units that they need to snipe by all means. But he's got fortified town centers. I'm sure he's got, focusing on other building technologies as well in order to make them stronger and stronger and stronger. I've used Ragnarok, a handful of times in my day, Boyd. I don't know. If there was a flaming weapons here, I think he could bust through. I think there's a world where Recon survives here. There's a lot of buildings he needs to destroy, a lot of units too.
Yeah, but Rappel's got Frost, so all he has to do is click Frost, clean these buildings up, and then what? And then what happens? Rappel is also picking the gold mines off on other locations as well, but Rappel at the moment, he's refusing to click Frost. His population is dropping here, and those Stymphalian birds on the top with those Galadriel, they're staying alive a lot longer than you would actually expect them to be able to. It's looking like Recon's building spam here is working a treat for him. As more towers also coming up, he can also repair the buildings to boot here. This is going really well thus far for Recon, but how long can he hold this off is the big question.
Indeed. Rappel's executed Ragnarok, a whole boatload of times himself. There is so much. There's no siege, boy. That's the thing. There was no siege. So he didn't use Frost for some reason. I think that's a mistake in all sincerity. He didn't Frost those Arcas in order to just bust through those palaces right there. He would have frosted a couple of citizens, at the same time. I think Recon's doing A-okay. He has another palace in his base, towers in his base, etc., etc. I think he's A-okay here, man. I think this was maybe misplayed by Rappel, but by all means, he still has fish. He still has 2 town centers to fall back on. He's still harassing gold mines like we saw in that little side cam view a moment ago. He's doing damage, but Ragnarok is kind of a world-ending, game-ending god power. And it looks like it might be ending the game for the other player.
Yeah, Rappel here, not passing that Frost. All those buildings doing so much damage here. He's now dropping down to 67 population. And Recon, he's pulled this one out from the brink here. He had 0 income there, just grabbing wood for a very, very long time at that spot. But he's pushed Rappel back. Rappel's on 69 villages, 13 villages there at the moment with the fishing ships as well. His economy is absolutely shot. He didn't get the villager kills out that he wanted with that one. He didn't have the siege to push through Recon. And I don't even think he realized exactly how defensive Recon was playing. Recon gets away with it here, but now it's back onto Recon. He's got to start thinking about getting some pressure back on to Rappel and force him out of this game.
There's a concept in combat sports where you essentially show when you're going to punch an opponent and so they can play defense. I think that Rappel straight up just Recon predicted exactly what was going to happen, and it happened, and he handled it no problemo. I'm a little bit surprised not that these Arcus and Stimpbirds are not attacking in order to just finish off this game. He's kind of giving Rappel a very, very small chance to jump back into this game. But yeah, I think that was a little. I think he made it a little bit too obvious that straight Ragnarok. Sneaky farmers.
We do see Sons of Sleipnir coming through here for Rappel with Recon going mass Arcus. Once you get that Sons of Sleipnir upgrade, if Rappel can squeeze out like 15 raiding cavalry here, he may be able to just come through and just snipe every single one of those Arcus. But I mean, the problem is still, how do you kill off those Stymphalian birds? He's lost all those Goat, he doesn't have any of those Fire Giants. There is a lot of favor in the bank here for the Rappel, but he doesn't have the gold to produce those just yet. And Recon kind of knows what's coming. He's faced Ragnarok before. He's used Ragnarok before. He knows that once the fight happens, there's tons of favor in the bank. And he's going to be converting those Arcus into heroes in advance here. And he's not going to be letting go of this game anytime soon.
Boy, that favor ain't going nowhere. Rappel does not have the economy to spam Fire Giants or really much of anything aside from a couple of trolls, which might be decent against those Stimpers by all means, but that favor is staying put for the next little while. In all sincerity, I have zero clue how Rappel survives the next 5 minutes.
Well, it's going to be a challenge. What he needs to do is just sneak gold mines. He's got favor to throw another dwarven gold mine down, so he will be able to keep getting that gold income sitting in his main base. There's not really any siege actually out here for Recon at this moment. Recon now clicking up to the mythic gauge though, so he will have I think that is Atlas, but I've been wrong before. So he's probably going to have an implode. Can we check the god? I think it's Atlas. Anyways, the Stymphalian Bird's going to be coming through. It is Atlas. So this will give him Titan Shield for his destroyers as well. Not that that really is going to help against any of the units per se of Rappel, but it just means I can take 0 damage from any building spam which is coming through here as the Stymphalian Bird's coming in, seeing these villages here. They can snipe down those thrown axemen very, very easily. Rappel is trying to greed out fire giants at the moment, but I think he just needs to drop that. Just one of those dwarven mines in his main base just to keep himself really nice and safe here.
I forgot about the dwarven mine potential. That's absolutely true. He can maybe just put, just auto queue dwarves onto, let's see, he's got 162 favor. That's almost 3 dwarven gold mines that he can pop out, honestly. Yeah. He can and then get those fire giants going. There's okay. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe there's a world where, he survives for a little while. I think realistically, it would be a giant mistake if Recon gave away this game. He survived the big punch, the big heavy hailmaker of Ragnarok. He just needs to wrap things up. Wrap up Rappel.
Yeah, well, you've got right now, Recon is floating around about 5,000 resources, and he's just about to hit the mythic age, and he's going to be able to spend all of those instantly on champion archers, champion cavalry, champion infantry, get all these economic upgrades in, all the unique upgrades through. He's going to be in the late game. And Rappel, he's only at 43 villages right now. He still needs to wait to get himself up to 100 villages to really do anything. As we see now, Rappel trying to push forward. He's got those raiding cavalry. They will be good against those Arcus, but this is the unit I was talking about before, which is so good against Rag, but it's not just good against Rag heroes, it's also good against the entirety of the Norse roster of units, the Fnatic being built out.
Those things are devils, man. And he's got plenty of palaces. He's got 2 palaces forwards, others from playing defense in his base, so he can spam Fanatics pretty darn easily, honestly. Yeah. I think that there's maybe some potential for, Rappel can complicate things by going and raiding, which is what we see right now. There's a forest or palace right there, sorry, defending the gold mine. There's maybe some potential for him to just distract Recon, and get more fire giants out, maybe some ballista, possibly. There's maybe a small opportunity here for Rappel. Oh boy.
He's got these fire giants, and if you can micro it decently enough, as we see the implode getting dropped down, though, there's no microing away from the implode there, as all these units are going to get sucked up. And it's not just military units that are going into this implode, it's also villages. Rappel tries to pull away, but I think some of those fire giants are going to be sucked in. A couple more units as well. You can't pull back away from the water there either. But now Rappel 150 population. He is going to be losing a little bit more after all is said and done here. The fire giant going to pop out as the lone survivor there. And now Recon is going to be ready to start rushing forward.
What a G to survive an implode like that. Give that guy a medal. Holy smokes. Let's see how long he can survive the next little bit, however. Yeah, here we go. That honestly, boy, that implode, it looks amazing. It did not kill as many units as I thought it would. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fire giants still on the map here. Argus going down, but still handful of Argus heroes, handful of Stimpbergs. They're a pretty decent counter against the fire giants. Is this it? Is Rappel gonna survive? Is this it?
Rappel has got no military left. He's got 56 villages. His opponent has got a full army of champion Arcus, and Rappel's gonna call it there. Recon wins the series 3-2. That was an insane hold there. Rappel, he didn't scout it out. He didn't prepare for the siege. He clicked Rag when he really did not need to click it. He could have just held it, take the game as late as he likes, and then click it much, much later. But he got a little bit trigger happy there, and I think Recon gets away with a win here in a matchup that you're not going to see getting a win very often. Really good props, huge props there to Recon.
Indeed. Scouting was the name of the game. Scouting was the name of the game. Pigeon, I can't believe that it actually happened. We didn't see a Frost. I don't know if Frost would have changed much during that Ragnarok, but still, what do you think?
It's interesting, right? Because if you think about the way that Recon's holding that, it's very wholly reliant on the static defenses in composition with the army, right? Divide that in two, take it down to half its strength, and you have a way to succeed. I think maybe also Rappel kind of a little bit too eager to jump into the abyss. Maybe he's worried about Recon potentially teching, but it's impressive showing by Recon nonetheless. I mean, I was watching that, and I've watched Recon for the last 3 years, and I can tell you that was getting to the stage, the style that he's most cozy with, boy. Like, he kind of has a reputation. I mean, we saw it being typed in chat. It's like, wow, this game's going late. It looks like Recon could end. Or he could build a wonder, or he could also trade. And it's the type of play he's renowned for. I mean, I remember watching him in the early access straight away, the first few games. He was just going hyper late games. So, thinking forward about what happens next, I feel like we're going to get a bit of a repeat of the Mr. Vortic situation in that Magic Vortic situation, that you're going to have a player that likes to play late game and a player that doesn't want to let you get there.
Yeah. That's totally true. I mean, the thing is though, like Recon, he says this. He says he doesn't actually like playing this style of RTS. He actually wants to play a
Don't
raiding
listen
style.
to him. Don't listen.
That's what
I've had
he says
this
he
talk with
likes
him.
I don't know if it's actually the case or not, but this is what he says. So
I never listen to him.
Everyone's spreading the narrative. Everyone's spreading it.
So I've talked to him on this. I mean, I'm sure you have as well, mate. Right? He's kind of infamous for doing this to me. Where I'm like, man, you seem to really like playing defensive style. He's like, oh, I really don't like playing defensive style. Builds free settlements, goes age free, doesn't build any. Like, I feel like he's trying to bait us, almost like what we were thinking maybe Magic was doing with the forts around Ra when he opened that series earlier. But we still have so many sets to go, and I want us to start kind of like looking forward to the next one already, because that was a sick one, and we definitely gave it its justice. But up next, we've been holding one back. It's the person I think everyone wants to see. Everyone's been anticipating. It's Mr. Series up against Kimmo. Kind of feels like a David versus Goliath situation, Maiden. Like, has Kimmo got a shot here, right? Like, is this a close matchup in any way, or is this most likely going to be our 3-0?
Okay. I think that Mista, if you look at the ladder, Mista went 19-0, and then he just disappeared. He did what he needed to do, and he got out of there. He's been doing his training, he's been doing his thing, he's been prepping. My opinion is that Mista is a behemoth that maybe is unparalleled right now. And so by all means, Chemo has a lot of tenure playing Age of Mythology, okay? He's played maybe the most games out of all the players that are still in this tournament. He's maybe played the most volume within the last 5 years, which is something that's not on Retold, but he has just tons and tons of experience. Whereas Mista's been playing AoE4, other games, he's been farming, et cetera, et cetera. So there's maybe a world where, Chemo can just rely on that grit, the grit, his lane, his experience, and so forth, to survive. And I think that's going to be the narrative, is that whether or not Chemo can survive.
I mean,
I'm sorry,
survive
Chemo.
but not thrive. It's a little bit worrisome what I'm hearing there. I mean, and also, I guess another issue with that, boy, it goes to what you talked about earlier in the Magic series, right? This whole idea that, that bias plays into a negative experience. Retold is not the same game that original Age of Mythology was.
It's not at all. But here's the thing: watching Chemo pick up Retold and honestly struggle. But over the last week, he has become that beast we know and love from the Titans. So it feels like overnight almost. I was talking with Soup about this. Overnight, Chemo, something clicked in his brain and he's just like, I get it now. So I don't think that this is going to be as much of a walkover here for the Mister as a lot of people might be expecting. Chemo, in tournament, this guy's a beast and you can't underestimate him. I'm excited to watch it.
Absolutely, and we've already got the draft sorted out. Map draft by Surfshark has been ticked in. We've also got our full God drafts. We always like to kind of address this thing at the beginning because sometimes it does happen. Are we seeing any favorability in terms of the draft, Maiden? Do we feel like someone got a clear edge here?
Let me take a look real quick. The one I just want to point out something real quick. I don't know if it's an edge or anything. I'm just excited to see that Mista chose Freyr. Everybody knows me. I'm a longtime Norse player, big Norse fan. So when they added Freyr to the Norse pantheon, I thought it was really exciting. Golden Bursty plus Inferno, two of basically my #1 and #2 favorite god powers now. I just hope we see an Inferno and a Golden Bursty usage. I'm particularly stoked for that. Nothing really sticks out to me too much in the draft. I kind of, maybe the raw pick on Chemo's side, maybe that's a little bit of the legacy bias. We talked about the raw pick on when we were going over the Magic series. Raw really hasn't had a lot of success in Retold just yet, so maybe that's a small surprise on my side. I don't know. I'm sure he's prepared something, however, but yeah, I'm not too surprised, honestly, on either draft. Nothing sticks out too much aside from Freyr to me.
I think maybe Chemo's showing a bit of his comfort as well, boy, like opening up with the double Greek pick, which I believe is his most played faction.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the top players and even some of the like mid-level players have been talking about the strength, the power of Greek just in their unit compositions alone. They've got the highest quality of unit. But to be honest, Mister's also been pretty vocal about and showing how good some of these other gods are. He actually played on a separate account on the ladder for just a little bit more. So he didn't just go 19-0. He also went 19-0 plus another kind of 15-0 as well, playing purely just Isis. And he's got that comfort pick, so to speak, there. Mr. believes that Isis is the best god in Retold at the moment, and he's going to be very, very happy to get a win with that one, or at least have a game with that one in this series.
Yeah, I love some of the other kind of picks. Like I think we can see a level of tempoed aggression available for both players for maps like Ghost Lake, which is maybe a little bit more open, a bit more vulnerable. Poseidon seems maybe like a shoe in there for Mister. But let's focus in a little bit on our opening game here. Megalopolis, we've got Loki versus Zeus. I think these are two of the most played gods, I want to say, so far in the Tournament Maiden. Mainly, I'd say because things like Odin and Set seem to be so frequently banned, Poseidon as well. Do we see anything clear being revealed here, right? Is there an edge to be kind of reaped from this, or what are our expectations going in?
Well, it's such a Megalopolis is such an open map. Chemo historically has played a lot of Egyptian, a pretty boomy player, and so I wonder if that's something Loki. Again, we've talked about Loki's not really figured out, but still, there's so much potential just being a Norse god in general to get the map control, put on aggression, play harassment style, and so on and so forth. So I am inclined to think that Zeus is strong, unquestionably. Greek is strong in general, but I think this maybe favors Mista a little bit. It depends on his style. He's on 7 levels higher or more than I am, so I can't even understand what he's going to do with Loki here. By all means, but yeah, I think that's maybe taking advantage of how open it is. Really opens up Chemo to not being able to boom and maybe struggling a little bit, but we'll see.
Oh, about to find out. It's almost time to begin this best of 5 single elim series. Mister seeming like the end boss, the unbeatable, the uncontestable in everyone's mind. But can Chemo have the mental fortitude and execution to provide possibly the biggest upset of the tournament? It's time to find out.
And we begin spawning in the left side of the map, picking Loki. He is the undisputed strongest player in Retold thus far, has not dropped a single game this tournament thus far. It's the Mister. His opponent today, no stranger to the spotlight, one of the most winningest players in Age Mythology tournament history. Picking Zeus in this game, his name is Chemo. We're spawning it on the map Megalopolis. Maiden, I'm excited. What's going to happen here?
I honestly, you mentioned one thing real quick that I want to touch on, Boyd, that I completely missed. Chemo is one of the most winningest tournament players within recent history. So by all means, Mista might be the final boss, says Pigeon. I like the way he put it. But by all means, Chemo ain't no joke, people. Chemo ain't no joke. I personally think that Chemo reminds me a little bit of Magic, in
Yep.
that once he gets into tournament settings, he really goes into beast mode, and he takes things seriously. So by all means, he's not going to keel over and die. Mista, Magic, Recon, Matrews, doesn't matter his opponent. He's going hard, absolutely. I already mentioned that I'm not sure I don't know if how well Zeus is going to thrive here on this map specifically. It'll be interesting to see who gets map control. If you're new to this map, you're unfamiliar with this map, there's actually an uneven amount of settlements. So if we look at the mini map, you can see that there's 5 unclaimed settlements. That means somebody's going to get a TC advantage, which means a slight population advantage as well. If Mista's able to claim map control, that's just going to catapult him even further in front.
Yeah, about that. The thing is, though, to just get to dive a little bit into this matchup. Every single time I've played this matchup, every single time I've seen this matchup, it always just results in the most chaotic game you've ever seen. It's one of my favorites. You get the Zeus player going for an Athena, going for Hoplites, Toxotes, trying to put a whole bunch of pressure on, making those Minotaurs out. The Loki players making those Hersa, making those raiding cavalry, those speeder units, getting Hall of Thanes to speed up his unity even more, and just getting really, really raidy and trying to control the map perfectly. It becomes a very, very insane game. Now, this is a different game to the Titans after all, but a lot of this stuff does still kind of reign true. I'll be interested to see if Mister is going to go for something different, maybe try Heimdall out here. There are some very, very fun technologies. Strike that. He's going for Forcetti. So the question then goes over to over to Chemo here. Is he going to go for Hermes or is he going to go for Athena? And at what point is he going to be advancing? This is a very late advance from Chemo.
Indeed. There we go. We do have Athena coming in. There is one thing, Boyd. If we were watching this on the Titans, the old AOM, I would feel a little bit uncomfortable on the Loki side. There's one big crux in this game is a restoration on a second gold mine. So by all means, I've been talking about how Loki, map control, there's hunt and resources all around the map and so on and so forth. That's a nice little relic right there. Okay, that Thundercloud Shell might be really nice for the Loki player to get against Tox potentially. Anyway, there is some potential for Chemo as the Zeus player to play good enough defense. He's got enough food and whatnot in his base. He could play good enough defense in his base and then push out with the restoration and threaten a second gold mine of Mista. I believe in Mista, by all means, but that's kind of the big crux that I would be thinking about if we're watching this back in the old days.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the easy way to play here for Chemo. Yes, Minotaur nerf, but they're not nerfed stat-wise. So getting them out and using them, it's a great idea. That second gold mine, they're all forward. And they're all forward in a straight line. Sneaking a gold mine on this map, it's probably not going to be happening. Also, Chemo can get himself out of Pegasus and make sure he's going to be scouting all of that stuff there as well. So the question is, what can Mr. do to combat this? Do you go for a heroic gauge with flaming weapons to try and win a fight, get that same sort of pressure, but flip it over onto Chemo, or do you just have to duke it out in the classical age and try and just win some fights here? We'll have to wait and see. Chemo going to be starting this one off very, very defensively. Military Academy, archery range against the Great Hall, Longhouse of the Mister. Both players are going to be countering each other's units, and it's all going to come down to micro.
One thing I can say, Boyd, is that if Chemo eventually starts pushing out and not playing so defensively, Mista's base is pretty nice. Chickens, berries, gold mine, all fairly protected, so he's fairly comfortable and confident in that manner. Again, I don't really see Chemo. Chemo isn't really a super aggressive player, more of a boomy player, maybe more of a timing attack type of a player. So I think he's probably just going to chill in his base until the time comes.
Well, yeah, it's looking like neither player wants to leave their base just yet. I mean, and this is allowing. I mean, no player is getting an advantage here. The Mister is going to now start trying to push out across the map. There is some not close hunt, but there is some hunt that is somewhat close to Chemo's base here that he can defend fairly easily. But the moment he steps out, that then opens up the back of his base to get raided. So does he just say, all right, I'm just going to stay in my base. I'm just gonna keep all my villagers alive and try and just take the L on a little bit of a resource loss there? Or does he try and risk and try and outplay those raids that Mr. might be going for? But at the moment, population slightly in favor of North. This is fairly standard in these sorts of matchups to be at that point there. But yeah, Chemo needs to get those resources spent and try and get himself into a position that he can hold this hunt because he's moving out onto it. And I'm sure that Mr. is going to be wanting to put pressure on as soon as he possibly can.
Are you surprised to see him go out for hunt?
A little bit. I mean, you can get yourself husbandry and just stay in your base until like 7, 8, 9 minutes. Idea being that you're not trying to kill your opponent until they leave their base. So why put yourself in that necessary to be defensive position when you can just say, no worries, we'll just spam units and see what's going to happen. But we do have right now Mr. putting some pressure on to try and take out an archery range. It's a little bit of a weakness there for Chemo, but Chemo, he's pushing out across the map and he says, I'm going to try and put some pressure onto the Mr. But the Mr. sees this tiny army and it's like, what are you doing here? I am going to come and get a little bit of a revenge slap here with those raiding cavalry.
Indeed, very nice, that Minotaur. The special attack of the Minotaur is just bonkers strong, dude. And we see a restoration. This game is not going how I think either of us predicted, honestly. Chemo moving out early, maybe preemptively. Early restoration, not on the second gold mine. He's trying to survive this fight. It looks like Mista doing a great job micro-wise. Looks like he probably has the advantage here at the end of the day. Minotaur getting picked off pretty darn quickly. Still trying to hang in this game a little bit. Micro those archers, the talks. Things are looking good for Mista. Again, Voit, is this what we expected?
Well, this is just Chemo missing a fairly big timing here, and he's now used his restoration. I don't think he lost that fight, but I don't think he won that fight either. I wanted to comment on how sick the Mister's micro was there, pulling those raiding cavalry back. But in all honesty, I think that might have been a mistake. He should have just rushed straight onto the Toxotes there because they were doing a good amount of damage towards the end of that fight, and that actually allowed Chemo to turn that one around a little bit towards the end there, but. Yeah, Chemo's lost his bolt. He's lost his restoration. He's still got his hunt. He's now equal in population, but why is he equal in population? Well, Mister's going to be going heroic age. He doesn't need to hang. He says, all right, you've used that god power. I'm going to now flip the script. I'm going to be going for the gold star. Does he go Bragi? Does he go Njord?
Bragi it is. Bragi it is. Good eye vodka. Bragi it is. So I suppose we're seeing flaming weapons on a second gold mine of Chemo. How is he going to defend it? You know, where is his second gold mine? They're all throughout the center of the map. He doesn't have any map control right now. He maybe has a small window. If he knew it was coming, he maybe has a small window to push out, drop a couple of towers, mass army as fast as possible. Maybe 900 gold left in the bank, so he's got some to play with. But that's gonna vanish a lot faster than he expects. Dionysus is coming in. Good eye vodka. You know, Bronze pretty darn strong. Is it strong enough to fight flaming weapons?
Oh, actually, we see a huge raid coming through from Mr. Just picking off one village. That opens up that back of the base there for the Mr. to raid, and Chemo's now gonna take his army over there to finish off that wall. But in terms of the 1 versus 1, the trade, yes, Bronze actually does win that fight, but Bronze can only hit the units that are on the map. Flaming weapons hits everything.
I mean, all the military units benefit from flaming weapons. So if you bronze one army, you're only bronzing one army. So, you know, one way to play around that, if you're the flaming weapons player, is to have, you know, raiders on another location, you know, hitting a wood line, multiple armies, all benefiting from that flaming weapons. He's trying to poke out, do a little bit of damage, but Chemo's done a good enough job securing his base. He hasn't really had much eco damage aside from those hunters and that one Vilpic on the that wall builder that we saw. There's Dionysus in. We see a couple of great halls. The Hydra looking very proud, very pretty. A couple of great halls coming out. Looks like we got Goaty coming out. Hersier coming out. More Goaty for Themis. Yeah, he's looking for the kill now.
The Hydra getting sniped here is actually a very, very big deal. This is such a huge unit to just be losing out in the middle of nowhere. But Chemo, he can now start getting those Paspers out. That's going to be a big, big help for him. Not in killing off the raiding cavalry, but also just being able to rush in and take out some of those thrown axemen if Mister's not paying too much attention. The other unit here that that Chemo should really be thinking about getting, Prodromus. That unit is going to really make the life of the Mister very, very challenging here. But, I mean, Chemo's playing it really nice at the moment. He's got a really decent army. He's got that bronze. He can push forward, get a nice amount of damage in. The Mister, he's got to make some really good decisions here. Otherwise, he might end up taking a lot of damage very, very shortly here. As Chemo, he's pushing it across the map. The raiding cavalry will be swinging around onto the back of this army as Mister is going to be going in for a bit of a collapse there. Flaming weapons gets dropped. Bronze going to be getting thrown in as well as the units are going to be attempting to take this fight as best as Chemo possibly can. But the Mister bringing his raiding cavalry back in onto the back. That Hydra there getting sniped down by the Goaty. There's so many of them in here. And not only that, the battle boar is going to be getting huge amounts of damage. Chemo, he's going to be losing all of his units here. Mister hard wins that fight. Insane value for the Mister.
Indeed, it looks like that's maybe all she wrote. There we go, Mista with victory number 1 in this series. Bravo, man. Bravo. That was, I think that it was a little bit of a misplay. You can bronze impacts myth units. So he basically lost that Hydra. It barely had any HP. When it was walking across the map, almost got picked off. I think maybe that fight would have been a teensy tiny bit better for Chemo if he had that Hydra at full HP. But yeah, just look at the total military resource value here. Mista drops down initially, but bumps back up. It's just a straight free fall for Chemo, unfortunately. Bronze wasn't enough this time, boy.
No, I mean, that all came down to positioning, in all honesty. There's no reason there for Chemo to be needing to put pressure on. Like, he's actually the one who just needs to get, when you don't have restoration, you're the one who needs to be kind of sitting back and just saying, let's just make sure I get a good fight wherever it happens and build up to that full population, because you've got the stronger units there. I don't think Chemo really read the situation very well. And the Mister, I mean, he shows off why he's so great there. And that's just unit control, taking good fights, decision making, even multitasking is on another level here. Strategy, all of that stuff just culminates into an incredibly beautiful fight there for Mister at the end of it. What else can we say?
I think that Chemo maybe pushed out preemptively twice. And I know that, the restoration fight, he didn't necessarily lose that straight up. I think that, however, using your restoration and not simply winning the fight means that it essentially is a lost fight, if you understand what I'm saying. So I think that he went out, he kind of got caught, needed to use restoration so that he didn't just die, recovered, went out, and he got caught. I think it's kind of as simple as that.
It is really, but we're going to be moving into the next game very, very shortly here. There's no brace for these players, and we're going to be watching Frere versus Ra here in this one. This is going to be an eco-off of epic proportions. Man, have you seen this matchup yet, or is this going to be a first time for you as well?
I think it's a first time for me. I think if we look at the stats of the ladder, Freyr has a fairly low pick rate. For the top 100, 150 of the ladder, Freyr has a fairly low pick rate. Kind of a struggles of the win rate as well. Similar story for Ra. Both of those gods got slight reconfigured with the patch ever so slightly, but I don't think I've actually seen this matchup just yet. Real quick, a couple of, we can wait to talk about the bonuses of Freyr once we jump into the actual game. But yeah, I think you mentioned it's going to be a boomy game. Freyr, we know, is really defensive, very defensive. So I think we can definitely expect kind of a slow burn, if that makes sense. Maybe there's a world where Ra goes for a Sphinx spam, possibly, to put on some pressure and, get some eco going behind it. I'm not really sure what to expect per se, but yeah.
Well, I definitely think that Freyr has got the better boom. If I think in terms of just economic bonuses plus the Norse edge on economy by having dwarves, you're going to come out in front in terms of resource total. But just because you're in front of resource total, that doesn't mean that you're going to get a win in the game. Ra's got those Axemen, Ra's got those Sphinx, or potentially also Wadgets, and Shifting Sands shenanigans can come through as well. And also we have to talk about the Pitsukos that are a little bit stronger now as well. Plus, the late game for Ra, I mean, we've seen it time and time again for Chemo. He knows how to play it. So if he gets there, it's going to be tough for the Mister to finish the game, especially on a map like Alfheim. So it's going to be interesting to see if Chemo can get through the troubles in this early game and get into the point where he's going to be having some success.
You mentioned the Axemen. Egyptian Axemen were buffed with the recent patch. I can't remember the exact stats, but they're that much stronger against Norse. The Freyr can go up through Freya for the classical age god, minor god, or Uller, the new one. If he goes up through Uller, that gives him the Asgardian Bastion god power, which it allows you to build a cool looking hill fort in the classical age. That's not very beneficial, however, against Egyptian, aside from maybe protecting a gold mine, protecting a base, because it gives you access to Huskarls. Now, since Egyptian has the stronger, now even stronger Egyptian Axemen, I don't really see that really paying off all too well, in all sincerity. So I would really like to see Mista utilize all the new features of Freyr, the new minor gods, the new god powers, new minor gods, all that stuff. But I don't know if Asgardian Bastion or Uller is the best play against Egyptian. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the power inside of Freya with the Valkyrie is so good that even though the fun of this new god Ulla, it's really useful. That Asgardian Bastion will secure a gold mine for you. Plays around a whole bunch of raids that could potentially happen later. But I mean, I'm yet to see it being incredibly strong. However, Aegir in the heroic age, that is a power spike and a half. Rock Giant is an insane myth unit. The upgrades that come with that god are insane as well, and it's going to help you out immensely. I'm really excited to see what Chemo is going to come up with here, though, because we don't get to see Ra very much, and nor do we get to see Ra versus Norse. I do have a inkling that we're going to be seeing him go for the Bast Sphinxes, but if the Mister wants to play a Boom War, Chemo's going to be very happy to just drop town centers and take this game as slow as is humanly possible.
Indeed, it looks like we're just about to start here, Boyd. Alfheim, coming your way, folks. Is Retold ready to go? Maybe? Maybe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sporting in the right side of the map in the blue color, playing as Freyr. His name is the Mister. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Ra. His name is Chemo. The map is Alfheim. It's game number 2 of this best of 5 series for the Red Bull Wololo El Reinado Age Mythology Qualifier Edition. This is the round of 8 right now, Maiden. You got to be thinking that Mister has the momentum right now. How can Chemo change this around, swing the game back into his favor, and figure this one out? What do you reckon? What are you seeing?
Well, I honestly don't really know. It depends on what he's going for. The map is, you and I were talking about potential for him to go Sphinxes. And Alfheim is typically a pretty boom-friendly map with all of the cliffs, very wallable positions. But if you look at the minimap, all of the cliffs are actually around the exterior of the map, the perimeter of the map. And so it looks to be a pretty open map through the center, which might play nicely into the hand of Sphinx play. So it'll be interesting, if he actually goes for that. Will our prediction finally be true? Maybe, maybe not. But that could possibly be something that Mista struggles with. The slow blue crystal shard, that's definitely a nice relic for one of the players to grab. You were talking about a boom war. That's definitely going to help with the boom war. Hack armor of infantry. If that relic right there, if Chemo gets that relic, the hack armor, stronger town centers as well, cheaper town centers, if he gets that hack armor upgrade for his axes, they're just going to be little devils. Eventually, if he ends up going through Horus as well, those things could be little devils, and I have no idea how Freyr's going to handle those bad boys.
I can't I'm actually watching some of these relics, and I feel like it's the first time I'm seeing them. I don't know if you saw that. The Secrets of the Titans relic, that reduces your age up cost by 10%. This
Yeah.
this relic is like S. This, if there is a tier above S triple plus tier, it would be in it. That's insane. I don't think either player's actually spotted it. Chemo's not done any scouting, so there's probably no way that he's going to be getting that relic in this game. But if Mystic gets that, he is going to be really, really enjoying that fast, quick teching. And we'll see. There's also that cheaper town center relic there as well. And I know what Mr. wants to do. What Mr. wants to do here is he wants to get the Asgardian Bastion up, protecting a town center and a gold mine, get himself 2 town centers up, and say, you know what, let's just have a boom off because I know how good this god is with all of those economic upgrades. And that relic over there is going to really help him. But both gods here, they're playing blind. Both of these players are not scouting that much. One Berserk only for the Mr. Chemo, leaving his Pharaoh and his Priest in his main base, trying to get as much economic value as he possibly can. And we do indeed see Mr. going through Ulla, and we're seeing Chemo going through Tar.
Darn it, no Sphinxes. Well, not darn it, but darn it. Prediction incorrect. He's going for Ptah. So does that mean he's planning on going for the boom, going for a second town center fast farm situation? He's got a whole bunch of vills on gold. It looks like he's maybe prepping for it, honestly.
Well, there is one thing here that could catch the Mister out, and that is a Shifting Sands cheese onto a potential position where an Asgardian Bastion and a town center are getting built up. Now, you have to basically have map hacks to kind of nail this every single time, or you have to be sending your priests out and getting obelisks up in the middle of the map to really know what's going to be going on. Now, Mr. hits the second age. He's scouting out without Draugr. He already sees the map. I'm sure he's going to drop that Asgardian Bastion down as fast as he possibly can, but where is the big question? As relics are going to start getting picked up as well. Villagers moving up to the top side there to grab the Caribou. Chemo, he's going to be looking for a town center very, very quickly down the bottom, as we do see a longhouse coming down for the Mister. Taking it a little bit slow. Asgardian Bastion on the way. Mister says he's all fine now. All good.
I learned something yesterday or the day before, by the way. You don't have to actually build the Asgardian Bastion or the little hill fort. Technically, it passively builds itself very, 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 very slowly. So you can use your units to actually build it. But it does build itself extremely slowly. And there we go. So Chemo is going for the 2 TC play here, bringing a couple of cows as well. I'm not surprised to see the hill fort popping up right here. This is a pretty juicy spot right here. He's got the caribou patch. He's got the gold mine. He's got the town center back there. We don't expect Chemo to put pressure on Mista anytime soon. So he's going to be able to chill, get his eco ups. By the way, the Freyr, one of the bonuses of Freyr is that his upgrades are all 50% cheaper, but they take 150% longer to research. So you can get them really quickly, but it takes them some time to actually finish and pay off for themselves. So by all means, he's of course going to be focusing on his eco, but still it takes a while to pay off. Anyways, we see the town center actually coming up. Very nice. That hill fort probably going to finish up itself. Yeah, we're just going to chill and enjoy the nice scenery for the next several minutes until things actually ramp up.
Yeah, and Chemo now, he's getting Shadoof, so he's probably also going to be going in with a pretty quick plow. One thing that happens here with Ra when you go for this fast farm is your gold mine expires very, very quickly. Now, I'm not sure if Chemo is actually doing this or not. He's got a fair few villagers on gold. There's the farms coming down. So he is going for this fast farm. But all of these rains in tandem after each other gives you so much food. The problem is, though, with spending all the gold on the farms and then to get onto a second gold mine, your opponent is going to be able to put pressure onto you much, much earlier. But because the Mister is going for a boom as well, Chemo's going to be completely fine here. So this is really, really nice.
Indeed. And just a quick sanity check here, Boyd. Shadoof is the god power and we see Rain coming in for that food boost on his farms. Shadoof is a god power, the upgrade that makes farms cheaper. Is it still the same? Are farms still 47 gold? Was Shadoof changed in Retold at all? I haven't checked.
Shadoof is making your farms very, very cheap. They're going down to like 30 gold, I believe, 35
35.
gold. And they make the farms build
50%?
faster. Yeah, it's a huge boost. Very, very strong
What?
technology. In fact, all unique technologies in Retold got a little bit of a makeover. So they, yeah. If you think that one's good, just wait until you look at some of the other ones.
That is OP, man. Farms used to cost 40 after Shadoof. Farms used to cost 47 gold. That's what, like a 25% reduction or something like that. So now it's 50%. That's pretty huge. That does save a whole lot of gold. In all sincerity, going for that farm boom. We got Sobek coming in, heroic age. Sobek coming in for chemo. That means we're gonna see gators. We're gonna see Petsukos. We're gonna see a stupid rock. The stupid flying unit. So stupid. But we are gonna see it. At least one of them, at least. Medium cavalry coming in.
People have been asking for a scout for Ra for ages, and the devs listened and they gave them a heroic age scout. It's fantastic.
I don't want to hear it, Boyd. I don't want to hear it. You're gonna get me triggered on rocks. Get out of here with that garbage. Anyway, starting to wall up. I like this from Mista. Starting to wall up. He's not really taking map control per se, but we've been focusing on the eco. Yes. The map was looking fairly open, but still, there is plenty of walling potential. I like that he's walling that right side, focusing his army on the top side, walling the right and bottom side. I definitely like that a lot. Things are starting to get serious here, folks. We got military buildings coming down. We got medium cav and infantry for Mista. Things are getting serious, but I don't really see a whole lot of action in the near future. It's still going to take some time.
Well, if you take a look at this, it's not Aegir coming through here for the Mista. He's going through Bragi, and he's ready to spam these units out. I don't know if this means he's going to be going for a heroic timing with flaming weapons, or if he's going to try and tie this in to getting Vidar with that Inferno to come in and just blow everything else up, and then sweep through with flaming weapons to kind of clean Chemo up. But yeah, Chemo, he's in the heroic age. He hasn't been touched yet. He's got everything he can possibly want here. He's gotten through the challenging part of playing Ra, which is literally just getting to the heroic age without getting touched. And yeah, he's going to be having a good game of it right now, as the Rock will be picking up that Petsukos and then going to be going to look for something else. The Rock did get a slight buff in that it takes 2 seconds to load things up, but I'm not sure what Chemo wants to do here. As he says, all right, that takes too long. I'm going to go for a scout now with this bad boy.
Make up your mind, Chemo. Make up your mind. His mind is made. He's out and about with that beautiful looking bird. I'm not going to lie. The Rock does look amazing here in Retold. The graphics of all the myth units are so incredible, but I still hate the unit. Anyway. If we could, here in just a second, see the Mista's, his scouting. Does he see the gold situation of Chemo? Because yes, Chemo does have a nice little situation with his double farms, double TC, but his gold mines are a little bit exposed. So an early flaming weapons could possibly kick him off gold, meaning he's only has to trade for his gold income with the market. I don't know if he sees it, Floyd. I don't know if he sees it.
I don't. Well, I mean, Norse, when you don't have those ravens or that spy, Norse plays pretty blind. So I would imagine he really doesn't know what's going on behind those walls that he's put up on the front here. He sees a little bit, actually. So actually sees pretty much everything necessary there. But yeah, Chemo right now, he is going to be on the front foot. He's clicking those reins on repeat. 45 favor for the next cast of that one. This is the second time, I believe, he's used it. So he's going to have a huge amount of food. And he's going to be able to go to the Mythic Age very, very shortly. The question is, do you go through Horus now? Or do you go through Osiris and try and hang on here? A School and Bursty coming through. And Chemo is going to have to retreat back.
I think that was maybe a little preemptive, using Golan Bursty like that, but oh, we got a shifting sands over onto the army, denying the town center potentially here. Those camels are going to be pretty sick, it looks like, against this army. They are
Flaming Weapons, man. Flaming Weapons is down, and that means he's going to be able to clean up the rest of those units here, but that's the entire power spike of the Mr. gone.
Wow. 2 god powers used, Golan Bursty. One of the best new units and god powers. It's so cool. That defensive pig, boar, whatever you want to call it. He gets slower, by the way. His speed slows down the farther away from a town center he gets. So he can just sniff the camels. That's just about it. Anyway, that was a huge shifting sands. A, it saved his army from Golan Bursty. B, forces the flaming weapons. I think that was a really big shifting sands. That was huge.
Yep, yeah, and the Mister, he knows, like, if he loses that army there, he's going to lose a huge momentum in this game. But Chemo now, he's clicked up Osiris. He's only got 2 monuments up. I'd love to see him get that 3rd and 4th monument going. This is something that is so important for Egyptian players in Retold. Favor is very, very huge here. But what comes with Osiris? You get that Son of Osiris, which is a beast of a unit. But more importantly, you unlock mummies, which... I don't know if you've seen them very much or not yet, Maiden, but they send a splash damage effect out, and every single unit that gets affected by that poison damage, if it gets picked off, gets replaced with a minion. So you can really turn a fight on its head with a couple of those in your army, especially combining them with that Son of Osiris splash damage or chain lightning damage that he does there as well.
Indeed. He's already. Don't forget about the camel upgrade as well. He's already going for a handful of camels. Son of Osiris camels, pretty darn strong themselves as well. By all means. Don't forget, but still.
All right, so Mister, he's trying to poke at the moment. He does have a lot of upgrades already, but Chemo, he might be getting baited out as Mister is trying to pull another classic Mister engagement right now. 2 separate control groups of units pushing through. Chemo going to be retreating back. He's trying to wait on this Osiris here. It's such a grueling 2-minute wait for a Mythic Age to come through, but it will be, Chemo will be keeping himself alive now. He will be able to get to that Mythic Age. He will be able to have that Son of Osiris. The Mister has not got any sort of timing here to make anything happen once that Son of Osiris is in. That's another rain going to be coming down for even more food for Chemo. And the Mister, he hasn't got a single farm down. So Chemo's just getting all this value for himself.
Yeah, rain boosts your farm production, but it also boosts your allies and your enemy production as well. So, Mista, if he did have a couple of farms, he could be benefiting at least a little bit from the rain. He does have 3 town centers, 76 villagers. He's got a lot of eco, but yeah, he's at a little bit of a wall right now because he has a really strong army, but he doesn't have the eco to support the army long term. He's got to get that infrastructure down. He's got to get the farms down in order to have that long-term economy. And to get that many farms down for the bigger population numbers in Retold, he needs a lot of wood, man. He needs a whole lot of wood.
Yeah, he needs a lot of wood, and we are also seeing though here the Mister is going Vidar, and
yes,
it's all gonna come down to the god power usage here in this game. Vidar Inferno, it's like a nuke getting sent onto a location. You've got to really play around it here, but the Mister is holding off. It's like we said, 2 minutes is a long time here, and Chemo is taking this opportunity to be as aggressive as he possibly can. He's got champion chariots in. He's making spearmen, axemen coming through as well. Catapults to try and push through onto this position to boot, as the raiding cavalry are sniping some things on the bottom of the map. But Chemo's got 3 town centers now. He's got a bunch of buildings out, I'm sure. His resources are really low. He does need to be getting all of his upgrades, otherwise the Mister is going to be a beast to deal with. And let's not forget to mention that at some point in this game, the Mister is going to be getting a technology which boosts every single one of his units by 10% HP. That's a very big tech to grab for him there.
Very true. Very true. So at given time, he's going to have a really strong army, but he's got to get there, man. He's got to get there. Vidar, how much it's Vidar? We got maybe 30 seconds or so before Vidar actually comes in. Here's the thing with Inferno, boys. If you haven't seen Inferno before, buckle up. But also, Inferno can be the best usage of Inferno is usually when you're pushing. You can use it on pushing a forward town center, forward Migdal, something like that. If right now Chemo has the initiative, he's the one that's pushing. And so, which means if Mista's going to use his Inferno God power early, it's going to be against this army in the middle of the map, which could be good to try and pick off Son of Osiris, but it also means that his army can potentially dodge it as well.
Well, here we go. Going for it right now as the Inferno gets clicked down. Chariot Archer is going to be retreating away. Son of Osiris doesn't actually get impacted by it, so it gets left in the center there to get opened up, and all the units getting completely destroyed here. And the Mister says, "Go."
Go, indeed! The dragon is after the Son of Osiris as well. It looks like this Freyr army is completely decimating Can Chemo keep his Son of Osiris alive? Maybe, but one Son of Osiris against this giant army. 141 population, 139 pop in army right now, Boyd. Holy smokes, Inferno is awesome. I'm sweating, Boyd. I'm sweating. It's amazing. There goes Son of Osiris, and that might be the game as well. Holy smokes.
Chemo drops down to 117 population, Maiden. He's got no military left. Mister is at 6.7k military resource value at the moment, and he is not going to be stopping in this game. Chemo calls it. That was such a brutal power spike for the Mister. I think we know now why Inferno got hit with a nerf recently. That was disgusting.
Disgustingly beautiful. Oh, mama, my favorite god power these days, folks. It's fun to watch. It's fun to use. It's a beautiful god power. It does a lot of damage. I was talking about how it's maybe possible to dodge the Inferno because the wolf kind of runs, and then explodes. So it does give you a couple of seconds to just get out of dodge and try and avoid the explosion, but Chemo's army was too slow and doesn't avoid the nuke, and oh boy, he got nuked hard right there. What an explosive finish to a game.
I mean, Mister is just showing why he is currently considered the best in this game, and it's just calculated. It is strong. It is mechanical. His strategy is on point. He knows exactly what the matchup is and what he needs to do to find the win. He says, I don't need to do anything. If you're not going to attack me, I'm just going to sit back. I'm just going to put some pressure on, do a little bit of poking here and there, find my victory by using that Frere unique ability of having the cheaper upgrades. He had so much technology in that game, and even though the Inferno kind of killed off all of the units there or did so much damage, the technology really carried him through as well in the end there.
I gotta say that I don't think Chemo really played. I don't think he really necessarily made any mistakes or anything like that. Like Mista was on point, wasn't making mistakes, etc., etc., etc. But at the same time, it's not like Chemo's making a mistake. Really, the only mistake that I think you could claim is that he did not anticipate Inferno, and so he maybe moved out, maybe preemptively, but he's trying to hit his own timing. Are you what?
Maiden.
What?
Chemo could have shifting sands out of that Inferno.
Oh, snap.
It only cost 50 favor. That was the mistake. That's there. That option was there for Chemo to dodge that, be completely fine. I don't know if he had the favor at the moment, but like I said, get those extra monuments down. Having 50 favor in the bank, that's not hard.
Oh, dude, that would have been sick. That would have been disgusting counterplay. Shifting sands out of the Inferno. I would have been heartbroken. I would have been heartbroken, man. Man, that would have been crazy cool, though. Oh, man. Hindsight's 2020, buddy. Hindsight's 2020.
Well, it's 2-0 now for the Mister. We're going to be moving into the next map on Mirage here. And I'm looking at this going, oh dear. Isis for the Mister against Gaia for Chemo. There's so much brutality that you have to play around when playing against Isis and Gaia. We'll see what Chemo can come up with, but you've got Ancestors Eclipse, you've got Meteor, you've got Valley of the Kings, Elephant spam, Chariot spam, Camel Rider spam. All of that stuff is going to be able to come out. This is going to be a very, very spicy game. What do you expect here from Chemo to try and figure out how to get that defense?
What do I expect from Chemo? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm at a little bit of a loss for words here, Boyd. I'm still on a high from Inferno. That's all I can think about is that giant explosion. Next game. Isis. Okay, sorry. Next game. I don't know, man. I don't know. Gaia on Mirage. We saw it from Recon, so clearly there's something that that I'm missing in Gaia's strength. So it's not the first time we've seen Gaia on Mirage, but I just think that Isis has so much sharper teeth that is Gaia's skin tough enough to handle the sharp teeth of Isis?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know, man.
the thing here for Gaia is you get access to this Bite of the Shark technology, you get access to those Mermillo, and with that extra fishing economy, what I can probably see going well for the Gaia here is classical age, pure Mermillo, Gold Starve attempt. Lots of Mermillo heroes to deal with the Scorpion Men spam, the Ancestors Eclipse. It forces the Isis player to have to make those Axemen, which they don't have any pushing power, so you can just kind of pull back and say, all right, no worries. But yeah, this is an option here for Gaia. I think if Gaia wants to sit back and boom, she's going to be getting a lot of pain in this game.
Indeed, we did mention that the axes are just a teensy bit buff, so they may not have the pushing power, but you're talking about, aggression and gold starve and whatnot, which is absolutely possible for sure, especially with the upgrade and fish eco to boot. But they're at least to play defense and secure for Mista to secure his own gold mines, town center, etc. They can at least play defense if he truly does end up going for Merm spam.
Yep.
And at
we
the
got
same
a
time, Boyd, on Mirage, we saw
Mm.
if you think back to the Recon Rappel series, I know that Rappel stayed in his base as the Thor player. He used his Dwarven Gold Mine, and so he didn't need to really go out to gold until after Ragnarok. But think back to where his gold mine was positioned after Ragnarok. It was down on that backside of his base. So I'd say that the gold mines can be nicely positioned here. So going for a gold starve, I don't know if I'm super confident in something like that. For sure, Gaia can maybe put on some pressure, complicate things, kick him off of some hunt, not just playing the containment game. Instead of really going for the gold starve, playing the containment game, I could absolutely see that, be viable for chemo. But I don't know. Again, Isis just has so much, just sharp intensity to her.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we probably won't be seeing is like a straight rush for the Mythic Age from the Isis, which is what was kind of dominating the ladder a little bit over the past week or so now. Since that Mythic Age is going to take an extra minute or 30 seconds to come through, you got enough time to prepare for it. Feels a lot easier to kind of play against. Plus, your gold mine is expiring around that time you're going to the Mythic Age, so you're gonna have to go, well, I can't get the gold, I can't really do anything with that. So that sort of a strategy is a little bit out the window. So I think, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, apart from the Mister just going for, actually, there's another strategy that could be pretty brutal as well, which we probably haven't seen. I think maybe the priest got a slight nerf. I can't remember, but I think it was directed at myth units. No, I can't remember. But you could go for a priest siege here against the Gaia as well, which is a strat we probably haven't seen very much, but it's if your opponent is going to be going for a classical age containment idea, those priests are very, very good against the entirety of the classical age army of Gaia.
Very true. Yeah, that's very fair. Yeah, indeed. I guess I don't really have a comment, honestly. We're just a couple seconds from going into this next game. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Here we go.
All right.
What are you thinking, Boyd?
Well, I'm not thinking very much at the moment. I mean, we're going to be jumping into the game any second now. As we sing in the top of the map in the blue color, playing as Isis. His name is the Mister, dropping his dock down, getting his granary up, getting his wood income. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Gaia. His name is Chemo. This is about to be a spicy one, Maiden.
Indeed. I really like his little base layout right here. He's got those gazelles right next to his dock, so there's barely any walking time for that little citizen right there. Don't forget that Gaia Forest, when you gather wood from Gaia Forest, gives you more wood income. So he's going to be able to pump out those fishing ships really quickly. Maybe a little bit faster from Mista, get just a teensy bit of an eco advantage. Going for some scouting so far. I don't know. I think I'm most interested in seeing Mista's gold mine positioning here. He has the really nice gazelle patch in his base. Forward gold mine, which I don't think that's going to be a problem, but you never know. You never know. Kimo might pull some cheese out of his back pocket. He is French, so you never know. There's a gold mine over there on that other side.
Let's just think about this
Ooh.
from the perspective of what
The gold mine, back gold mine behind the second
Yep.
town center.
That's
I know we were
pretty
just
brutal.
looking at it. That is pretty good for Mista. So any type of pressure on that, I don't know if how viable that is, Boyd.
Yeah, I totally agree. But let's think about what Chemo could potentially do. If he goes through Oceanus here, gets access to the Carnivora, very, very strong God Bower that can take down a tower. The towers, they're not that strong either. And if the Mister wants to do some sort of fast heroic, naked fast heroic with no defensive units, well, Chemo can just push in there straight away with a bunch of those Momilo and actually be pushing off the gold in the main base here if he kills off that tower. So, Mister does have to be somewhat careful, and Kingo's scouted that out already with that forward. I think he scouted out with the Oracle. Maybe we can check his line of sight here and see exactly what he's going to be knowing. But no, he doesn't. He doesn't see the gold mine, so he's probably not going to be able to rush that strategy out unless he can get a little bit more line of sight with the forward oracles here. But nonetheless, both players off to the races here. They got their docks down, getting that fishing ship shenanigans out. One question that I often get from some players who aren't familiar with Mythology, play some of the other Age of Empires games, is do you have to go water? And the answer is basically you don't, but you probably should get fish out most of the time. There are a couple of cheeses in this game that you can pull off and get some wins in, but for the most part, players feel the most safe by just getting out fishing ships and then deciding what they're going to do next. So they're starting to see some relics on the map.
Not a bad one. Heroes regenerate. That one's definitely that's on the Gaia side. That one definitely could. Or wait, no, that's on the. I guess it's in the middle. Does that increase range attack of range? Not bad. So I'd say a couple of these relics are definitely valuable to get, but nothing super game breaking necessarily. A forest on the second town center.
Yeah, this is a strange one right here. I'm not sure what he's planning. Obviously, he wants the town center up. Maybe he's thinking about wedging in a citizen in there so that it doesn't get targeted down by a sphinx or something like that. But we're already seeing the mysteries getting that temple up. It's going to be a late advance time. He doesn't care about this because he's going for a fast heroic. Like, you can tell what your opponent's doing a lot of the time by their advance times. If you see a 4-minute advance time, you know they're either going for a town center or going for a classical fight. If they go for a 5-minute plus advance time, chances are they're going for a fast heroic, just based on that just seems to be what the strategies tend to be, as we see Bast and puts a ton of villagers over onto gold. So maybe I'm wrong on this and he's going to be dropping 2 town centers straight away. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, that second town center, we already saw that there's zebras by it, there's the gold mine behind it, so by all means, grabbing, I don't know if he scouted it necessarily, but that could be a juicy little location to snag. I don't think that if I was in the guy's position, going aggressive with an aggressive Carnivora, even if he did scout out that gold mine, I don't know if I would still go for it, especially against Isis, because Isis can stop the monuments can stop the Carnivora from being
Totally
used.
true.
Because the monuments block it, of course, and so even with, it's very juicy, it's very tempting to try and go for that gold mine. I don't know if that would be the way to go necessarily.
Well,
Anyway,
I mean, other options though, like we see Chemo, he clearly wants a town center with the Gaia Forest on that second one there, but in this matchup, sometimes just going 2 town center fast heroic against maybe a 1 town center fast heroic from an Isis player can be a way to go, because you're going to get access to the Contarius with big economy, and then you kind of do I hate the term, but it's kind of popularized in Mythology. You can kind of go for a little bit of a cockroaching strategy where you spread your citizens out all over the map, and if your opponent comes in and tries and snipes, tries to kill some of your villagers, you're totally fine there. So Chemo, he's going for the town center. He's got himself a Momilo out, and he's going to be able to send this priest packing. It's going to be actually a little bit of a challenging one as a Sphinx comes through as well.
I think he's a-okay, preemptively getting that Marmelo hero out. Well done by him. Kicks away the Sphinx. So that TC definitely going up. It's nice that Mista sees it. He's got those obelisks over there to see it. Carnivora on the fishing ships. That's an idea. That's definitely an idea. Carnivora has a nice little bit of range on it, honestly. So it's gonna deny what? I guess maybe only one of those fishing spots, which is a little bit of a bummer for him, but value, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is he's getting a little bit of damage. He forces a cabinet out. That's nothing. This is not doing anything to Mister. He's not upset about this. Maybe his like perfectly constructed build order is going to be 5-10 seconds later. Not going to be a big deal. in the slightest. The big fact of the matter is right now, the Mister's not going for a 1 town center fast heroic. I was completely wrong. He's going for a 2 town center fast heroic here, and he is going to be able to get huge amounts of pressure going very, very quickly in this game, especially if Chemo is not going to have any units out to deal with a Ancestor Eclipse on the economy.
You think that's maybe what he's going for? 2TC, fast heroic, still going for the Ancestor's Eclipse instead of going for the speed AE, going for the delayed one? You think that's maybe a bit risky? Maybe Chemo would expect it coming?
Well, I mean, I've seen a couple of the games thus far from the Mister, and he just loves the value that comes from Ancestor Eclipse on the economy. How do you defend it? You don't. You have to just garrison all your villages. If any minions get onto your villages, they're going to be dying. So it's a minute that your opponent's economy is idled, and it's very, very strong. Now, obviously, an Ancestor Eclipse timing attack with a huge amount of military can get a gold star going, but on a map like this with the gold mine behind the town center, it's a little bit more challenging to make that happen.
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time. Both players, again, playing kind of the slow, boomier route. Not super surprising, but it's still going to take a little bit of time to really get a game-ending push. It's going to take time for Mista to build up those number, get Amygdala out, get Siege out, get Heroic in the first place, which, let's see, Chemo, both players are up. We got Nephthys coming in about 30 seconds or so, maybe less than that. And then what is that? Is that, what? I'm not... Which heroic god is coming in for Chemo? It's the okay.
Yeah.
The new god portraits, man. They look awesome. I can't
Yeah.
I can't remember all of them off the top of my head all the time. Anyway, okay. Is that surprising to you at all? Not really for me.
No, I mean, I think you have to go Thea here. You get the Stymphalian birds. That's a huge help against Scorpion Men, but also more importantly, getting that Poseidon secret technology to pick off everything. And here's the Ancestor's Eclipse. It's in. There's 1 Mamiliar in the main base. That's not going to be enough. All the citizens pull back. Chemo just has to hit Town Bell. This is what we were talking about before. You just can't. The minions just kill off the hero Mamilo as well.
I
It's
think
just so
that- I
much
think-
value.
Well, Chemo kind of, it seems like Chemo maybe made a small mistake by sending, it looked like he sent some of his Murmillo forward while the Sphinx passed them by and went into his base. So right at the wrong moment, unfortunately for Chemo, he sent his heroes, his hero units out. We got the Sphinx hitting on one, we got the minions in the base of the other. There's a Stimper, there's Heroic Age for Chemo. So nice damage here, nice damage. As a God power combination, I mean, it's a big power spike. Was that enough damage? Did he do enough damage here?
Well, I don't know if he's done enough damage here, but what he has done is he has slowed Chemo down completely to a halt. And while this is all going on, he is going through off. Chemo's got 2 minutes now to apply some pressure back onto Mister before this Thoth pays itself off, because he's going to meteor Chemo. Chemo's going to lose a town center and potentially lose a whole bunch of economy as well. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make it all happen. Plus, you then have to worry about the follow-up behind this, which is whatever the Mister wants. Valley of the Kings, taking chariot archers, elephants, etc., etc. We'll have to wait and see. Prosperity coming down as well. I love this prosperity from the Mister. Waiting until 10 minutes into the game, he's got himself 19 villages on gold. I mean, if he put like even more onto gold, I'd be even more happy about it. But all too often, I'm going to go on a little quick rant while we're waiting on the next thing to happen. All too often, we see Egyptian players, ISIS players, using prosperity with like 8 to 10 villages on gold. Wait, put more onto gold. Get more resource for it. It's huge. It's fantastic. All right, rant over.
Nice rant. No, the meteor. I had when this game was starting, I was like, I wonder if we're maybe going to see ancestors because of the fish, the boominess potential here. Are we maybe going to see the ancestors eclipse into a meteor? You got me all hyped up on that Murmillo aggression potential. But now seeing it, I think it makes perfect sense here. You slow down the Gaia, you force him in his, to be in his base, stay in his base for a while. That gives you plenty of time to jump mythic, even with the longer mythic time. Meteor is brutal, man. He's got his what's his bucket? The priest ready to go, vision ready to go. Meteor is going to be brutal, honestly, on the very condensed base of Atlantean.
Well, we're seeing Chemo now pushing in, and you see this is when the timing is starting to hit. This is over a minute later than he probably would have been. He probably would have been better off going through Rhea here, actually, so he'd have had Behemoth to actually break through these Migdol strongholds. But in going through Thea is he's got the Stimpalion Bird, which is not going to be that much. He does have a pretty nice Hesperus tree on his town center, which will be blocking that meteor from hitting directly. Maybe it won't. No, it doesn't. It actually kind of hits there anyways. But all the villagers going to be yet again idle here because Kimo does not want to lose a single one of them. His town center ends up falling. Some villagers are getting taken out, but the majority of them will survive. This is huge for Kimo to keep everything alive after he's going to get his town center back up. But the follow-up here with Valley of the Kings, I'm sure the Mister's already researched. I missed it on the production panel there, but he's going to start being able to print camel riders as he sees what Kimo's building is majority Contarius and Arcus. This is very, very big for him.
Yeah, so far we got champion or maybe heavy camels first coming in. That was sure he saved all of his villagers or citizens, so very nicely done for Kimo. But that was still a lot of resources down the drain to all those buildings dying from by that meteor. Bravo to Vodka being right as soon as he hit Mythic, bam, instantly into Kimo's base. So shout out, shout out to our observer, baby. Well done, man.
So next up for Kimo here is to read what the Mister is doing. The Mister is making camel riders. Get some catapulties out. You need to counter your opponent's army composition. You can't just go one unit composition for an entire game and expect to be winning here. We see Phoenix coming in as well. Kimo is well and truly on the back foot. I don't see any of those counter barracks coming up here, as we do have a cheeky carnivore to come through and help out, but the Valiant Bird versus the Phoenix. The Phoenix is going to get so much value here before it does end up falling, and those camel riders now getting champion camel rider through as well to clean everything out, and Kimo is yet again dropping in population very, very quickly.
Smokes, man. He had to have gotten Valley of the Kings, right? There's so many camels. I'm sure he's got 2 Migdals around that secondary gold one, but still, he's got a bajillion camels out. Maybe just gonna finish up this game right now, boy. Holy smokes. Kimo's completely overwhelmed right here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the thing. You can't just let the Egyptian player, the ISIS player, sit back and do this type of thing. Fast, heroic, like answer the cliffs, fast, mythic. You've got to have a plan to deal with this. This strategy is so absurdly telegraphed, and Kimo, he just did not quite get the memo that it was coming in this game, and he is well and truly on the back foot. His back gold line is pushed off there with the Mister killing off Stimpalion Birds. Everything else got the priests for those camel riders just killing everything. He doesn't have to change his unit composition because there's no catapulties out. And Kimo, in the 14th minute of this game, does tap out, and the Mister walks away with a 3-0 sweep, asserting dominance.
Asserting dominance, indeed. I know, by all means, he's definitely the behemoth of the tournament, the final boss of the tournament, and he's really showing it, honestly. I don't know, it was Kimo's map pick. Loser picks the god and map and everything, of course, is god, but it was his map pick, etc. Clearly he had something up his sleeve, but seems like Mista has sleeves as well.
Yeah. 2 sleeves, not quite. I think we might have a mythological beast there, maybe 8 arms to begin with, because this man seems to have an answer to everything. I mean,
someone check the Mister. Check he doesn't have 4 arms playing. It's against the rules.
No, it's fine, because I've witnessed him on LAN. I know how this works. 2 of those arms are smoking cigarettes, so it's totally balanced.
That's fine.
But absolutely phenomenal series out of Mister. Big commiseration to Kimo. I mean, I think luck of the draw thing, obviously at this stage, everyone is challenging, but we just saw why Mister continues to be the biggest threat to anyone in the running. I think in some ways, Recon and Vortic are maybe wiping a sweat from their brow going, okay, a little bit less pressure on us because it's difficult to come up against Mister. If there's one man that can, maybe Matreus. I hear that Grass might be giving him a little bit of a challenge there. Currently, that storyline is trekking at 1-1. But let's dissect this a little bit, because I think although we did have a stomp, we had a pretty cool stomp. And the thing I want to talk about, that I've seen both your DMs, and I know you want to talk about, is Game 2 and how damn much fun Freer is.
Oh, Freer. This god is fun, packed in fun. You see, like, the Inferno god Bowie. You see the upgrades all coming in, all culminating in a gigantic moment where the Norse army just, for the first time ever, absolutely decimates the Egyptian army. You know what I'm talking about, Maiden.
It's
I mean,
just a treat. It's a complete treat seeing the giant explosion. I mean, it speaks for itself on screen.
it's a beauty. Like I looked at that and I thought to myself, like, damn, you can tell that that ability got created after Michael Bay's Transformer movies release because that is explosions to the extreme, man. I'm excited to see what the devs have cooked up because obviously we've got to pay tribute, homage to the originals, right? But I'm excited to see completely brand spanking new ideas coming in because, if we're being fair about this, RTSs have come a long way in how many years is it since the original AOM? I think is it 20 years?
2002. So
22
22
years.
years.
In
Good
fact,
God.
I think the birthday of Myth is October 30th, I think.
Well, we won't be able
October
to.
30th.
Don't fact check me.
We won't be able to get a birthday cake for Wololo. That happens at the start of the month this time around. But I mean, absolutely. Like, I love the presence of it. I know there's like, I've seen debates because obviously some people come from maybe a slower paced game, one where you can't just wipe an entire army. But something I like about it, Maiden, is it kind of feels maybe a little bit overtuned in some area. Like, I got to give it to the Firewall, maybe a little bit too peak. But this idea of scaling repercussions, right? Like when you are in that age, at that point in the game, it should feel that much easier to lose an army than, say, at 5 minutes in H2.
Well, indeed. So if you think about something like Restoration, a god power like that, Shifting Sands, the damage that we've seen happen to Restoration or with those god powers over time, yeah, it scales big time in such an awesome way. I think yes, maybe it's a little bit overtuned, but at the same time, there is a little bit of counterplay. Boyd mentioned the ability to potentially Shifting Sands out of it. I've been playing straight Freyr on the ladder, and so there have been times where my opponents have been able to just scatter instantly. You got to have an immediate reaction time. But there are some god powers that you just can't really, get away from. Lightning Storm, for example, Meteor is going to do damage regardless. Certain god powers like that. So maybe you could, argue that it's overtuned. Maybe you could argue that, you just got to have a better reaction time.
Yeah, just don't be an old man. And is your feedback in a genre that's mostly made up of people approaching 30s, mid 30s. So we'll see if that works out for him. But you know what? We actually have another set going on. That's right. While this one was playing out, we had Matreus versus Grass. And boy, was this to be expected? Grass leading?
Okay, let's clarify this. Grass is rank 1 on the leaderboard. This guy
Okay.
is a gamer. He all of these top 4 seeds, I believe, weren't allowed to play ladder on the very last day or something. They weren't allowed to impact what's going on with other players' seeds. So, but Grass got there. He claimed that position. So Matreus, I mean, he knows how good Grass is. They've had some insanely good duels over the past 4 years. But this guy's young. I mean, I was looking at my analytics the other day. The audience is like 25 to 30 something, right? Grass is like 16 or 17. This guy is he's a youngin, and he's gonna come in and show these old heads how it's done. He's got the twitch reflexes are there, and I'm excited to watch some games of him.
You know what? I reckon what you're getting at there is maybe if Grass was in that situation, he'd have the reaction speed to shift and sands out of there. Just saying, get out of the way of some of these problems. Like, just a theory craft. I mean, I love that though. I love the fact that we're attracting a younger gen, right? Like we're talking about a game where I wasn't kidding, folks. I've seen the statistics, demographics. I mean, you both do YouTube and Twitch. You know where I'm going with this. Like 70% of people are 25 to 40-year-olds. All right. We are a dying race of gamers, okay? I don't say I want all those Fortnite gamers in here doing their dances, but I would like to see a new generation to pass the baton to. You've got babyface killers like Marine Lord and Recon who just actually happen to be my age but not look it. But now we've got the potential for a kid to get pretty far ahead in terms of the RTS progress early in life. Matreus up against the wall here. We're about to head into a game number 4. Grass, ranked number 1 on the leaderboard, could be about to slay it and book himself a matchup in a best of 7 against Mister. Let's see if Matreus can bite back in this 4th game. Oh, wait a second. One more thing. I noticed you guys haven't been subscribing. I'm seeing a lack of emotes. I even saw someone say, please don't play ads. One thing you can do to fix that, make sure you drop a sub on the channel, because guess what? We've still got 2 more best of 7s after this series to go. But let's get to this. Game number 4.
Spawning in the left side of the map, playing as Thor, we have the legend from the JSS clan, Justice Strike Team. Wait, I'm not sure that's what it is. His name is Grass. Oh my god, his opponent today in the red color, playing as Oranos. His name is Matrius. The map is Megalopolis, and we've got yet another Norse versus Atlantean matchup. This is going to be fun, Maiden.
This is going to be spicy. We see the grass, just like what we saw with Magic. He's getting out that early dwarf mine to pop out a couple of dwarves. I think that Thor, this is maybe a really good map for Thor. Several of these retold maps, you spawn really high value, high food animals in your base. So we can see 3 hippos. And they're close enough to your TC, you can just lure those suckers right to your TC. That's not relevant to Atlantean, but for all the other civilizations you can, right? And so you don't need to make that additional granary, ox cart, whatever, which means his build order is that much more efficient with his dwarfs chopping wood, delivering it right into that ox cart. Anyway,
Yeah.
this is we talked about real quick, boy, we talked about this map before. It's a pretty open map. It's, probably going to be dynamic, etc. Aranos historically has been a really dynamic and aggressive god. Thor usually playing defense, but Norse in general has that potential. So, things have kind of shifted up, sure, in Retold, but I think this could potentially be a really action-packed, spicy game.
Well, just to build on it just that little bit more, with dragging Hunt in to your town center, you can actually skip an ox cart here, and we are actually seeing Grass doing this. He's got 0 walking time on his dwarves. He's got that Dwarven Gold Mine. He could possibly have even skipped Dwarven Gold Mine here, save that for the Classical Age or the Heroic Age or much later in the game if you so chose. But yeah, it's such a big thing. And for those of you also wondering, you can actually do this type of thing a little bit differently without the hippos if you really want. You can actually do a pushing of gazelle strategy. We haven't seen it just yet, but you can get all of the animals underneath your town center to give yourself a really, really nice early game if you really want to. But I think the more interesting thing here is going to be, how does Matrius approach this matchup? And it looks like he wants to go Prometheus, mate.
Which makes sense. I think that definitely makes sense. You've been hyping up the Valkyries quite a bit, so making sure you get the Valor, the free heroes in order to try and counter Valkyries as much as possible. Prometheus coming in already a little bit slower for Grass and Groom, which is going to slight advantage there for Matrius, the age advance time. One thing, real quick, yes, exactly what I want to talk about right now, Boyd. The amount of hunt on this map there's a lot, but it's not safe. And even if you look at Grass and Groom's, in fact, where are Grass and Groom's? There's giraffes all over the place. Giraffes, zebras, oh my. Okay, there's hunt all over the place. And unfortunately for Grass and Groom, it looks like he doesn't really have access to much of it. That's actually a forward sky passage. I'm sure you're loving that.
I'm absolutely loving this. Like, what Matrius can do here is he can send all his villagers forward and hunt this completely safe. The only problem with it is it's right in front of his opponent's base. So if Grass literally just sends, he didn't go Frey, he's going through Forced, but if he sends that straight forward, he would notice this. But what Matrius is doing is he says, I'm not letting you play defensive here. I'm not letting you get away with a fast heroic into a Ragnarok where I have to deal with this. I'm going to go aggressive. I want to put the pressure on. He's going for a military barracks, and I believe that's a counter barracks over there as well. So he's going to be making those Terma, he's going to be making those Murmillo, and he's going to be putting some serious pressure on as Grass does defend for the time being here, but for how long, as he needs to start getting his buildings down. He's very late to that second age, and he is going for a great haul to kick this one off.
I think this is basically like a Crush, Arano style, right? He's built, because of the Sky Passage, he's able to build so far forward that this is basically like a Crush, a Coronos Rush, right? Just, luckily no deconstruction or everything. Getting Chiral Ballista out right away, that might be an amazing choice there for Matrius, because at this stage in the game, really the only units that Grass and Groom has out are infantry. Herseer, yes, they're heroes, and then the Berserker. I like that a lot, in all sincerity. The other reason why I like this, Boyd, is because look at those berries. Look at those berries. He's done with all of his hunt. The berries are forward, exposed. Those things aren't safe at all. Sure, he's got chickens on the backside. He's got goats. But compare that food in his base compared to what Matrius has access to, a bajillion giraffes. It's just, there's no comparison, man.
Yeah, Mattress is going to be getting the resource advantage here for sure. Even though Grass has got a slight villager lead because of those Dwarven armories, it doesn't matter at this moment because all of that economy is going for Mattress. And with that valid up Caraballas here, he's got to be a little bit careful not to be losing it as a raiding cavalry going to be popping out, but nice little defense there from Grass. So from Mattress, as Grass going to have to retreat away. He does have the healing spring to keep himself nice and alive there as more hero units are going to be coming out. But again, another raiding cavalry coming through to try and finish off that Caraballas down to a very small amount of HP as the Hearse are going to try and pop forward here. But Mattress is still just trying to apply pressure. He's also now going to be getting himself some catapulties out as it looks like a double Great Hall. Am I wrong with that? That's double Great Hall, so only raiding cavalry for the moment here for Grass.
Longhouse coming out over there. He's got a longhouse coming out as well. Honestly, Boyd, I was talking about food, the berries, the lack of giraffes and whatnot. What about the gold mine? I think that he maybe shoulda, woulda, coulda saved his dwarven gold mine because he might absolutely need it. Once this Great Hall goes down, next step, gold mine and a gold star.
Yeah, exactly. And there's still going to be Shockwave remaining, so whenever all of these units actually start coming in here for a big fight, that's going to be a difficult one for Grass to actually successfully win. Plus those catapulties to ruin the raiding cavalry. This is a very, very challenging place now for Grass to be in, as Mattress is showing what creativity he can come up with here, given the opportunity.
This is very nice by Mattress, man. Ooh, we got some Berserkers getting converted. Those are Thor Berserkers, so we paid for them. And a Shockwave sends all the raiding cavalry flying, keeps the Carballista alive for a moment. Who's going to take this fight? Those catapulties are shredding those RC, but still, maybe there's enough here, Boyd. Are you kidding me? Is that enough? Is Grass winning this fight? What?
It's not enough. Berserk conversion is ridiculously strong, but guess what? That's a huge win. Look at the villager count for Grass right now. He's at 18. Mattress can just leave. He doesn't need to hang here anymore. He's got the value. Pull back to the home base, rebuild, wait it out, get himself some army here. Grass is going to have to get some serious damage. What is Mattress? Just leave. Just leave. Don't hang here. You don't want to take the fight. There's too many units. But he's going to be attempting to get somewhat of a trade, and Mattress taps out.
Ooh.
Are you kidding me?
What just happened? That was looking incredible for Matrius with the forward gold mine, giraffes, berries, the whole kit and caboodle, Berserkers for the win, apparently. What? I'm shocked.
Mate,
that
that was match point. That was tournament point. What did I just see? I don't know what I just saw. I'm shook.
The kid takes it. Grass and Groom. Pigeon's got the right idea there. He's shook just like everybody in chat. Are you kidding me? The kid pulls off a huge upset. A huge upset. What a turn of events right there. Are you kidding me? That went from a gold star to a tournament, to a round of 4? Are you kidding me?
I guess Matreus really didn't want to leave the giraffe alone. I don't know. That was kind of wild. I mean, I know the sky passes are strong. I know they're important, but I don't think I've ever seen such a slip up there. I mean, Matreus, a little bit surprised as well. I think, although it's messy, the fact he brought villagers out, the fact he's then thrown an extra army away to defend point, I would have thought he'd at least maybe try to back up to home, see if there's a secondary hold. I mean, it looks bad at that stage, right? The military count is ridiculous, but when your back's up against this wall, it's not like you've got a lower bracket to play for here.
The only thing I can think of right now, literally the only thing, is that Mattress didn't realize that those were berserks created by converting into dwarves. Because, yeah, if your opponent just suddenly has got 2,000 more resources of military than you, and you go, well, I'm lost, right? But he doesn't realize that he's now in front by double the villagers. Yeah, okay, I can understand the tap out there, but just retreat.
Was it even deep enough to mathematically have that many troops they made? I mean, what does Matreus do? Just sit there and go, whoa, I guess he discovered the cheat codes in this one. I don't think it's possible to have that many troops at that stage.
Well, but seriously, it's one thing to see Loki convert Berserkers now that they're free for Loki,
Yeah.
but back through all of my years and years and years and years and years of watching Age of Mythology, I've never really seen something like that before. because paying for transitioning your villagers, your eco units into Ulfsarks, what they used to be, now Berserkers, it just seems a little bit insane. But clearly,
But
you need some insanity in order to be in order to upset Matthews. Holy smokes, man!
you know what they say, right? Like a classic statement, like I always kind of throw out there in different esports scenes. Metas are simply the things that old men have got together in a room, in a dark room, decided is the go-to, right? Like it is true. It's the reality, right? Because meta is another word for it. I feel like it becomes tradition. While it does evolve, it's set by the people who are already at the top. The people who are already dominant. And I love to use kind of like cross esports comparators. So like, spare with me. I'll keep it kind of more wide breadth. Most of us are familiar with Counter Strike. A guy called Stewie, a guy who was referred to as a noob because he'd run through a smoke, which was unheard of in Counter Strike. But doing it was getting him 2 entry frags time and time again. It was opening the bomb site. It was giving him a phenomenal advantage, right? The reason I bring that up is what Grass just done there, what you just described, Maiden, is a comparative situation, right? It's like there is an order. There is an unwritten set of rules about what you do in a myth game. And on there is do not convert your entire economy as 4. And yet here we are in this game, and it completely throws Matreus Atanda. I mean, I know he's going to go back on that one. He's going to look at it. He's probably going to maybe facepalm a little bit. Don't feel bad, lad. Grass is number 1 on the leaderboard for a reason. Absolutely mind-boggling game to run this one out and mean that Grass is our final player through to the round of 4. That's right. 2 seats are up for grabs in Red Bull Wololo El Reinado in the castle in Almodovar a little bit later in this year. In fact, less than a month away. And it's come down to these potential candidates. Mister and Grass will face off in a best of 7. New gen versus the old goat. The sheep from down under. The farmer in real life looking to farm cash in Age of Mythology. But not just that. We have 2 other people, 2 familiar faces for anyone who's followed this channel for years because they've featured on it for years. Vortic and Recon. Recon, who was able to go into Age of Empires 4, rank himself as a top 16 competitor, made it to the last Red Bull Wololo Legacy event. But Vortic's also another familiar face. In fact, 3 rather, of the 4 players in this round of 4 were at the last Red Bull Wololo playing in Age of Empires 4. It's crazy the way things come around in the universe. But, they need a little bit of a break, a moment there. I think Grass just needs to go outside and touch some grass and be like, man, I'm a prodigy kid. He needs to get a check on reality because next up, he has got an insane challenge ahead of him. We're going to head to a short break for at least you 2 in a sec. But before we go there, quick expectations of these 2 series. I'm going to start with you, Iron Maiden.
Oh my goodness, I'm still just in shock, honestly. I'm sure Grass and Groom is as well. Do we know which series is going to be played first? Probably
Vortex and
Recon.
Recon, because obviously they played first, so we're kind of staggering it, to be fair.
Just double checking on that. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that Grass and Groom has a tall mountain to climb in Themis. But you're absolutely right. Old guard, Mista's an old player, experienced player. Grass and Groom has got that young, fresh cut grass, the fresh cut, perspective, of course. So Grass and Groom is popping off, man. He is popping off. And if Mista's not careful, he can end up in the exact same position as Matreus. He can end up in the exact same position. He's the behemoth, he's the final boss, but still, you got to be careful. I think that Recon and Vortex, I think that's going to be spicy, spicy, spicy. I don't know about God picks, anything like that. I think it's probably going to go the full series, the full 7, and it's just going to be blows back and forth.
Yeah. How about you, boy? I'm kind of feeling like we're going to have experimental best of 7, and then attacker versus defender best of 7.
Well, let's tackle this Vortex versus Recon shenanigans here. Recon, while he's played Age of Empires 4, he is at his heart a mythology player. He played Myth way back in the day, so he's got so many years of experience just tucked in there to get him out of so many different positions that he might find himself in. That being said, when it comes to Mythology and it comes to Retold, it seems to me like mechanics, army control, and decision making are everything. So I've got to say, Vortex, he's got a chance here. He has a chance. Don't count the man out. 2 weeks, 3 weeks of Age of Mythology experience doesn't matter if you've got 20 plus years of RTS experience. But then we got the Mister and Grass here. I want to see an upset. If I can see an upset here from Grass, I'll be like, yeah. But I mean, this Mister, he's a beast. I'm honestly, I'm shook from what he's already been able to show in his series so far, and this is just the tip of the iceberg for the Mister. He's got a huge arsenal of strategies and understanding of the game already unlocked. So Grass has got his work cut out for him.
Sounds exciting to me. Sounds like we've got a long day still ahead of us. So I want you two to quickly stretch legs, go maybe, I don't know, wolf down a pizza. You've got probably like 5-10 minutes maximum because I need to talk to the crowd about a little something. You've all had a free ride. I called it. I don't see enough sub icons in the chat, despite the fact we've had some insane donos of subs coming in from a few different people. Red Bull was in there. I also saw someone regularly dropping earlier. Big shout out to them. But seriously, guys, if you are worried about the ads, like we try to do what we can to avoid it. We try to play them the break. Every once in a while, they might slip in, especially if we do have an attacker-defender situation that goes, say, 50 minutes into a game. It's going to happen. We can't avoid it. So definitely arm yourself with sub to be safe. And I can, without alluding too much, guarantee you it's worth subbing this channel as there are more things to come. Are my very defined eyebrows going up and down quick enough? I haven't been pulled off the stream, which is surprising. Usually I got muzzled when I say these type of things. But outside of that, there's another way you can help EGC TV. We are on, I think, our 4th or 5th event. I'm losing count at this point because the Surfshark marriage just seems to keep on going. We haven't divorced just yet, and I'm hoping we're going to be able to renew. What I want to be able to do is go forward to the Surfshark people and just say how incredible the Age of Mythology people are, how much they believe in the product, which is why I need you to take advantage of our offering while it is on offer. If you go across to their website right now with the code, you'll be able to get 4 months extra on us. And let me tell you why you want to have those 4 months extra. For a start, who knows when expansions are going to drop for Age of Mythology. And expansions can get expensive, especially if they start churning them out regularly. Wouldn't you like to have a way to pretend you're in a country where it's cheaper and then all of a sudden get a better deal? That's the type of thing you can get out of Surfshark. I've already had this with a few games myself where I was facing $60, $70, $80. You guys know the prices I'm talking about. It's getting out of control. How was I able to protect myself? All of a sudden, I'm in Greece, or all of a sudden, I'm Turkish. Maybe now I'm in Asia, and I'm getting a big discount. It's phenomenal. I also heard someone on the last event tell me that if I don't know what the place was, it was somewhere in the Caribbean. If you actually say that you're the Caribbean, Twitch isn't able to run ads at you. Explore that. Let me know if it's true. They've got so many servers around the world that I'm not entirely sure on that one. But I do know that it's a perfect opportunity to try and queue into Mister. Maybe you're in America and you're more likely to get queued into Grass, but maybe you want to fanboy Mister. Then you're Greece. All of a sudden, you're probably more likely to queue into him because the search radius, the way it pans out. Outside that, there are the obvious things around protecting your data. But I think the biggest thing that's going to resonate with you guys is the fact that a lot of these sponsors look at how these integrations perform. And if this one performs well, I can guarantee you it won't be the last time that you see them sponsoring EGC TV, and it probably won't be the last time you see Age of Mythology tournaments. So that should be enough incentive in itself. It comes out at 250 euros a month, even less with the 4 months extra on top. So take advantage of that right now with the code Wololo, which you can see by the bot in chat. It will take you through the website. Wololo will get you those extra 4 months and lets them know that we sent you and that they should show more love to the Age of Myth community. Outside that, though, we've had an insane tournament so far. Upsets, expectations exceeded, and some coming out of nowhere. But what a result we're looking at here. 3 of the 4 potential people will be back-to-back present at Red Bull Wololo. That's right, 3 of them were in the Age of Empires 4 sect for Legacy 2 years ago, almost to the day at this point. And I can tell you, it's a talented lineup. So many storylines to weave here. On the one hand, we have the uncontestable GOAT, the undeniable champion, the man to slay, to overcome, the god himself in Age of Mythology in the Mister. And as we now see, the prodigy kid comes to challenge. I mentioned David versus Goliath before. I think this feels more appropriate. Was it 17 years old, I believe Grass is? He's under 20, that's for sure. And what a way it would be to begin his career in Retold. First LAN, big championship on the line. And remember that you can only ever have one first with Red Bull Wololo. One first Age of Mythology champion. It could be him. But on the other side of the bracket, we have a remarkable set of stories developing there. Recon, a man who went into Age of Empires 4, he sweat and grinded for 3 years to get into that top 16, to look competitive, to look on the verge of starting to make it into the semifinals and even deeper. And then, in a whim, in a moment, he tastes Age of Mythology, just rubbing up against his gums again, and he can't help but sink his teeth in, throw it all away, and say, I love this game too much. I need to be back in the mix. But he doesn't have an easy ride either. Because as we saw, Magic fell victim to the power of Vortic. Vortic, who has a legacy as long as any player on this stage. This man began back in the days of Warcraft 3. He forged himself in those irons, went on to the futures of StarCraft 2, went beyond it into Heroes of the Storm. That's right, different genre. Then to return to Age of Empires 4, where he looked like a dominant force to be reckoned with. And now, alongside that, championing up with his bro in Zero Space, getting deep in runs and almost at the verge of being one of the absolute goats of Stormgate. And now, apparently, 2 RTSs in 1 year is not enough. No. 3 RTSs is not even enough. He needs to try and add Age of Mythology to that belt. He's going to have a damn good opportunity too. In fact, he's the only Spaniard left to rep. So stakes are even higher. I mean, nationality, national pride sinks in deep. This is the first time that we're seeing Red Bull Wololo shift away from Heidelberg to come to Spain. And I know he wants to be there. But we're going to find out if he's going to be able to. It's time to get ready for our first set of the day. I think the draft is about ready to get underway between Vortic and Recon. Boys, it is a pleasure to join you for this momentous occasion. What a lineup we have in our Final Four. We get even more depth now, Maiden. Best of 7, so no necessarily quick stomps. And I think most importantly, we're going to have to see a lot more flex when it comes to the breadth of our God pools.
Indeed. First thing that pops out to my mind, or to my eye, is I'm not surprised to see Odin banned. Odin has been banned almost, exclusively across the board. Poseidon on Recon's side, however, Boyd's excited. Yeah, you got that energy flowing apparently. But we got set potential for Vortic. So there's a little bit of some aggression there that we haven't quite seen before. We're not going to see it just yet. We got Zeus and Ra first, however.
Well, it looks like we're ready to go. They're not going to wait around. I'd expect nothing less from a man who just plays at the speed of light. It's time for the first game in our qualifying round to see which player will be heading through to the LAN in Spain. We kick off Vortic Recon game number 1.
And in the right side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Zeus, it is none other than Britain's own Recon. His opponent today, playing as the very, very newly buffed Ra. His name is Vortic. The map is Alfheim. And what are we going to see here? This is a spicy one. This is not a matchup I was expecting to see in the first game at all. What are you thinking, Maiden?
I think I'm surprised to see Vortic choose Ra. We already talked about Ra being a little bit questionable of a pick on the chemo side of things, on the Magic side of things rather. Not having a high win rate, choose selection rate, etc. on the ladder. But was the buff of the recent patch, was it strong enough to really warrant so much, choosing it so much? I'm not so sure. That's a really nice relic right there. Myth units costing less favor. We could maybe see some Sphinx action on the Vortic side by all means. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking here, Boyd. If Vortic is so new, that is an incredible relic as well. If Vortic is so new to Age Mythology, does he have the experience in order to actually pull off a Raw win?
Well, look, here's the thing. Vortic, he's probably only got, let's say, 5 solid gods in his pool right now. I know one of them set. I know he can play all the Greek gods. He can probably play some of the Norse gods as well. But Recon, he can just start picking them away. He's taken Zeus. I didn't see what the other gods were, but Vortic's god pool is going to get restricted here playing against Recon. Recon's not going to be leaving this series up to chance. He knows who Vortic is. He's had the chance to look at all of the games that he's been playing. And Vortic would not have had the time to really hide all too much, needing to get as many games played as he possibly can to get that experience up. Now, the good saving grace is that Vortic does have a really, really strong set. And while Ra doesn't play like set completely, he's going to know how all the units function and be able to get extreme value out of them. Beyond that, he also played this exact matchup reversed against Magic earlier. So we will be able to see a little bit of potentially that Bast shenanigans but we'll have to wait and see exactly what's going to be going through, as Hermes, the god of choice for Recon.
Yeah, no,
Wait,
no.
what
So,
do you say?
but it's I don't think it's no surprise to see Recon going up through Hermes. And this is kind of the second time Chemo against Mista. We saw all of the cliffs around the exterior of the map. Is that like a detail of the retold version of Alfheim? This is kind of in my opinion, one of the first times I've seen back-to-back Alfheim generations spawns with no cliffs in the center of the map. So it's what I'm thinking here is it's a fairly open map through the middle, which should cater to the strong Hermes gameplay.
Yeah, well, I could be wrong, but there were some map changes going into Red Bull Wololo with the new patch, and I think there was some map changes. We do see Dark coming through. It's gonna be a 4:30 advance time. I believe Vortex went for pickaxe here, and he's got his monument up. This is a very standard opening for Vortex, but Recon, he's gonna be putting pressure on from the get-go.
Yeah, he got that really early advance. Actually, we didn't even talk about this. Maybe we probably should have. Forward Goldmine here for Vortex, and he is just spamming houses ASAP, getting a couple of priests out to try and play defense. He still has another 30 seconds before he gets up to the classical edge through Ta. And so that gives plenty of time for Jason and the Centaur to harass his Goldmine. Idle Eco already for Vortex. Very nice start for Recon here. Very, very nice start.
I mean, to be completely honest, right now, you actually don't really when you're behind in the age, you don't really want to be fighting with the priest. You just want to be sitting there healing. They still heal at full max rate in the archaic age, so yeah, you can get much more value, extract all that value out. If you do see the classical age coming through, 3 priests are out. The Centaur's going to get sent packing. The Wadget is under a lot of pressure as Vortex trying to heal it back up, but that Jason just completely slaps that one down. That is absolutely huge. More of those arrow volleys coming through onto those priests, but Vortex has got to micro this one. He's got to keep those villagers alive. The priests alive, excuse me, as the villagers are going to come through and try and shank here, but they're going to start getting sniped down as well. Maiden, what is happening in this game?
Ooh, we see Jason go down. We see a priest go down. The Pharaoh's in the mix. The arrows are raining down. The villager HP is so low. Same with the priest. He's got it, and the bolt on the Pharaoh. I think I like that. Heracles is a little bit late to the party, but he is celebrating along with the Centaur. Dude, picking off another. What is this? Picking off another priest? Is he going to get that last priest? The Centaur might be able to just clean up these villagers with a special attack. There goes another couple, 3 villagers. What just happened? What a start for Recon, and that's it, dude. What? What?
You know, when they said Age of Empires is a defensive game, they surely haven't played Age of Mythology. This is a 5-minute game, ladies and gentlemen. Vortex, I mean, he tried. He had the right unit comms. He should have brought that Pharaoh forward to help defend as well, but that was a quick one, ladies and gentlemen. I think Vortex just wanted to get to game number 2, in all honesty.
I mean, what? Okay. Where did things go wrong? Sure, he advanced much later than the 330. 330 Greek can be really difficult to handle. The Centaur in your face right away, the special attack, again, I think it could have been stronger if Heracles was over there at the same time. He went for picking up relics. Anyway, where did he go wrong? Was it sending his villagers and priests out to just kind of YOLO and go for the Vil fight? Should he have stayed defensive in his base? What just happened there? Why?
I don't want to say build order victory, but that was a build order victory. There's nothing more to say about that. Vortex, he went for a build that I think is about 30 seconds too late for Ra. Ra can do exactly what Vortex did then. Get a monument, get pickaxe, and a 4-minute advance time. Get 3 priests out, and he would have been completely fine to defend that. But because he was so late, he lost so much HP on those priests. He didn't micro that amazingly well. For Vortex, it was pretty good, but for Vortex, didn't micro that amazingly well. And, I mean, Recon does what Recon's going to do, and the game just ends.
I kind of have a thought in the back of my head that maybe that Vil fighting maybe would have been a little bit more viable in a different age game. I have more so AoE 2 in my mind. I don't know. Looks like we're jumping into the next game. Go for it, boy.
Well, game number 2 already on the way. We're in a best of 7, so there's no breaks here, ladies and gentlemen. Spawning on the left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Loki. His name is Recon. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Set. His name is Vortix. It's a different game. It's a different you. It's a different me. No, it's the same us and it's the same them, but it's a different map. We're on the map Marsh, and we've got a very spicy matchup here, Set versus Loki. I know you're familiar with it. What are your thoughts, Maiden?
I think that I'm familiar with it on the Loki side by all means. Both both gods very very dangerous on Marsh. On the Set side, Set can convert those aggressive animals. The middle of the map is just full. Ooh, Tusk of the Iron Boar. That's really nice. Okay, that is actually huge. If Recon, that relic, Tusk of the Iron Boar, makes your raiding cavalry stronger, and Jarls eventually as well. If he can grab that relic, that could be potentially huge, because raiding cavalry are so crucial against classical age, I guess just in general, against Egyptian. That's another really good relic right there. Anyway, those are so important in order to counter things like Axeman and whatnot. Axeman can be such a scary unit for Norse to face against Egyptians. So that's actually really, thank you for pointing that out, Vodka, our lovely observer. Anyway, on the Set side, Set can, as we can see, is going on the priest in the center of the map, converting all of those aggressive animals. So you can either take them to a TC, eat those bad boys, you can be aggressive with them. It's kind of hard to judge if your enemy is Set, it's hard to judge what they're going to do. You got to scout like crazy. Loki doesn't necessarily have the best scouting options, even though he already used his spy. I think it's pretty scary if I'm on the North side, in all sincerity. Loki's strong on this map as well, but not quite as strong, because the Hersier rating isn't quite as strong compared to old AOM.
You're absolutely right. When you're playing Norse against Set, what you're doing as the Norse player is you're going, okay, so what cheese am I facing on this game? Am I facing a classical age rush with shifting sands? Am I facing a new bites? Am I facing an Ancestors Eclipse timing attack? Am I facing Thoth? Am I facing Horus? All these questions that you don't get to figure out until they've happened. So you have to play around everything. Or you need to take the map or the game into your own hands and try and do something equally as crazy. Now, we aren't seeing that here for Recon, as he's going to be clicking up through that for SETI. But, I mean, speaking of the relics before we go on, these relics are all absolutely insane. You have to be picking up relics. On Marsh, there's 6 relics that spawn. Grab that Hands of the Pharaoh nice and early, get extra priests out, go and pick them all up, or as Recon, get those Herser out onto the map and start collecting, because they pay dividends.
Absolutely. I think that I don't know how much rework was done on the relics. Of course, there was in general between old and new AOM, meaning Retold. But it seems like most all of these relics are pretty darn useful to get. I don't know if any of them are game breaking per se, but prioritizing picking these up it's definitely huge. And there's 6 of them. Pretty much all of them are really nice to get. Anubis coming in. Any surprises there?
There's no surprises here. Personally, I prefer Ptah in this matchup, just on the fact that Shifting Sands' utility is out of this world. If your opponent wants to go for flaming weapons, I can Shifting Sands away from it. If my opponent wants to play a defensive game, I can timing attack. But Anubis, it just gives so much defensive utility with those Plague of Serpents that your opponent's not going to be able to get a whole lot done onto you early game. So you can get away with a lot of greed in terms of getting second town centers up, going for heroic ages when you otherwise probably shouldn't, securing second gold mines and all this other stuff. So there is a lot of fun to be done here for Vortix, as he is going to be rushing up a second town center. And look, here's the thing, Maiden. I've got this strategy thought up of Norse, specifically with Loki, but it can also be done with Odin, which comes in with some sort of a heroic age timing. It's a big, big fat all in, and we've already seen a whole bunch of Berserks once. I really want to see some Berserk Villager Ragnaroks here. You could really punish a greedy Set player with that stuff. We'll see if it's going to happen. Recon is not that type of player, but I'm going to float that idea and we'll see what's going to happen.
We did actually see it kind of in that Loki against Recon playing Loki against Rapples. Looks like this troll might get picked off, kind of meandering into the middle of the map. There we go. He needs to get out of there. Anyway, we did see Recon pull that out in a battle against Rappel back on Ghost Lake. So it's in the back pocket, Void. We might see it after all. We also might see all these priests right here get picked off by these four Hearse here. It seems like they're a little hesitant to actually take that fight, though.
Well, it is a little bit scary when your opponent's playing a set. Those animals of set, they don't take any bonus damage. They're not myth units, they're animals. So Herso don't get a bonus versus them. The animals did get hit with a nerf on this patch, but Recon's not going to risk it. There's no need to take that fight. Sit back, play defensive, try and work it out. But the longer this game goes on, the longer Vortic is on 2 town centers, the further ahead his economy is going to be. So
What's the win condition here for Loki? I mean, like you said, Vortex went 2TC right away, so his eco is just getting slowly. They're almost at equal villagers right now, but slowly his eco is just going to expand faster and bigger than Recon's. Is it a timing attack? He's playing so defensively that it's going to take a big shift of the tables, turn of the tables, in order to finish off this game. A new bike gets caught out. Tisk tisk
Nice.
Vortex, Mr. RTS expert.
yeah, that's a nice control there from Recon. He just catches that Anubite out. We're talking about win conditions here for Thor. Honestly, the Egyptian late game isn't what it used to be, and Set's late game is also kind of rubbish in the same breath of air. I think that the actual win condition here for Loki is getting to hell, getting fire giants out, and having really good control to play around your enemy's priests. And once those fire giants are there, Set is going to cry. Not going to be able to engage at all. But there's just so much stuff you've got to defend from. As we see some barracks coming up, armory coming up here as well, and medium spearmen, serpent spears coming through. So Vortex wants to make some of those spearmen out, even though Recon not really making any of those raiding cavalry just yet, but just in preparation. We'll have to wait and see.
Indeed, and actually, speaking of raiding cavalry, Recon has a bunch of Hearse here right by that relic. Did he grab the... No, that's the Eye of Ornlu. Shout out to Ornlu, Ornlu the Wolf. Did he snag that relic, the Tusk of the Iron Boar? I think I still see it down there on the minimap.
It looks like there's still 4 relics on the map, and I'm genuinely surprised. Vortex had like 3 or 4 priests out converting stuff, but he's got the Hands of the Pharaoh, but there's still 4 relics left in the map here. And actually, never mind. There's 4 relics grabbed, so they're all there. All right, never mind.
I think you're seeing settlements instead of relics. How many relics are on this map? They're sneaky.
No. I think we're on Vortex's perspective, and he hasn't scouted it. So Vortex doesn't know, but Recon's grabbed him.
That makes sense. Thundercloud Shawl, that's nice. That's really nice for... honestly, usually you wouldn't think that, Pierce Armor against Norse, but Norse have Goaty now, so that Pierce Armor definitely going to help out, potentially. Anyway, yeah, second town center coming in for Recon here. He's just going for the slow burn, the 42 villagers to 33 vills, so... Set doesn't have the best eco in the world compared to the the Norse dwarves. But, having that vill advantage is going to be nice for sure. Both of these players are just booming up their eco so far. Nothing super exciting happening just yet. When are things going to start to clash, boy? When is this going to... Third town center. When are things going to really start to ramp up here?
Well, that's the thing, right? Whenever your opponent goes for a fast second town center, and you as the Norse player choose to go for a town center afterwards, you're basically saying, all right, you've got the economic advantage for this game. I'm not going to do anything about it. When the second town center comes up first, you get more villagers. So that's why right now Vortex is up those that villager advantage, right? But Recon now grabbing a third town center. He's looking to close that gap in villagers. So we'll see. It's up to Vortex now to make a good decision as to what to do next. Do you try and punish or not? We're seeing Nephthys, we're seeing Bragi. It's a very, very techie, boomy game here, mate. We've also got those docks coming down. This is something that I've been seeing players really, really enjoy because you get those free myth units. What do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, and Marsh definitely has a capability to have some boat shenanigans. I mean, he's going to get a Kraken and a Jormundelver. I guess a Jormundelver could eventually sit in that little... If you see on the minimap, there's a little nook. Nice little raid coming in here before we look at that nook. Kicking him off of that gold mine. Nice little bit of threatening some idle time, but Vortex is reacting. There's the Nook we're talking about right there. He could sit a Yormandelver right there and pressure the gold mine, you know, potentially harass a trade route. I don't think that the myth units are going to be that valuable, but what I do think is valuable here, Boyd, is this. He's got a vision, first of all, to take a peek at what Recon's doing. Second of all, he's going for that forward boom. Interesting. We got Ancestors coming down right away, right in front of a whole bunch of Hersu, which is a peculiar decision, but he's got the forward Migdal. This is what I was going to say. Taking the third town center might be a good idea, but it does give, and serpents all at the same time. We got a whole bunch of chaos going on, folks. The game has revved up. Honestly, it gives your opponent a target to actually start attacking. So Recon's invested a whole bunch of resources into this TC. He got a couple of villagers out. That's about it. I don't think it was worth it. This is great for Vortex right here.
At most, Recon has leveled the villager difference here. That the serpents on the back, that's not, Recon doesn't care. That didn't do much here. I think it was just a little bit of a distraction there to allow Vortex to get that map control. But Recon, he's got a back gold mine. He's got food behind his base. He's very, very happy playing this one nice and slow. If you can get to the Mythic Age, and while we say that Yormandelver might not do a whole lot, that's going to be a defensive resource for him on that choke point there as well, as Recon is just sitting in his base, waiting, playing defensively as much as he possibly can. Healing Spring getting dropped down as well, but we'll see how Vortex is going to make this one happen. He doesn't have any siege just yet, but it's not like it matters when he's just going to be able to take down buildings and everything else here. Recon does still have his big power spike. He does still have that flaming weapon, but it's important to get a really, really good fight with it. Vortex has to be careful not to overcommit here. There's another armory getting thrown down, or a first armory getting thrown down, and some of those upgrades are going to start coming through.
Well, you know, Boyd, Vortex is pushing in here and Recon's retreating. He can't retreat much further, in all sincerity. Eventually, he's going to have to turn around and take this fight. You know, Vortex needs siege in order to really continue pushing through and do damage here. So he needs to maybe back off and really be careful with how how he handles flaming weapons, rather. Because if you look at the population, the military population for both of these guys, it's starting to look a little bit scary for Recon. He's got a whole bunch of Battlebores as well. There are a lot of priests here in the army of Vortex, but flaming weapons plus all those Battlebores, I don't know. Plus Tusk of the Iron Boar, I think those are heavy cavalry as well. So it looks like Recon is... What is Recon doing? It seems like he's trying to go for a little bit of a flank, a little bit of a sandwich here. Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, he's trying to get around onto the back here, but the thing is, whenever the flaming weapons comes, Vortex needs to be able to retreat, and he has not set that up. Flaming weapons now coming through. Trolls spawn here. Perso onto the back of those chariot archers. Those priests are not going to be able to live for all too much longer once all that front line ends up getting taken down, and Recon is going to be able to sweep through here. The army numbers of Vortex completely getting annihilated as, well, Recon is now going to be on the front foot, and Vortex is going to have to pull back. I'm not sure what he can do now. Look at this score difference, Maiden!
Holy crap, he's almost double the score if he continues his flaming weapons push. 15 seconds left, taking out the Migdal, maybe sniping a couple more of those chariots. That score lead is just going to increase. We got a mountain giant out to hopefully get a nice little blast on that Migdal. Dude, what a huge hike. Thousands of resources. Just that Vortex just lost thousands of resources, and just like that, dude, we were talking about how spicy this matchup was gonna be, and it is. But 2 zips straight up, fairly fast games. What?
Well, I mean, this is the thing. We've seen a couple of flaming weapons in the history of Age of Mythology, especially against Egyptians. And one unit here that Vortex was very, very sorely missing. And if he had it, that fight could have gone a very different way. And that's the Axeman. He had out his Spearmen, he had out his Chariot Archers, even had some of those Scorpion Men in there. But no Axeman means that those Herso get all of the bonus with none of the setback. And it just shows how important that is, cleaning up everything there. Maiden, we're going into game number 3 right now. We're going to be moving onto the map Kerlauga. I'm going to leave that with a big space between Kerr because I love this map. This is a map I don't actually think I've seen played outside of customs. Have you seen it?
Not in a, I mean, I've played it a couple of times myself in just silly little games here and there, but not, definitely not in a round 4 or, semifinal of a pretty big tournament. So I'm very excited to see that we're actually going to see Kerlager here. I think, let's see, was it Rabble and Recon played on Kerlager in their series, but we jumped in halfway and so we missed it. So I'm super stoked to see that we can actually um, just watch it. I don't know what to expect. There's so much potential with the fishing ships, the amphibious
Yeah.
terrain where you can fish,
Mm.
land units can pass by right there, and you can get the archer ships as well, or military ships. I don't know. Do you have any idea about meta strategy for Kerlager?
I got no idea about strategy, but the very cool thing, and you've already touched on it, is that these ponds, they are hybrid. You can walk past it. And what does that mean? You can actually raid fishing ships with land units. And I don't know about you, but I've noticed something that's very different between Legacy AOM and Retold, and that's that the actual ships don't seem to do that well against human units. Could be misreading the situation, maybe something weird's going on, but it could be the case here where just going, I'm not going to build any navy, I'm just going to build human units and go and defend my stuff and kill your stuff is the correct way to go. We'll have to wait and see. I know, I'm sure you're going to be aware, these players have been playing those customs, trying to work this stuff out, so they will be very aware of all the features on these maps. But Hades versus Thor, this is going to be a big one. I don't know. I've got no idea what's going to happen. We're all going to be learning in real time here.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, let's see, Thor, this is, I think, since we're seeing Kerlager again, I'm inclined to think that it's, oh, wait, it's the map pick of the loser, which is, this is, I guess, Vortex is choosing the map here, but it must be Recon choosing the map. He's choosing Thor as well. Does he have something prepared with Thor? He seems to like Thor on Kerlager, presumably so. Is there something with Thor that's really coming to mind?
Well, I mean, the only thing that I can think of right now is that Recon has got Isis remaining for some reason. He's saving that for a rainy day. He's got Freya remaining, and that's not going to be a god you want to pick on Kerlaugr. There's no great bonuses, no Walking Woods, no Njord. And Thor remaining, who, well, let's just say Thor, at the very least, has got a great start on water maps. You get that Dwarven Mine, meaning you don't have to build an early ox cart, which means you can squeeze out an extra fishing ship. You can put down 2 docks nice and early, and you can have a really, really good start to an Age of Mythology Retold game.
That's very true. At the same time, do you think that just going for the straight sweep with ISIS, I mean, there's a lot of, we've been talking about all the attacking potential, the teeth of ISIS. There's maybe some potential there. Egyptian are definitely strong on water maps with potential for dock spam and whatnot. Whatever. We don't need a theory craft about ISIS. We know that we're going to have Thor against Hades here. One thing to note is that the gold mines are definitely not safe. So a map like Anatolia, where there's 2 sides of water, you have 2 gold mines in your base, and so there's that to rely on. Whereas, yes, Thor can use his dwarven gold mine in order to have like better or reliable gold later on. But aside from your starting gold mine, you got to go out into the middle of the map, maybe way out to the side of the map for gold. So maybe that's where we might see a little bit of some explosions, some clashing, so to speak, is on gold mines. Before that, maybe just some shenanigans between the two.
Well, all I'm going to say, I've got 10 seconds to get into this map. People do look at this map and think it's Anatolia. It's not Anatolia. Your Anatolia theory does not hold true here. But we're about to jump in, maiden. Let's get buckled in. Spawning on the top side of the map in the blue color, playing as Thor. His name is Recon. His opponent today on the Hades pick in the red color playing. His name is Vortic. Oh my god, Kerlaugr, it's such a beautiful map. We are seeing both players going for their docks on to the top side to kick this one off, maiden. I don't know if this changes much about this map. I feel like maybe we're going to have to see docks on both sides at some point. But does this lead to fireworks or not? What do you reckon?
I mean, I don't know what to expect. Fireworks, hopefully. We definitely want fireworks. It'll take some time to get there. Very nice early fireworks, maybe going to be on the water. We see a very nice starting gold mine for Recon at the backside of his base. He definitely could share wood and gold back on that bad boy. On the Vortic side, Hades, we're not too worried about any big time pressure on the Hades side because of Sentinel usage by all means. I guess there's some potential for a forest fire on that forward goal or the forward forest in order to open up the gold mine, but I still don't think that we're going to see too many fireworks within the base of Vortex. So I don't know. Maybe what I'm expecting here is to see from the recon side lots of raiding cavalry, a lot of mobility in order to hit fishing ships, hit wood lines, hit fishing ships, hit wood lines, that sort of thing. A really good heroic age advance, heroic timing. Make sure that he has a god power, potentially a hill fort, in order to secure a forward gold mine. That's what I'm expecting from the Thor side.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you talk with any of the old school Norse experts, people like Soup, people like the Rappel, they're always talking about how strong Greek is on these water maps. But this is Retold; it's a different game. But the thing is, even on Retold here, it seems like Greek's got a serious advantage. And where is that advantage lying? Mostly in the heroic age, mostly in the Skylar that comes out for free and then completely ruins a Norse player's time here. But with the fact that this map is traversable, the water is traversable, you can walk on it. What you can do to counter this, if you're playing from the Thor side, is you could get out Hersa and you can kill off those Skylar very, very easily. Not a terrible idea to go for that. So there's lots of counterplay here that is not available on other maps that is available on this one. And I'm excited to see what players are going to be able to do with this unique feature.
You can even wall off your fish if you really wanted to.
Totally. Yeah, you can put any buildings down in there that you feel like you can do whatever you want. But Recon, he's on both sides of the water right now. It seems like it's a fairly clean opening for both players. And I imagine here, Vortex, he's going for a faster advance. He's going to be putting pressure onto Recon. Recon's going for the slower advance. And we're going to see who's going to be able to come out on top. The big thing, Maiden, is on water maps, if you advance fast and your opponent advances slow, it's such a big difference from playing on land maps, because land maps is just a little bit more resources that they gain. On water maps, they're getting extra fishing ships, they're getting more villagers out, so they're going to have a lot more to use to defend themselves when they get there. So you've really got to get a huge amount of damage. Athena's coming in. Can Recon get to the classic ledge fast enough and start defending here?
Since we see Athena coming in, I know that Minotaurs are a little bit more expensive because of the recent patch. This gives him restoration. Again, potential for Minotaurs. He is Zeus, so he gets the favor generation a lot faster. Is there a world where, we see just kind of some harassment here and there? We have a very forward villager going for a very forward dock over on this side. A little bit of some whatever on water, and then a gold starve on the gold mine of Recon. I think he's gonna have to be really careful. Because if you see the gold mines, it's right in front of Recon's base. There's really no other one that he can go to conveniently at all. I think he needs to be very, very concerned about that.
Yeah, all the gold mines are a little bit exposed, but Recon's still got his dwarven mine in the bank, so he is going to be fine. The big thing is, though, here for Vortex is he can just go very aggressive here. He doesn't need to fight water at all. I doubt that Recon's even going to build a single archer ship, maybe one naval unit just to put a little bit of pressure on before he has to start defending elsewhere. So if Vortex wants to get super aggressive, super fast, he's well in his rights to do so, as a dot coming down on the bottom side of the map to get a little bit more fish income. But I want to see some aggression here coming out of Vortex, but it looks like he's going for a heroic age here.
Indeed. I guess there is Manticore spam, which can be really strong. Were Manticores touched in the recent patch?
I mean, Manticore's not so much. But, I mean, the Nemean Lion, Manticore, it doesn't really matter. Some sort of pressure coming onto the Thor player nice and early is going to be really important. Valkyrie spotting a villager here. Going to be able to take this one out. This is a huge pick.
Achilles might get a pick himself, however, on that Valkyrie. Nice villager pick. However, you don't necessarily want to trade one Valkyrie for one villager, especially after the dock is already constructed. Looks like the Valkyrie is going to be able to escape, however. Yeah, and we have Aphrodite queued, so Vortex definitely he's prepping for the Nemean, potentially Nemean line spam, of course. Both Nemean lines and Mana Cores, both pretty darn strong. All myth units in Retold are pretty darn strong. The devs were serious when they said they wanted to maximize the mythology.
Maximize the mythology, they did. Now here's the thing. Vortex has got the advantage in the heroic age on the water. That's 100% the case. But when Recon hits the mythic age, he gets the advantage on the water with that Yorman Elva. Not going to say it's going to happen anytime soon. He does get a Kraken out, which is going to be able to help. But once that Scale gets a couple of heads, it's going to be in a very, very good position to take everything out. And also, Vortex is taking this opportunity to start beating down on that dock with his Achilles, Ajax, and that Minotaur. Is getting a huge amount of damage done there. Plus, he's got that per scene upgrade coming in as soon as he hits the heroic age, which is a huge boost to the food income. What is Recon going to be doing to answer this, mate?
I'm not sure how close he's close to going heroic himself, actually, which is probably a decent maneuver. He's definitely want to get a couple of Goaty out. He's got a couple of great hauls ready to go. Gonna want to get some Goaty out for sure. Yeah, he finally, I think he's a little bit slow going for that fishing, the raids on the fishing boats, but he's finally getting over there, which is a nice little boost. We see that dock down there for Vortex rather. And now this is so funny, dude, watching her here just walk through the water, go for the fishing ships. It's hilarious to see. Both players are wait.
I love this. I love
You like
this.
it? I do too.
I mean, I want to play this. Put this map in the rank ladder. This is awesome.
It's chaotic, man. It's chaotic, which is refreshing. You know, to have at least one map that's just it takes so long for the meta to get figured out. We saw a curse down there on the bottom side. I think to get those raiding cavalry out of the way. Very nice. Still no restoration, however. Where's that going to be used?
Well, I mean, at the moment, Vortex, he can't actually push forward with that Skylar because there's 2, 3, 4 Herso there. So,
Yeah.
I mean, now he is because there's a trireme, but Recon's got 2 docks up. The Herso are going to be running in. This is absolutely crazy to me to see. I mean, when people complain about water, it's because why do they complain about water? It's because you've only got 3 units. But on a map like this, it's not just 3 units anymore. It's 3 units plus the rest of your army can come here. So it's just 3 units more than restricting gameplay. This is such a great idea. This is such a sick map. I'm so excited right now as that heroic age for Recon has come through. He's got the Bragi, which will be able to get him some really, really nice upgrades. Swine Array plus Call of Valhalla to boost his infantry units up to get really, really good value against any sort of Hippias that Vortex might want to build. But I'm fairly sure that Vortex wants to go for some Toxotes and some Hoplites in this game for the time being. But Recon, you've got to like his position at the moment. He's defended pretty much everything. He's losing the bottom part of the water for the time being, but he's going to come over here and defend it fairly shortly. Vortex, he's got to be thinking about where to next here.
Well, if I'm in Recon's position, I'm A-okay with him, Vortex, spending all those resources into Skilla, into boats, into, you know, his myth units, spending time taking out that fish on the bottom side. I'm A-okay with that. Ultimately, yes, you do want the fish advantage, 100%. This is hilarious, seeing a bunch of skill heads trying to pick off the Kraken right there. But this just gives Recon time on land.
Yeah, Recon's going to be able to take all this. And it's like, here's the thing. When Recon hits Ragnarok, he's now going to be able to just walk over and take out all of the opponent's fish. So it's not like you just get free economy there, like on like a Mediterranean. Say a Hades player wins the water, and then you Ragnarok that player as they Skylar down the bottom, getting some value, meaning line getting taken out. But that potential Ragnarok coming through could take everything out on the water as well as go for the gold staff. But we see here that Vortex, he has got Artemis queued up. But he doesn't have his gold mine, and he's just put up that fortress. So he's a little bit behind on that. He might be able to sell some food if he wants to. But we'll see if he can defend this one, because Recon, he's got to know something is up here now that he sees that fortress.
He does see the fortress, but honestly, an early earthquake could be really devastating because, I mean, sure, I was just saying, oh, it's not the biggest of deals. There's a restoration to keep all of that, you know, that forward position up. I was just saying that, oh, not the biggest of deals, losing his fish on that right-hand side. But he's also, you know, getting pressured up on the top side as well. If his base gets, you know, were to get just completely annihilated, by an earthquake in 2 minutes, that would be brutal. He doesn't have another town center, another gold mine, etc. to fall back on. He would just be completely gutted by an earthquake. That could be huge. That could be a little step for Vortic back into this series.
Yeah, I'm just loving Recon's play here. I mean, he's taking full advantage out of those Goaty on the shore there, where it's like normally he wouldn't have an answer for those Skylar, but on this map he does. But just because those Skylar get picked off does not mean Recon is out of the woodwork in the slightest here. He's still only one town center. Wait, no, that's the second town center on the front, I think.
What?
But he's going to be getting earthquaked very, very shortly.
Yeah, what about, 70, 80 seconds in that? Look, I mean, eventually when we go back to Recon's base, there's a bajillion houses that will get completely demolished from an earthquake. So he's going to have to rush to rebuild those pretty darn quickly. What I want to, I think it's kind of funny. We see that Recon's building a hill fort against kind of the water on that top side. It's kind of helping to protect his fish. He's got a couple of fish over on the right-hand side again. I want to see if Vortic has land units ready to use an earthquake and follow it up with units to try and gut the army, gut the economy, prevent him from rebuilding, etc., etc. We see he has a small army right here. That's not necessarily what I was thinking, but, at least it's something.
Well, yeah, I mean, Vortex knows. He just needs to get that late game in. Once he gets all of those upgrades, his Toxotes get burning pitch for free. He's already got that ballistics for free. Balder is clicked here for Recon, so we will be seeing some sort of a Ragnarok coming. But which town center is he going through? Because that earthquake's going to hit, and it could deny a big power spike here for Recon. And it's not on the. It doesn't look well. I don't actually know if it's in the hometown.
Go to his point of view.
Onto the second town center. So it's a sneaky one. Recon knows that there's a potential for that earthquake to come in. And now that Achilles comes in, earthquake gets dropped down. All the houses are going to be falling here, Maiden. But Recon's still going to be able to hit his Ragnarok when he wants to.
Holy crap, dude. So much destruction. Wow, that looks cool. When the Dwarven Armory gets destroyed, that actually looks really cool. Again, with the cool graphics here. Yeah, that's brutal. By all means, that's brutal. Ragnarok is still coming into that second town center that he just got up. Amazing. The skill doing some more damage on the bottom side. Are we going to see a Karkenos also do some damage? Actually, both those units can maybe range or hit that hill fort, which is kind of funny. Is Vortic going to be able to push in and take advantage, follow up, capitalize on that earthquake? Kind of, but the hill fort's maybe going to provide enough protection there, Boyd. He's maybe A-okay.
I mean, there's 51 villages right now for Recon. Vortix, I don't think he's got any military barracks up, or military academy, I should say. And he's going to be needing them immediately. Why does he need them? Because he needs those Apaspis. Those are really good counters to Rag heroes. Counter infantry is the name of the game when trying to survive a Ragnarok. Archers are good, but you really need that front line as well.
Here we go. Is he going to use Ragnarok right away? Does he necessarily need to? He maybe doesn't necessarily need to, especially considering he's got more houses coming up. He can expand the population even more. He maybe doesn't need to. Maybe he can get out a couple of... Let's see, how much favor does he have? Another Fire Giant or so to complement his Ragnarok army.
I mean, this is a pretty tense moment right now. It looks like those Toxotes are like champion already, so they are very strong at the moment. And he's also got a ton of armory upgrades coming in, but you still have to be careful. Fire Giants cleaning up Toxotes, they can kill them off very quickly. You've also got getting caught out of position here, and I mean, like we always say, you don't have, just because you've got Balder, just because you've got Ragnarok, just because you've got flaming weapons as well, and there's a lot of stuff right now that Recon's got going for him, doesn't mean you have to do it straight away. You can put it whenever you feel like, and potentially the best usage of Ragnarok right now for Recon is just to wait for that gold mine that Vortix is on, and once that's gone, then click it. But Vortix is going to be trying to force Recon's hand here, and look at those Fire Giants, this could be huge.
Ooh, that was close.
I piped up a little bit too early. Nothing happened. Just everyone go back to what you were doing.
If Vortix could hear it, he's like, "Oh shoot!" and he, got out of there right at the last second. That could have been catastrophic and awesome. We see the Jormundelver. I gotta say, the Jormundelvers and back in the old vanilla AOM, they definitely, you know, didn't look very impressive. I think the new retold Jormundelvers, they look super cool. Honestly, very happy with how all the myth units look in the game. Looks like the Skilla maybe can't actually attack that build fort. Anyway, he's delaying. Is he delaying too much? We see a bunch of Hippias coming out right now. Maybe not the unit he wants, but there is more and more and more coming out here for Vortic.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is right now for Recon is with 4 Fire Giants, he just needs to get those units bunched up and use that special. We're seeing the the hero, the Achilles, coming in to try and take out those Fire Giants, but there should be a Perseus on the way at some point here, which is going to really be able to shut down those Fire Giants as well, as the Toxoid is trying to get the damage done from afar. Big splash damage on the back as some Berserks are going to be charging in onto this position. The Thor of Recon, his population is dropping. It's down to 144 population here, dropping even faster as the army of Vortic is just so strong here, and Recon, he's got to retreat. I think maybe he was waited too long on this Ragnarok.
Maybe. We were just shown a 3rd town center down on that other side, so we got 3 town centers for Recon. He's definitely going to need these 3 town centers to get as many villagers out as soon as possible. What just happened? He got completely gutted. He had so many Fire Giants. It looked terrifying for Vortic in all sincerity. He seemed to maybe miss his opportunity here. There's a wonderful opportunity for Vortic. Recon's on the back foot here, by all means. Ragnarok Flaming Weapons is still a huge threat, 100%. But it's a little bit sketchy here for Recon.
Vortic is just trying to force Recon's hand. Recon doesn't want to click the button. He really, clearly he doesn't. And look at this micro from Vortic. It's so beautiful. Shoot and scoot, keep the units off. And we see another Fire Giant popping out here. That's going to be a little bit scary for Vortic's Toxotes series. He gets that splash damage in. And it does look like Recon will be able to hold here for the time being, as Vortic is going to have to retreat back. But Perseus is in, and that shuts down those Fire Giants quite severely. He's got so much damage, 16.2 divine damage. Are you kidding me? Petropolis taking down the town center as well. Recon, what is he waiting for at this point? He is in a very, very troubling position, but his economy, honestly, hasn't really been touched here.
It's true, and there are gold mines around the edges of the map, so he still has resources. Beautiful looking myth units, you know, keeping the top side of the map nice and secure. By all means, Recon just lost a town center. That's lower population, fewer villager numbers. His eco's okay, 75 villagers, but boy, is he running out of time here?
I don't know, but the Scale are going to come through and deny that hill fort as well. He's so strong. 3 heads, but the Goaty going after, going to be able to kill off that Cargonos. If that Cargonos dies, he does have splash damage. Look at those units going to get smacked. No, never mind, it's not dying just yet. It might. We'll see. We'll see if he's going to explode and kill off some stuff. Anyways, Toxotes still chasing everything away here, and Recon, he's down to 117 HP. He's trying to make it work, but it's just not happening at the moment here. What else can he do at this point to get his numbers up? And there's the Ragnarok Maiden. He says it's go time now. Last ditch effort. Vortic is going to have to retreat back and try and survive here.
What do you go for? Again, Ragnarok, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Ragnarok is about execution. If you just blindly YOLO into a fortified position, you're likely going to lose your Ragnarok, maybe lose the game right after. What does the execution look like here for Recon? What does he go for? There's no trade route, okay? There's no trade route, so there's potential to go after gold mines. That's probably thing number 1, target number 1, army, you know, try and surround these talks right here. Army, gold mines, that sort of thing. Maybe town centers as well. He needs to be careful though. Hades buildings are strong. He needs to be really careful.
Vortic's control here is just impeccable. You see so many players just going, "Oh, there's just too many rag heroes. I'm just gonna pull back." But he's just spacing these rag heroes so beautifully as the population of Recon is dropping down incredibly fast. He was at 250 Maiden, and he's already down to 165. He hasn't even clicked Flaming Weapons yet as the rag heroes try and collapse in. Vortic still trying to pull away from the other reinforcements coming through, as those Toxotes are just doing such a ridiculously good job killing off units here. But while it's all going on, there is a raid. Another restoration coming through here for Vortic to keep those units at full HP. And it looks to me like Vortic is going to be able to hold here and get his win onto the board. Or have I spoken too soon?
It doesn't really look like it, dude. Recon's, yes, Recon's getting a nice little raid right there, but his population is just dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. He needs to, he's at 69, 66 population, man. Amazing micro right there with those talks. Amazing, amazing micro. I think it was a mistake for Recon to try and go after that group of talks because he just ended up losing his heroes one by one by one. Now at this point in time, it's 57 population to 154 population. I mean, Vortic, all he has to do is just finish up the game. Look at a couple of gold mines, finish up the game.
Recon's idea is to get his economy back into gear. He's got himself one town center at the moment, but he's building 2 more in an attempt to get these villages back. Vortex just needs to kick him out here. He just needs to get himself on the map. Recon is kind of praying that he's not going to get spotted onto the left side of the map at the moment, but the town center right in the face of Vortex's army, he misses it, but he's looking everywhere for the gold mines to put a stop to Recon's game plan here, as he sees a couple of hill forts down here. And I mean, all Recon can really do here is hope that Vortex doesn't notice something at the moment, because Vortex is so far in front.
Indeed, he is. Some would argue too far in front, in all sincerity. It's best of 7, man. Sure, Recon is up 2-0, but still, it's a best of 7, and, you know, the winner goes to Spain of this series. So, sure, he's going to continue fighting, ensure that, you know, Vortex has to finish out this game. I really don't know how he's going to accomplish it, but he's trying. He's trying.
Well, I mean, basically what Recon has to do, and this is a long shot, but what he has to do is get a whole bunch of raids here. I'm not sure if we had a random pause there or not, but we get to keep going on. He has to get some raids in. He's got to kill villages. He's got to level the economy of Vortex somehow so that he can at least get himself going here. The one thing that Recon does have is Dorman Elders. So he can control this water, and he can continue to try and make that happen there as the units are going to be falling through. But Vortex has also got access to Pisaius, who can easily come and deal with that one, as the town center is going to be getting targeted down.
Indeed. I don't know if the hippies right here, I don't know if they're going to be able to pick off that TC completely. They're, you know, just about champion fully upgraded. Honestly, just go for it. Just go for it. Vortex might not have a ton of experience playing against Ragnarok, but, you know, really, after you survive a Ragnarok, you want to go typically, you want to go aggressive and prevent the Ragnarok player from recovering. So picking off this town center is going to be huge for him. Really huge.
Yeah, I mean, he's going so hard at the moment. He's got 3 town centers now in the center of the map. He can go into the main base of Recon and take that town center as well to completely transition into a victory, but he's not going to need to, as Recon says, all right, Vortex, I see you. And Vortex is now on the scoreboard as he has managed to take a game off of Recon. Maiden, this is good. Vortex is showing he's no pushover, and Recon can't just do whatever he wants against him. He's got to be feeling great about striking just that little bit of fear into Recon as this series continues. It is 2-1 now. Am I right on that? 2-1 now for Recon, but Vortex, he's going to show. He's not going out without a fight.
He's a competitor, man. He's a competitor, that's for sure. And yeah, keeping Recon honest there. You know, that's maybe one way you could look at it, that he's pitching. It seems like Vortex, he's like 2-0, yes, okay, but still, I'm here. I ain't going anywhere, hey?
Yeah, I think it's interesting the way we get to this, right? Because opening that first game was a shock and awe experience, right? Like Vortex, I think the way I described it, I was talking to someone in the background, hoisted on his own petard, right? It's like Vortex, always the aggressor, even with his villagers. I think that was kind of a wake-up call here, boy, right? That actually Recon, a player that I think Vortex came to this series expecting to just sit back and do nothing and try to play for that macro game, try to play that mid game, has the capability to end you in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Recon, he's got, yes, he's a boomy player, but if he sees any opportunity to get value, he's going to go for it. He's like, I know we laugh and he says this and we say, don't believe him, but there are some really, really strong, 100% guaranteed value plays you can make in Age Mythology. And those are the types of plays that Recon wants to go for. And he showed it, but in that last game there, he just wasn't able to do anything to Vortix. And Vortix, I mean, micro. Oh my god. He killed off I don't know how much population of rag heroes before they even did anything. It was crazy. This guy's insane.
I mean, it's what we come to expect from him, right? Like, it's something I've learned over the years. You just don't count him out when it comes to anything micro-intensive. And I think, an interesting pattern we saw, even in game 2 where Recon 1 made him, but then you look at game 3, is Recon, after that first game, he punishes a mistake. Game 2, he did admittedly punish a mistake, but it was still Vortix who was looking to take a lead, right? It looked like he was in control of the game. And it almost feels like Vortix is warming up, right? He's learning from his mistakes very quickly in this series and even able to challenge Recon in that late macro game where you would expect him to be favored.
In indeed, Ragnarok is definitely a non-standard late game situation, but still, it's very true. Everything about Vortex learning this game is just on rapid speed, game by game. You're right. He's just learning from every mistake and success, evidently. I think you're completely right. It'll be interesting to see if Recon can surprise him with anything that he hasn't yet seen, that Vortex hasn't yet seen, having that tenure and that experience as an AOM player.
Yeah, I mean, we got to be realistic about this, right? Vortix was able to get to day number 2 after just 20 days of playing. Okay, so you do the basic maths on that. You add another game to the equation. That's like another 5% time spent in total. So pretty smart evolution. But the other thing that was quite intriguing, I think, in that game, boy, it kind of has to be hit on is maybe would Recon have benefited from maybe using the flame weapons to cover the eventual Ragnarok play? Because I feel like we
Yeah.
saw him building up this like idea of a one punch man situation, like, get the wind up ready, make sure you got the anime cry, scream through and punch, but like that's not the way RTSs work, right? Like this whole idea of just having, I'm gonna get my Titan and I'm gonna have all my hero units upgrade, everything's gonna be perfect. You have to give something in return to get there.
100%. I mean, Age of Mythology and other RTS games alike, it's all a simulation of, okay, you have the advantage, okay, I have the advantage, and you kind of trying to mitigate as much as you possibly can. And you know, we've touched on it already, but this is literally legacy bias staring Recon in the face. This flaming weapons Ragnarok is a concept that stretches all the way back to 2002 when the game first launched. These players were doing this and having success. And guess what? It's just sometimes that's not the way to go. Sometimes you just need to use flaming weapons so that you can be on the front foot, so that when you actually click Ragnarok, it's on your terms. So you're absolutely right about that, KP.
I think the cool thing here from Vortex that we're seeing is just how valuable that micro is in the early days of a new RTS Maiden, right? Like, we've been talking a lot about it, but it is important because while we've seen people with these formulated strategies, like we saw with Magic versus Vortex, these ideas that stretch out an entire game. A game is made up of sequences, right? I always describe it as like you can have a tactic or a strategy. And as an RTS becomes fleshed out, strategies are more valuable. They are fully encompassing. But in the early days, the tactics, the step to step movements are what has more value because people haven't played out all the situations yet.
Well, one thing that's new, in addition to meta strategy and whatnot, one thing that's new is ballistics. To Retold, ballistics, the mechanics of how an archer works is completely different. It's more similar to the other Age of Empires games compared to what AOM used to be like. So seeing archers in the hands of someone like Mista, someone like Vortex, etc., with a really incredible micro, it's very dangerous. Especially with Hades, we already touched on this. Hades getting free ballistics. You got to be careful, man. You got to be really careful.
Now, we are getting ready for game number 4. Reminder, folks, after this game, there will be a redraft, one way or another. The only way we wouldn't have seen a second draft is if it went 4-0. Quickly, just to round out what we expect to see here, boy, because I'm seeing Isis. We've seen how unstoppable Mr. has looked with this Civ. And as we know, Recon is his go-to scrim partner.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see something very similar. Mr. is the strategist. Recon, he's got some ideas of his own for sure. But when Mr. comes up with something this strong, he's got to test it versus someone. And you can guarantee that Recon's been a punching bag to this strategy, trying to work out how to defend it. And I'm going to have to go out on a limb and say not having a lot of success, because both Mr. and Recon have been really, really prioritizing this ISIS pick throughout this tournament.
Yeah, being a punch bag in this situation can be useful. Being a punch bag for Mike Tyson just loses you a few teeth. So, different situations, more value to it. But let's see if it pays off. It's time for game number 4. Recon still leading 2-1. ISIS in his hands. Can it get him to match point? Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, spawning in the top of the map in the blue color, playing as ISIS, it's the one, the only Recon. His opponent today in the red color, game number 4, it's Vortic, and he will be taken on Uranus. It's Red Bull Wololo. It's game 4. It's so much tension. Vortic has now proven that Recon is mortal. He can bleed, and Recon is going to have to refresh himself in this game and say, you know what? It was one game. You got to beat me 4 times to actually beat me here. And he's going to be showing what he can do. Maiden, do you think we're going to see the same thing here that we saw Mr. do, or is Recon going to have to go for something a little different?
It's a good question. One thing we saw Mista on Mirage pull off the Ancestors Eclipse into going Mythic, using Meteor. It's going to be a little bit different for Recon to pull that off, because this is just a straight up land map, whereas Mirage, Mista had the fish behind him, so he doesn't have that extra food income. Speaking of food income, however, if you look at the minimap, Recon on his side, we know there's a decent amount of hunt on this Megalopolis map. So yes, exactly, Vodka. Up at the top, there's a juicy patch of monkeys, juicy monkeys. Oh, that's right, and gazelles up in the top corner. Both of those hunt patches are fairly viable. Monkeys not quite as beneficial, but the gazelles up on the top side. That'll definitely allow Recon to get heroic, no problemo. Is he going to be able to get Mythic off of that? Not necessarily. He's going to, need to be a little bit more creative in order to get Mythic. But still, seeing an early Ancestors Eclipse hit the economy of the Uranus player, I think that's absolutely viable. He's got plenty of food to work with in order to get there. Good gold mine position as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many different options to go for. I mean, we're so used to seeing like Ancestors Eclipse on the economy here being so effective, but if Vortic is ready for this, if Vortic knows what's going on, I mean, he's going to have an answer to it. So he's just got to be keeping that in the back of his mind, that it is a potential. It's been so effective. All you got to do is hide some Murmillo heroes in your base. Your opponent doesn't see them. They click Ancestors Eclipse. You pop out. You kill them off. You're in a good spot.
Indeed, I think it'll be telling to see whether or not he's going to go Prometheus or Oceanus. Prometheus going to definitely gear up for allow him with all of those free valors, the free heroes, to handle something like an Ancestors Eclipse. We're just assuming that this is what Recon is going to go for. We do see, what is that? Is that Prometheus queued up, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, that
So
is
it is
Prometheus there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I mean, again, is there any other reason why Recon would go for something different? Is he going to want to go for, possibly some Anubis play? This is a very open map with a lot of hunt and just resources in general out around the map. Uranus doesn't have the speedy units like he used to. Is there some Anubis play as a potential here?
Well, I mean, I feel like if you're going to go Anubis, you're going to be rushing up that Anubis, right? Like you want to be getting
true.
in your opponent's base. You want to be getting those, but we're seeing it anyway. So I'm so wrong on that one. Yeah, I guess it is a 4:30, so it's not exactly that late of an advance time. But yeah, I guess it's not that surprising. And this is a very, very different option here than what Mr. was showing off. Recon here is saying, you know what? I've got my own ideas as well, and he's going to be seeing what he can make happen here with the Anubites in this game. But Vortic, he's already using the Sky Passages, and I love it. But what does this actually mean now for Recon with these Anubites?
Well, Anubites they're so how I want to see. I don't know the stats off the top of my head. I want to see what the stats are of a Hero Murmillo and a Hero Terma. I want to see what Vortic is going to go for. Is he going to go for Murmillo? Kind of a slower Murmillo play, or an Armory.
Vortic doesn't want to stay in the classical. Why stay in the classical age when you can go to the heroic age? Why do it? There's no point. Just go to the heroic age. Let's be honestly, for just the smallest second of being serious here. If you honestly believe that Uranus has no business being in the classical age against Egyptian, why not just go to the heroic age, get those Contarius out, get those Arcus out, go get a palace down, get some destroyers out, make those Satyrs. It makes a lot of sense. But this will be giving Recon all of the pressure on the map. That being said, the most he's going to be able to do here is send Vortix's villagers back home through that sky passage, and then what?
Indeed. I guess that gives him, I mean, it does take an extra, what was it, 15 seconds? Is it 75 seconds that it takes to get heroic? So it's just a little bit slower if that's what he's actually trying to do. So that does give Recon a small window to get these Anubites and the priests out and about to go pressure the base of Vortex after this. He did knock him back off of the giraffes. That's nice. There was basically no walking time because of the sky passage. Very nicely done by Vortex. And we see queued up, is that, oh, it disappeared. Vortex is changing his mind. Town Center coming up for Recon. Maybe staying in Classical for a while. He has Anubis, so, you know, if a Vortex tries going for some Contarius action, he could get the Serpent Spear. Hyperion's coming in, there we go. That could be okay for Recon to just boom on 2 TCs and try and take some favorable fights where possible, do some harassment with Anubites.
Yeah,
I don't think heroic is super scary.
We still haven't seen any military buildings coming out. One thing that the heroic age does give Vortex is the Satyr. And thinking about it just a little bit, Satyr counter ancestors, Satyr counter the Anubites, Satyr are just really, really strong. So yeah, he's going to have an answer here to a lot of stuff as we see those Anubites needing to come back and actually spend their time to kill off that sky passage, which actually does relieve the pressure they could have been doing in the main base. And if Vortex wants to be sneaky here, he can send a pre-unit out just to scout and see what Recon's got on the map. If there's no obelisk there, he can then sneak a villager all the way into the corner of the map and build another Vortex, another sky passage there for Vortex to use to get those villagers into a nice position on hunt somewhere. But anywhere else on the map is open for him as he's just about to hit that heroic age. And he is looking like he wants to go for Contarius, Maiden.
Indeed, 3 military barracks getting dropped right away. At least a couple Contarius, maybe mixing in some Arcus there as well. Having said that, Recon's pretty darn close to going heroic himself. Check it out. He hasn't really invested a whole lot into barracks units, Anubites, anything like that. Just a handful of units to put some pressure on Vortex. There we go. That hero Contarius may be going to chase down those Anubites, but yeah, we might see heroic age from Recon here pretty darn soon as well.
Well, that's totally the thing. This is, it goes to a little bit of RTS kind of game theory. It's not always the case, but what's better than a 1 town center or a 1 base fast heroic or 1 base teching and 2 base teching? So that's what Recon's going for here. Vortex, he's got to get some value with these units very, very quickly.
Is there any line of sight? I don't think there's line of sight. It seems like most of Recon's army has come back to his side of the map. So I don't know if we're going to see any type of Ancestors Eclipse anytime soon. Even if he did, we're able to go heroic really darn quickly. It looks like, looking at his resources, I'm not sure what Recon's thinking right now. He dropped another barracks, still floating a lot of res, but not really saving up for heroic right now. I think he's maybe feeling a little uncomfortable, maybe not expecting the straight heroic play from Vortex in all sincerity. That might have caught Recon by surprise. Now he's not 100% sure how to react to it.
Well, yeah, he's seeing all the Contarius, and he's like, well, if you're just going to go for heavy Contarius right off the bat, I'm just going to get some Spearmen out, and then I'm going to be able to defend. But the problem here for Recon, and why I think he feels like he needs to do this, is because if he doesn't, Vortex is just going to run straight in, and that gold mine right behind this town center, which looks really safe, in reality, it's not. As the Contarius do pop through, they see the Spearmen, and he's like, okay, time to pull back. But there will be a whole bunch of safety here. Those priests, they're strong, but the Satyr can micro this one really, really nicely. And we already have seen how good Vortex is with this stuff right now. But the question is now, is he going to work out that Contarius Satyr, it's not going to be enough to beat those Spearman priests? He might need to get some Arcus out now as well.
Indeed. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if it was an idle satyr, but a few seconds ago, we did see a satyr that was kind of stuck maybe outside the temple of Vortix. Eventually, we can maybe take a. Okay, he ended up finding it, and it is with his main army. Thanks for checking that, man. Anyway, he's wanting to push in again here, Boyd. I don't think I like this. With only one satyr, that's not enough. Two satyrs, okay, that's something. Oh, and a chaos. Hello. All right, that's something.
He has Chaos. He's got Shockwave to hit this even more if he really wants to, but he's just going to let those units retreat back. Chaos is pretty cheap, man. It's only a 50 favor recharge, but Vortix has only got himself a small amount of those oracles out. Only one of them out on the map, so he doesn't have a whole lot of chance to get that. But all the units seemingly falling here for Recon as the Plague of Serpents getting dropped down. Anubai going to be diving in here as it gets immediately sniped up. We do see a big shockwave onto those priests there as they're going to get sent flying as the Kontari is trying to take out all of those hero units. The Pharaoh and priest going to be running back in to the town center here. Vortix, he's not going to be leaving on this position. He wants the damage, Maiden. Has Vortix done it, though? That's the big question. What do you think? I mean, there's more units still coming through.
If he just continues this pressure, it'll, like, this one attack, not enough. Recon is going to survive. He was hiding the spears inside of his temple or town center, so he's okay for now. The satyr's getting picked off by the Pharaoh, so he's okay for now. But if he can continue following this up with more, maybe he can keep Oh, just kidding. Recon just made it up to the heroic age. She's up through Nephthys right now. Okay, at this point in time for Vortix, since he just made it heroic, Recon did, he needs to be really careful about where that Ancestor's Eclipse gets used.
He doesn't have Ancestor's Eclipse in this game, but...
Oh, he went Anubis!
Ancestors is still going to be, on economy, it's still going to be really, really strong. Don't get that twisted. But here's the thing, I want the viewers to really realize how insanely well executed that defense was from Recon. In hiding those spearmen in the town center, the reason he didn't pop them out straight away is because the satyr would absolutely ruin them. Instead, he just manually takes the priests, takes the pharaoh out, snipes those satyr, and then decides to get those spearmen out where they're going to have a huge amount of value against those Kontarius. And now Recon, he's 111 population. He's got ancestors, and he's pushing Vortix back.
Indeed, but the snipers have entered the building, folks. Those Arcus, and we saw what he did with Tox. Arcus are insanely strong as well. Spearmen, they might have a lot of attack, but by all means, they have pretty low pierce damage or pierce armor. I can't remember the percentage off the top of my head. So by all means, Recon needs to think twice about pushing really across the map too much. There's potentially another shockwave that Vortix can use eventually. And again, those snipers, man, the Arcus snipers, those things are scary.
Yeah, I mean, but right now though, Recon has been 2 town centers for quite some time. He's got a 20 villager lead right now. He's got a mid-doll up on his gold mine. Vortix is trying to bash his head in to take out Recon's army. He's got no favor in the bank. He can't use Shockwave. He can't use Chaos. And Recon, we all know that Recon is a slow player to finish off the game. As we see Ancestors getting pushed down, he's not playing it slow here, Maiden. He wants to fight, and he wants to kill Vortix in this exact moment.
Why is Vortix stopping and kind of turning around? He needs to just get out of there, man. He needs to get out of there. The Ancestors are just too much. Get the citizens out of there. What is happening here? Is it just me? Citizens going down. That is a huge rate. Recon already has the eco. What?
Yep, that's the game there. I mean, Vortix, he went for the one town set to play. Recon defended it absolutely beautifully, and then he just builds up that army, pushes back. Vortix probably could have retreated a little harder than that, but in all honesty, when you're 1 town center versus 2 town center down by 20 villages, you've got to make something happen. And unfortunately for Vortix in that game, he was not able to make it work. But we get another God draft now. We're into the we've just had the 4th game. We're into the 5th game. Maybe Vortix can redraft, get himself into the next couple of games so that he can work out how to take out this tyrant that is Recon. The Greek gods are the ones that he needs. His success was on the Hades. He's really, really going to be wanting some more Greek gods going forward into this series, and it looks like we are starting to see them come through. Vortex picks up the Hades, he picks up the Isis, he gets a Loki as well, and a Gaia, so he gets all the gods that he really, really likes here. Recon, on the other hand, Set, Zeus, Uranus, Thor. There's some strong gods here.
Indeed, especially looking at that set, man. Looking at that set.
Mm.
We saw Vortex in the on Marsh. He wasn't quite able to be successful with Set. Let's see what Recon can do with him. I'm a little bit perplexed, Boyd. Why Vortex tried to fight that Ancestors? I think that's completely bonkers. It's not he had citizens around the map. It's not like he was only able to mine gold right there, so he had to stay and try and make one last stand on that gold mine. Could he? I'm just surprised he didn't retreat harder than that. It cost him the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes down to it, in Age of Mythology, it's a game of power spikes, and if your opponent uses a god power, it's a pretty big power spike. Retreating can sometimes be a little bit challenging in the moment, but it's the game is telling you your opponent's got some advantage there, so just retreat is always an option, especially when you've got something like Sky Passages to help you out. So there's not really any excuse to be outside of your base in the heroic age as Uranus and not have that defensive resource there. So I guess Vortex gets a little bit caught out there and a little bit of panic because he probably felt like he could have been a little bit further in front, but just not able to execute on that aggression. But, we're going to be moving into game number 5. I can do math. 1 + 3 is 4. So that means we're in game 5. Basic
And we're
arithmetic
getting
is my Achilles heel.
That's okay. It's hard. I know. It's hard. Aranos against Gaia, though. We see Aranos against Gaia here on the next map. Going to be Elysium. Another
Really?
Atlantean mirror. Yeah, we've talked about Atlantean mirrors a little bit so far, but not quite Aranos against Gaia. I kind of think that Thor would be good.
surprised. Maiden, I'm surprised. You look at the god picks here for Vortex, and
Yeah.
you look at the one next to his name. He is now on his tournament lifeline. If I'm Vortex, I'm trying to get a win here. I'm trying to pick my strongest god possible to get some momentum going into the next game. I'm surprised he didn't just go with the Hades here. But maybe his guy is his secret god, and he's been training this one, and he's got all the ability. He does get pretty lucky with Recon picking Uranus. This is probably the best matchup out of all of the gods which Recon has in his pool, but it's still going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a little bit your idea actually of speaking of Aranos, your idea of Vortex potentially having sky passages. He could have really. I don't want to go back to that game too much, that previous game, but he really could have just hopped into sky passage and saved basically everything from that Ancestors push. Anyway, so let's see. Now that Recon has Aranos, let's see what he can do with sky passages. There's definitely we've seen Elysium. We know what it looks like. There's some reliable hunt. The gold mines are often exposed, so I think there's absolutely opportunity for take advantage of sky passages to go out and get resources around the map, have a really nice economy. Maybe not necessarily to match Gaia eco-wise, but to have a decent enough economy himself. I'm not entirely sure what to expect here between the two of them in the classical age, at least.
Well, yeah, I mean, we think about where the advantages lie for both of these gods. Gaia just lies in just playing a defensive game. And it's funny to see Vortex as the defender in this matchup because he's known for his aggression already. But why is Gaia the defender in this matchup? Why does Gaia not need to do anything? It's because her economy is going to boom out of control. So she's just going to be able to outmass the Uranus when it comes to even the mid game here. Where the Uranus's strength lies, all in that shockwave. It's all in those chaos as well. So basically, Vortex's game plan here has got to be get a second gold mine, get those economic upgrades, get a second gold mine, and just take good fights and allow the game to come to him. Micro as well as he can, allow the game to come to him. Don't force anything is the secret here for Vortex.
Indeed. I think that he's going to have to be careful with those. There is potential, again, gold mines potentially being an issue. You can maybe boom a little bit on this map. Maybe we might see some 2TC plays. There could absolutely be some town center positions with really favorable hunt placement, for example. by all means, but he's going to have to be really careful with that shockwave. Um, I could definitely see a world where this game goes into the heroic stage, maybe not really early gold star Vaughn or cataclysm on a secondary gold mine. I think Vortic has good enough micro and game sense and everything. He can survive for quite a long time, but how many of those shockwaves can he survive? That's kind of a big question. How well as shockwaves can Recon use?
Well, true.
Is
I
another
mean, this is
question.
the thing. If you're going to be playing a really defensive game as Gaia, and one other advantage that's going to come from that is you're giving the map over to Oranos. And what bonus comes with having the map? That comes with safety in your oracles. So he can spam those out and he can get a lot of favor. That means a lot more shockwaves.
Very true. Very, very true. These players are both very aware. All of the players have been very, very aware to snipe, or not snipe necessarily, but kill enemy oracles, Atlantean oracles, when possible. They've even gotten looking for oracles here and there. So by all means, there's. I think that's going to be really important. Myth unit spam, God power recharges, all that sort of thing. They need to keep their oracles alive.
Anyways, Maiden, we are jumping right into this game. Sporting in the right side of the map in the blue color, we have Vortic playing as Gaia. His opponent today in the blue color playing as Oranos. His name is Recon. I got that completely opposite ways, didn't I? It is what it is. I mean, I'm looking at the score, everything's, oh, my brain is not working. It's all flipped. We need a little flip thing. Devs.
What time is it for you, boy? Whatever, doesn't matter. We're looking at Gaia here, folks. We got Vortic on the left side of the map playing Gaia. Nice gold mine, man. Nice gold mine. Nice berry bushes there. He even has a gold mine, the starting one backside of his base, but also right outside the front side of his base as well. He's got a little gold mine outside the front as well. So it's not like he has to go far in order to try and secure one or take a fight and try and survive a shockwave type of shenanigan. I don't necessarily think I expect any 2TC shenanigans. Probably not. The settlement positions don't look super favorable for the Gaia player, in my opinion. I think it's likely both players staying 1TC, aiming for that heroic age, mitigating any initial damage, and just going from there.
Yeah, I mean, fast second town center in an Atlantean war is kind of asking for a lot of problems, especially when both players have got access to Carnivora, which, if you don't have any heroes to shut it down, that will kill off your town center while it's getting built. So it's a very, very dangerous way to play. That being said, there's something we haven't seen in this tournament just yet, and that is the village center. You can throw that down anywhere on the map. You can sneak that into a corner. You can put it right next to your hometown center, and you can go for a boom against someone by doing that. The problem with it is it only gives you a 75% boost or 75% of an actual settlement. So your opponent can very easily then just say, if you're going to get a village center, I'm going to grab my own proper center, proper settlement there, and get a town center that is going to be much, much better. But
yeah, the reason. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
all I'm going to say is, I don't think that a second town center in this matchup is a very good idea.
Even not straight 2TC, not fast second town center. Looking at relics here, by the way. Yeah, very some decent relics by all means. But anyway, and then maybe not a fast second TC, but that's Husk of the Ironborn could be big. Contarius, we've seen a lot of Contarius show up. Ooh, yeah,
That
some really
bow of
good.
Artemis is huge because of Terma, Arcus as well, getting a lot cheaper. If Vortic picks any of those sort of like economic relics up, it just boosts Gaia to the moon, right? Because she's already got the economic advantage, and then you go ahead and say, here, have the economic advantage, but also have some more economy, and then put some more economy on top of the economy, and then we'll see what happens. But we are seeing both players going Oceanus. So not really surprises, because Oceanus is so insanely good, especially at putting at keeping your units alive and getting value there. But what is Oceanus versus Oceanus going to look like, Maiden?
We're going to see a lot of slow units from the Caladria. It'll be interesting to see. Both players have their 3 oracles right now, basically the same amount of favor. We saw Magic do a good job with getting several Caladria out. He wasn't playing against another Atlantean, but by all means, you know, if you can slow down a Kyra Ballista, something like that, or like a really high value unit, a hero unit, for example, could be insanely beneficial. So I'm interested to see how much advantage, how they are going to take advantage of these Caladria, if they're going to take much advantage of.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's actually quite a difficult unit to use, right? It's got this burst heal mechanic, and if you turn this onto automatic cast, it's automatically on every single game for you. But if you don't turn that off, a unit is going to get tapped by an arrow at some point, or slashed by a blade, and then you waste that special ability when that unit is on basically full HP. So you do have to be a little bit smart about it. But one thing that we are seeing here from Recon is right in the top corner of the map. I absolutely love this. You already know I love this. He's throwing a Sky Passage up there, and he's going to be able to eat Hunt. And why is this good? Well, Sky Passage takes something like 40 seconds to build, takes the villager walk time to get out there, but all the other villagers you grab, they just jump into the Sky Passage and they're immediately out onto Hunt. So you're saving all of that walking time to get out onto a secondary Hunt position. Not to mention that it's also safe Hunt. But Vortic is going to be getting those economic upgrades. So in a way, both players getting some economic advantage here. But who really comes out in front? Not exactly sure.
I mean, I would say right now it's Vortex, and actually well done by Recon. Pick off that Oracle. Again, those Oracle numbers, got to pay attention to those bad boys. So the favor generation a little bit better for Recon right now. Anyway, Vortex, he's put the pressure on. He's going double Terma right now. He's putting the pressure on Recon. He also, just look at the minimap far left corner. While we continue watching the army right here, you can see that, there we go. Yeah, he's no Sky Passage needed. You can just walk out there with your citizens as well, and also hunt as well. So both players are hunting. I know that Recon's is more secure, but it is currently Vortex who has, I wouldn't say map control, but he has the initiative in the game, which is a way of securing your hunt, if that makes sense.
Ooh, and Vortex has spotted the hunting operation. So while he's not going to get any villager kills here, he is stopping this this food income. And those villagers pop out, and they're actually idled for a little bit. So even though it's not a huge advantage there for Vortex to get that raid, it's definitely done something here. So he's going to be able to push himself a little bit further in front in this game. And now we're now starting to see Recon getting himself the hand axe, he's getting that Empyrean speed. We're seeing Vortex, he wants to go to the next age. And Maiden, the thing is right now, when you choose to go for Murmillo and your opponent chooses to go for Terma, one player is going to have more resources. And the player who has more total resources is the player that is getting that extra wood income and not needing to spend all those extra resources on food. So what does that actually mean, practically speaking? It should mean that the heroic age, all things equal, is going to come in faster here. The Vortex, but Shockwave comes down.
Plus a Carnivore, no, plus a Carnivora to make, plus a double Carnivora. Hello, hello. Trying to save both players, trying to save their units. Recon's able to pick that off pretty darn quickly with his melee units, the Murmillo. But the Terma get out of there, man. They get out of dodge. That was a nice Shockwave, in my opinion. I couldn't quite tell how many Terma he was able to kill, but it was under the tower fire, under maybe 2 of those towers of Recon, so just getting that teensy bit more damage. In addition to just trying to snipe a couple of units. Nice. That was nice, I think.
Honestly, I can't believe how ballsy right now Vortex is being with those citizens. If he gets spotted over there, he can't actually get away. Those Murmillo are speedy. Empyrean speed is unique technology available to Uranus, gives the infantry units 10% extra speed. They're basically cavalry at that point. You're not going to be able to run away. But Recon here, he's just going to assume that Vortex is sitting in his base. Like, this is the thing that makes sense. This is probably the thing that everyone's playing against him. And Vortex, he's playing the mental game right now. He's going to say, if everyone's going to do this, I'm going to do a little cheeky right now, and I'm going to take as much advantage as I can. But a great raid here by those Vortex Terma. He will have to get out of there, but 3 Caladria to slow those Terma down. He will be able to get a little bit of return fire onto this, as Vortex is going to have to retreat back. But after all is said and done now, he's going heroic gauge. It looks like he's going through Rhea. So he will have access to that behemoth. He will have access to that trader. And all the other good things that come from getting to the heroic age.
I gotta mention, Boyd, real quick, even though that was really nice for Vortex to snipe that citizen, 100%, but I really am impressed by how Recon handled that. I don't know if you paid attention, he pulled his citizen towards the edge of the map, and he came in from behind to cut off the retreat of those Terma. So he lured Vortex in, and then he cut him off and was able to pick off, what, 2-3 of those Terma. So yes, lost a citizen, lost the the little bit of eco damage, but still he got some damage back himself. Very, very, very impressive play there by Recon. Not a lot of players. That's just such a small detail. The ability to pick off, kind of take advantage of a raid that's unfortunately happening to you and try and get some counter damage to it. I think it's really nice. Very well done.
Yep, but the game continues along right now, and Recon is going to see this heroic age just popping and realize at the very earliest here, he's going to be 75 seconds behind. Goldmine, we're getting to that 10-minute mark. We talk about this timing every single time because it is so important. Goldmines expire. Arano's villagers here will have to be leaving their base in the next minute or two. And Vortex is just going to be out on the map, scouting everything. Now, one thing that you do get with Aranos is access to the entire map with those sky passages. So you do have to have vision on basically everything. But the beautiful thing here for Vortex is he can just get a couple of oracles out, and he will have and position them on all the gold mines. And he will not only have more favor, but also have that line of sight.
He's a little low on the Oracle numbers, Boyd. Recon's sitting at 4, whereas Vortex is sitting on 2. So even though Recon doesn't have as much favor in the bank, he still has better generation. We got a behemoth just trotting on into the main base of Recon. There's a small army advantage here for Vortex as well. He has a timing where is it Hyperion that's maybe coming in for Recon if you see in the global queue, but yeah, still that's 20-30 seconds away, man.
Yeah, Hyperion's coming through, but you're right. It's still not quite in. The big thing that's going to happen is chaos, and not just chaos, but chaos onto Terma. We've seen this happen before. It's so obscenely strong as Recon pops through here with all of his units. Big shockwave coming in. Recon trying to make it happen here. The behemoth is about to get sniped down. The heroic gauge comes through. We haven't seen that chaos get dropped down just yet, but Recon can throw it down whenever he wants to. He doesn't need to, but he can, as now Vortex has got to retreat back. Vortex has overstayed his welcome here, and Recon says, get out of here, Vortex. He's now going to be the one in trouble, as now the chaos does come down, and a bunch more units are going to be falling here.
That was really well handled by Recon. It looked really scary when Vortex was going into the base of Recon, but that was maybe a little bit of an overcommitment, trying to go for the kill a little bit too early possibly, and he ended up losing a whole bunch of units for it. Really well handled by Recon.
All right, well, Recon here is now going to be pushing forward. Vortex has to be worried about one thing and one thing only. Can he defend his gold here? He's making Contarius against infantry. You hate to see it. The cavalry are so strong in Retold, in Age of Mythology, but in the end of the day, if your opponent's got only infantry, they're gonna be able to kill them off. As the Kyrabalts, I can't speak. The Kyrabalts here also getting out of position there as Recon crashing through into the main base here of Vortex. It's looking like he is starting to really get his advantage here, and with that advantage becomes, you know how good Recon has been at converting, at winning positions thus far. He could be very, very close to a victory here.
Indeed. One thing, however, by all means, Vortex needs to be really careful with this army here. He is slowly losing units. Recon's economy is, nice and strong. He can continue spamming these infantry. But honestly, look at that gold mine right there. Look at that gold mine. There's this gold mine, something the Vortex has done that's really nice. First of all, he might just lose a bunch of these citizens straight up. He does have a secondary gold mine on the bottom side. We don't need to look at it just yet, but down on the bottom side, you can see some red dots down there. So this might be it is a catastrophic raid here for Vortex. Let's see how many citizens Recon's going to kill, possibly all of them. This is huge. There is a citizen advantage currently for Vortex, but honestly, Recon is equalizing here. Very nice. Very, very nice.
You're absolutely right. This is not game ending right now for this raid here for Retold. Vortic has still got he's only 2 citizens behind, 4 citizens behind. That's not enough to cause you to tap out of the game, but military resource value slowly actually creeping back into Vortix's favor here. The problem is what units he's making. He's now starting to creep out a couple of Arcus. That's going to be a really, really big help for him pushing forward in this game as well. And the other thing is, for the entirety of this game, Vortex has been getting those we see the guide tree coming down. He's been getting that extra wood income. So even with Vortex being behind by 4 citizens, he's still okay in this game. As what are those citizens doing over there as they're trying to make the trek back home? But now that's a raid right now that I think Recon's going to be very happy with finding. We see a cheeky little trader there to keep the citizens alive. Only going to be losing one as the rest of them will get back home here. The raid on the bottom seems like it has been somewhat cleaned up. And Vortex is going to be able to continue, but now it's a 10 villager lead. Now we're starting to get into the territory of yikes. We'll see if Recon can convert now with this advantage.
Yikes indeed. He also took a second town center, boy. So Recon is up by a couple of citizens, but he's also up by another town center as well. He's a little bit behind on military, so I think there's a small window there for Vortex to maybe explore, putting some pressure on Recon. The military composition is so different between these two. I find it very interesting. We see some nice Carabalista now. Definitely going to trade well against just pure infantry. Palace is down, so that gold mine is pretty darn secure. Do you think we'll see destroyers early on before the mythic age? I don't know if we'll see destroyers necessarily at this point in the time.
I mean,
you need something though.
I'm a big fan of destroyers just on the tanking aspect alone. If your opponent's got a decent amount of archers, you can just throw them at the front of your base. They're going to auto get targeted. It's not a big amount of help here, but Vortex is saying, look, if you're going to get a town center on a map like Elysium, 1 palace, that's not going to be enough. I got all these Contarios to rush in to take down the palace. They're strong, don't get me wrong. Castles are good in Age of Mythology Retold. They're probably worth around about 9 to 12 population worth of units though, so they're not enough to just sit there and hold your hand and say this position is completely safe. You still need some units there to kind of save yourself. But the thing is here, Recon, it doesn't matter if he loses this, he can just sneak to a different gold mine. He's got the sky passages. Vortex has got to have his eyes peeled right away.
Indeed, indeed, you can. That's the beauty of sky passages, man. Look at that switcherooski potential. Switcherooski over onto the other side, Palace going up, but Vortex ain't no fool. He knows exactly where those things are going. He's aware of the gold situation. There are 2 gold positions for Recon. He's trying. Yep, boom. There's one. Here's this other one he's trying to secure. That ain't going up. We got a Carnivore to ensure it ain't going up. At this point in time, boy, Recon's been spamming infantry, which was good during the classical age, but actually, this is a sick raid right here.
Oh, this is absolutely huge, Maiden. This is absolutely huge, man, because Recon right now, 2 town centers, every single citizen that Vortex loses is so much bigger. And I mean, the problem is though, if both players get pushed off of gold here, I mean, they're both going to just have to take a fight. And Vortex, he does have the army advantage right now. And he spots the villagers on the bottom of the map, but a sky passage is getting thrown up for the time being. Vortex trying to push into the main base. Recon pushing into the main base of Vortex as well. Everyone is going to be in a lot of economic troubles moving forward in this game. But what is going to happen? Chaos comes down. Maiden, this is absolute mayhem.
The chaos was excellent right there. It helps him survive just a little bit. Recon's still going for pure infantry, which is kind of decent against the Contarius, and I guess technically the Terma as well, but still, he's just so far behind on, wait, he was so far behind. Whoa, he was so far behind on military. Now suddenly things are equalizing. Vortex taking a really funky fight right here, just in the base, under the town center fire, under the tower fire. I don't know if I like this. I think he maybe stayed his welcome too far or too long.
Yeah,
he took damage on his side of the
that welcome there, and in that moment, losing all those units, losing all those villages, it's game over for Vortex. His road to El Reinado ends there. That was such a solid, well, I mean, that was a tense game. There were moments there where Vortex was winning. There was moments there where Vortex was losing. Recon was definitely in a bit of a scramble there to find the win. Maiden, that was insane. I don't even know what to think anymore.
Look at that nosedive of the population, the military population. Look at that nosedive. Honestly, Recon, from my perspective, Recon was on the ropes, baby. Recon was on the ropes. He lost his palace. He had to switch over onto the other side. Things were looking sketchy. Yes, by all means, the infantry. He was getting his own counter race, which was incredible. But I did not expect that nosedive of the military. I did not expect that at all.
I mean, what happened there was the Terma, they just face tanked a whole bunch of Murmillo, and they just you can't have Terma getting touched by swords or by spears or by anything.
I think, in general as well, like when we look at that game, I love the fact that Vortic kind of stuck to his gun, stuck to his style, but it felt like in a mirror, there was meant to be this more drastic example where slight macro advantage would turn into a huge thing. I always say, like, mirrors, small differences make the mile. We're talking about different gods, but at the core, we're talking about the same factions. And Recon just seemed to have that read, man. I mean, what an insane series overall, right? Like, for a moment, it looked like Vortex was getting back on track in this series, Maiden. But I think Mr. hit it prime in chat. He honestly, very humbly said, the only reason I'm as good as I am is number one because of Recon.
Kudos to Recon, man. He's, by all means, he's a beast. Kudos to Vortex. Vortex coming in. We've said it a million times. Coming in, getting this far into the tournament, just showcasing immense RTS skill, 100%. I think in that previous game, what caught him, Boyd, is I'm a little bit surprised about. He was a little bit too cavalier with his economy. The hunters, the gold miners, they were never protected. He never walled them up. He never dropped a palace. He never dropped manors. He never dropped anything. He left his eco completely exposed, and he just opened the door for Recon to walk on in and take this series.
Absolutely. And
Exactly. I mean, he was playing with fire for the entirety of the game. That's just the name of it. And if you're on the offensive, if you've got your opponent kind of getting turtling up, then sure, you can get away with that. But as soon as you make a misstep on the offensive, defense turns into offense, and you just get absolutely run over.
I mean, the grind pays off though, right? Like, big commiserations to Vortex. But after 20 days, if this is what he can do, God knows what he's going to do after an extra month of practice time. I'm sure we all look forward to seeing that. But we've got another series that's getting ready to roll. Boys, I'm going to let you quickly stretch the legs because I need to talk to people about what's been happening. For a start, we've had some incredible games, and I'm sure we'll have plenty more. But before we get to them, I want to offer up an opportunity for people at home watching to also start playing those games themselves, to also start experiencing Age of Mythology, peak Age of Mythology. Because let's be totally real, getting in on the early days is the best feeling. The broken strats getting discovered, not everything's been patched out. You feel like a genius ahead of time before the gatekeeper begins, before someone has 5 years experience and exactly that. That's right. We have organized with Surfshark to do a giveaway. We're going to be giving away 5 copies of Age of Mythology Retold, thanks to Surfshark. The only thing you have to do to enter, it's actually a pretty good deal. Make sure you get your hands... Wait, we muted the whole time? God damn it. All right, we're good. We're good. So, you almost missed out on the top secret. Do you want to know how you get your hands on a free copy of Age of Mythology? You need to go get your hands on a copy of Surfshark right now. If you subscribe to Surfshark using the code Wololo, you will be able to be entered into our giveaway, a prestigious giveaway, 5 copies on offer of Age of Mythology. So I already said about this kind of discount you're getting where, like, if you buy 1 or 2 games, the subscription already pays for yourself. Essentially, like, I think it works out at 250 euros, so something like, what, 50, 60 euros overall? I think it might be less than that. Age of Mythology is about half of that. We're kind of just giving you a complete cashback, right? When I think about it, once you make one other purchase of a game that has a discount on it, you're actually in the green. So big shout out to Surfshark for donating us 5 copies of Age of Mythology to do that. If you want to be in with a chance, make sure you join the Discord link. EGC TV is spamming it now, and make sure that you show off that you've got your hands on that subscription for Surfshark. So the best way to do it is, for the time being, just enter it on that Discord channel. But of course, when we draw the winners, we want to see proof that you use the Wololo code and you got your hands on the Surfshark subscription. Once again, big shout out to them. And trust me when I say, guys, you're going to want to have Age of Mythology. You're going to want to be practicing for very good reasons that I can't quite explain fully now. But some sense inside me, some feeling inside of me is saying that this is maybe the beginning of more Age of Mythology to come. So get your hands on that copy now. You want to be well-versed, you want to be well-practiced, and you want to give Surfshark a reason to hang around in Age of Mythology. But folks, we're only one player qualified. I have to give an insane congratulations for Recon. This feels like it has been years in the running. I know the fervor in which he committed himself to Age of Empires 4. I know the tough experience, time after time, trying to grind through it, trying to find a way through. I've talked to this lad countless times. I mean, bloody hell, if he's coming to me for coaching tips, you know it's at the end of the tether. This man has done everything he can to try and be at the top of the game. And imagine after all this effort, how it must feel. Recon manages to qualify to the grand finals of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Just a month away, less than a month now. And on the other side of the bracket, what a story that could be developing here. The non-stop scrimming partners, Mr. plus Recon, a possibility. But if not him, we will have the guy with a baby face versus the baby face himself, because in just a few minutes, we are going to be getting into Mr. versus Grass, the old guard versus the new. And I think we are about ready to welcome back my casting duo to start to sink into what I think is going to be an absolutely epic series. So, boys, run me through this quickly. We've tooted Mr. enough. I need to hear more hype. We've done him a little bit of justice, Boyd, but talk to me about Grass. Talk to me about what we're expecting out of this player.
Well, right now we are. I'm just trying to process what we've seen. Mr. banning out the Odin. That's a strong pick from Grass that he's not going to be having. Grass didn't ban out the Isis that Mr. has been so happy on. So he's obviously got some sort of an understanding of what that god is and how he's going to be able to take that one down. He instead goes for the ban of Set. And then he picks out the Uranus here against Poseidon. What is Poseidon going to be here in this matchup? Cavalry is going to be a big one, but the Uranus is going to have those infantry units that should be able to help him out. It's a good matchup.
I'm excited for it, man. I think we're actually just seconds away. It's crazy to think that we're on our final set of this weekend, but hopefully a long one. The first definitely delivered some entertainment, and I have a feeling this one is going to exceed. It's time for the final matchup to see who is going to be going into that grand finals up against Recon. Zoomers versus Boomers. Let's go.
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the final series right now of the Red Bull Wololo El Reinado Age of Mythology qualifier. The winner of this series goes on to meet Recon in Spain. Let's meet our competitors. Spawning in the left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Poseidon. His name is the Mister. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Uranus. His name is Grass.
Grass and Groom playing Uranus, Boyd. KP wanted a little bit of history on Grass and Groom as a player. He has slowly, over the past couple of years, he kind of hit the competitive scene in the Titans expansion. He hit the competitive scene as a little 14-year-old, bright-eyed, cheery-faced little teenager. So he, at this point in time, I think he's 16, 17 years old. So, you know, when we said Boomers versus Zoomers, we absolutely hit the nail on the Zoomer head. Little itty-bitty Grass and Groom. He has a similar story as Rappel, honestly. Just tournament by tournament, match after match, he's just slowly been improving, and gaining more and more experience, prowess, etc. So I'm not too surprised to see Grass and Groom here. I do think it was considered an upset, him against Matrews in the previous round, but he's definitely been working hard, and he's been playing a lot of AOM, and he's come a long way. So bravo to him, kudos to him. He actually started as an Uranus player, as an Atlantean main, and so starting off with Uranus here on Savannah. But Uranus, like we've talked about before, Uranus is very different from what it used to be like. So Grass and Groom he used to be an Uranus main, but maybe not so much anymore. It's interesting to see him pick Uranus here against Mista.
Well, I mean, it makes a lot of sense right now for Grass. He's gonna. There's no doubt in my mind that this man, we can't call him a boy now. You get to a semifinals of a Red Bull Wololo tournament. You have guarded that privilege, that name. He's going with a comfort pick right now to kick this series off, to calm the nerves. Grass, you said it already, an Uranus main at heart, He expanded his god pool out. He plays all the gods at a really, really high level. The amount of talent in this man's fingers is absolutely insane. I can't wait to see what he's going to be able to pull out. But his opponent is no slouch to the spotlight. This guy has been a Asian mythology goat for many, 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 many years, and he is not done with his reign just yet. He's gonna be trying to show Grass what it means to play Asian mythology. He's going through Hermes. Grass is going through Oceanus, and we're going to see some fireworks in this one, Aiden, I'm sure.
Absolutely. This is a really fast advance for Mista. This is going to be like a 320, 315, 315, dude. Holy smokes,
Yep.
that is a fast advance. He's going to get, does he have a Hearse, or not Hearse here? Jason, no. Theseus. Does he have Theseus coming out already? Possibly. There's a lot of, the Centaur's already on its way over by all means. There's a lot of Atlanta even, queued up to come out as well. So, yeah, very nice. Mista loves doing all this aggressive, really early aggression. With Greek, we see that Grassgroom has a Sky Passage already up in his main base. Are you kidding me? He had to have scouted that, right? Did he really? He had to have scouted that berry bush over there, right? Did he just get lucky with that Centaur? Of course he scouted
There's no
it.
way he did, but why is he out there? That's a berry
Mm.
bush. What is Grass doing out there? That's wild. I mean, he's not going to get a villager kill, but he does prevent a Sky Passage from coming up. That's why the villager was out in that corner. They wanted to put a Sky Passage down. But Mr. His scouting is next level. His game sense is next level. And yeah, he gets the find. And the villagers here, they're going to be under a lot of pressure. But with the Caladria flying above, this should be a totally fine hold here for Grass moving forward.
Indeed. I believe Mista just got the Olympic parentage. I think that's what it's called, upgrade. So his heroes should be that much stronger. We see Atlanta right there. Theseus is on the Sky Passage. Atlanta's in the base now. Centaur. Yeah, I think that's so funny. The Centaur's trying to get some damage against that one little citizen, but the Caladra's just healing it up all at the same time. Grassagrum trying to convert that Murmillo into a hero Murmillo, but it takes too much time. Atlanta almost picks it off. He's got to be careful, man. This is a little bit of a rough start for Grass.
Yeah, luckily the Murmillos, you can heal them back up with that Caladria, so it's not all bad there for Grass. But I mean, like you said at the start, Mr. loves this early pressure, and the reason he loves this early pressure is just so that he can get started in the game, just so he can put his opponent on the back foot. And it really, really does matter, this sort of early pressure, all those resources lost for Grass. Grass does have some nice Murmillo out here, but it's gonna be the micro. It's gonna be all of that stuff. And Grass, he's already feeling what Mister's got, and that micro is already being shown off as those Murmillos try to get a little bit of value in before they potentially rush back through that Sky Passage. We'll see exactly how it's gonna go. But these Poseidon units in this early stage of the game, they're very, very strong.
Indeed, you were talking earlier about the fast twitch muscle of the young little whippersnapper here, the kid, Grassengroom. Look at how fast he's popping those units in and out, man. He's caught Mista a couple of times, not paying attention and getting some... Ooh, almost gets that Centaur kill right there. Anyways, he's caught Mista a couple of times, getting some extra damage on those units. Trying to get a little skirmish going, save the giraffe little hunting spot. Doesn't quite get it, unfortunately, though. But nice play from Grass here so far. Started rough, but he's honestly, I think this game might not go super smoothly for Grassengrum, which, it makes sense. It's kind of his first. This is honestly the biggest stage that Grass has been on in, on a competitive scene. Might get another little citizen kill here if he's not careful, honestly. So boom, nice, excellent citizen kill there. I think it's going to take a game, maybe two, for Grassengrum to really get comfortable. Mista has been in the spotlight many times over his tenure. So I think that's something that Grassengrum needs to be, I don't know, he needs to be careful with his own psychological state in this series, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. knows that in these sorts of situations, you just have to popped the nerves straight away. Like, he's put the pressure on. And Grass, I mean, he's got, let's be completely honest, he's got a little bit unlucky at the start of this game, getting spotted in that corner. Shockwave coming down as the army going to come through. We'll be able to take out some Centaur, but Mr. just says, no, we're going to trade a ceasefire for the Shockwave. Not going to lose any units just yet. Sky Passage coming on the right side of the map to get onto that hunt over there. And Mr. is going to have some sort of inclination that something is going on over there as he does send his army to the right side.
Well, Grass got kicked off of that giraffe patch that we saw earlier, so it does make sense that go check during the ceasefire. Go check that side again. He is going to find the wow. He's going to find that. Is he going to stop that from going up? Possibly. He might get another citizen kill if Grass isn't careful. Grass pops him in. Fast twitch muscle baby. Hello, hello, hello. Picks off an oracle as well.
He's got to take it out though. It doesn't stay in the Sky Passage network. It's in that building. He has to pop it out, and he loses it there. That's some big brain play from the Mister. He notices that light there, and he's just like, okay, that light's still there. Your citizen's still inside of it. As he snipes it down, kills the citizen in Grass. That's got to hurt.
Indeed. It definitely does. Mista, what else is going to hurt is a curse. We see he's pre-queued Heroic Age Aphrodite. So here, once he gets about 100 more food, Mista, another Oracle going down. That's going to be 2 Oracles down. Now 0 Oracles currently for Grass and Groom. Just 1. Just kidding. He has 1 out on the map somewhere gaining favor. Anyway, Heroic Age is coming in for Mista. What's up with the Heroic Age? What is he aiming for? Is he going to go for some Nemean Lion spam? Is he going to go for some Hippospis against the Ramillo? Do you have any inkling, Boy?
Well, I mean, this is something that Mr. just does so well. He takes a tiny advantage, like picking off a citizen, like picking off a handful of Mamilla, and he goes, that's enough. I'm going to now go Heroic Age. I'm going to now get a town center. I'm going to make the next correct move in this game. And this is part of what makes Mr. so good. It's like, you can't let him take an advantage because he's going to make the right call and he's going to give you a lot of problems. Aphrodite on the way, whether he goes Nemean Lions, whether he takes into Murmillo here, not Murmillo, Hippospis here to deal with the Murmillo, it doesn't really matter. He's got so many different options to push forward. And Grass, he's going to be stuck in the classical age for a very, very long time, and with no answer to Hippospis coming forward, and realistically no answer to Nemean Lion either, life is going to be very, very challenging.
Indeed. We did see Vodka just hovered over the Bite of the Shark upgrade, so these Murmillo are a little bit more threatening compared to just, base Murmillo, but still, another free myth unit coming out, Centaurs, Hippospis. Yeah, he's already queued those Hippospis. It's going to be scary for Grass and Groom, man. I think you're right. Is that an armory possibly? We see him trying to throw up real quick. It is. Trying to rush the Heroic Age himself. We are at that 10-minute mark, Boyd. We haven't really paid attention to gold mines just yet. We can see Mista's really low right there. But I think, honestly, it's maybe Grass and Groom who needs to be a little bit more concerned about where his gold mines are, at least for the next several minutes.
One thing that Grass could try here, and it's definitely a little bit of a try and sneak something out. I mean, Mr. is constantly checking everything here. He is not allowing Grass to sneak anything, but potentially a left corner of this map for a Sky Passage to get a gold mine. That's going to be something that I don't think, as the player in Mr.'s position, I would never check that. We see Curse getting dropped down. Grass still has to retreat back. He's trying to get to the Heroic Age himself, but he's going to be a very, very long way away from that.
Kara Ballista just getting picked off as well, boy. Those things are so expensive, so fragile at the same time. He's got to keep those puppies alive. That's what's he's gonna try to counter the Hippospis with Kara Ballista, and already down 1. Big fight coming in here. Maybe not the most favorable fight for Mista right here, but he knows he has an advantage on the Heroic Age. Gonna continue to just honestly bleed Grass and Groom of resources, of units. Funny little Carnivora spawn right there. This is looking pretty good for Mista, honestly.
Yeah, all
heavy
of
Hippospis.
All of Grass's units are falling. Heavy Hippospis in. He's going to take out all of those infantry units, and Grass, he's got no answer to this at the moment. He's stuck in his main base. He doesn't have a Sky Passage anywhere useful. This Sky Passage is going to get taken down. The citizen over here is going to be taken out as well. And Grass, I don't know how he's going to be able to continue training units. He's got no gold income.
There's always the market. There's always a market to survive on for a little while. But again, in order to try and fight against these Hippospis, he needs honestly probably just Arcus, but the only option he really has is gonna be Kyber Ballista. So he's pretty far behind on military right now. I think it's gonna be really hard for him to stay in this game. He's close to going heroic, but I think it's too late. Ooh.
Well, yeah, I mean, he needs just a little bit more gold. Those counter infantry units, they even kill off the Terma. They're actually so strong. The base damage is, they're supposed to be a counter unit, right? But their base damage is a little bit on the high side to be strictly a counter unit. Grass does get some nice building blocking shenanigans going on here, but at this stage, Mister is just going to laugh at that. He's going to come and slap it down, and Grass going to tab out. Mister takes a 1-0 lead.
Very well executed by Mista. I mean, he's sharp. By all means, he's been doing tons of training. We've already talked about all the training he's been doing, presumably with Recon. He's looking sharp, man. He's looking sharp.
Yeah, that was so well executed. 315 advance in the early stages of the game. This is actually something
Sheesh.
that I've dabbled with a little bit myself, and the amount of pressure you can put onto a player who's going for a delayed advance time, like even 355, which is fairly, it's almost standard for Orano's players to be doing that. It's just too late. If he goes for a 330 advance time, which is definitely possible, yeah, that Centaur's not going to do anything. But then you're just in a different spot. So you have to kind of almost guess what your opponent's doing to work out how to defend it. I mean, Grass trying to get out onto the middle of the map, and he gets found on the berry bushes in the corner there. Mister was scouting everything. I don't actually know if it was an accident or just a per chance that he found the citizen, but finding it doesn't get the kill, but so much idle time caused.
Indeed. A happy little accident, one might say. Anyway, I think I already mentioned this, but I want to reiterate. I think that nerves might be a factor here that we didn't really talk about before. Nerves might be a factor here for Grassengroom. He's a young kid, a teenager, or I guess he's a young man, as Boyd would say. And on such a big stage here in AOM. And again, he's been in the competitive scene for quite some time. So he's been in plenty of deep into tournaments, plenty of times before. Red Bull brings a little bit of a different level. However, this definitely ups the level. So there's a lot of spotlight, a lot of limelight here. And so I wonder if maybe his nerves are a little bit shook right now, playing against the GOAT, Themis. Anyway, so I think taking that first loss, if I were his coach, I'd just give him a little pep talk. It's all good. First game, it's a best of 7. Plenty of games to go. Let's just throw it away. It is what it is, and settle back in and jump into game number 2.
And let's be honest right now. Poseidon, I think most people are thinking this god is one of the strongest picks in Retold at the moment. He's got a ridiculous pick rate. He's got a great win rate behind that as well. So losing that one with Oranos, while Oranos is definitely one of Grass's stronger gods, he's not going to be too upset about that. To the next game on Elysium, we're going to be seeing a Loki versus Freyr matchup. This is Fimble Winter for you right now, AOL Iron Maiden. How much excitement have you got for this one? The Norse Mirror is here.
Finally, with Odin getting banned, so often, it wasn't really bound to happen, but we're finally going to get it. Yeah, with you mentioned Fimbulwinter, the Norse tournament that I host every year. It will be very interesting seeing Freyr in the mix and how that changes the meta, along with Loki playing very differently as well. There's big changes in Norse, honestly, very big changes. So eventually that'll be a very, very different thing. But anyways, I'm not gonna lie here, boy. Seeing Freyr picked by Grassengroom, I'm a little bit nervous for him. Freyr being more of a defensive, we saw plenty of power with Freyr in the hands of Themis earlier, earlier today against Chemo, 100%, but still. I'm a little bit nervous for Grassengroom. I don't know if Freyr really packs a whole lot of punch for Grassengroom to punch back in game number 2 here against Loki.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Right now, if you're looking at the entirety of the god pool that Themis has, he's got Zeus, he's got Isis, he's got Cronus, he's got Loki. Freyr isn't a terrible pick into any of these gods. The only thing is here that Loki, I think Loki's got some spice, and I'm very excited to see if Mister wants to spice it up in this game. He might not need to, but the one big advantage that Freya does have is access to Freya. In the Norse mirror, Freya can be a big defining factor. Those Valkyries are huge. The forest fire doesn't have a huge amount of impact, but it can sway a fight a little bit if you use it really well. And we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen here, as it is time to load in. Spawning in the bottom of the map in the blue color, playing as Loki. His name is Themister. His opponent today in the red color, playing as the new Norse god Freyr. His name is Grass. The map is Elysium. It's game number 2, Maiden.
Game number 2, indeed. First things first, Boyd. You mentioned he's going for Freyr, potentially going up classical through Freya. We're gonna have to get our pronunciation on point in this game. Freya, Freyr, Loki, Loco. I don't know. Anyway, I think it's yes, very likely to see Freya from Grass and Groom. If you look at his main base, there is maybe some potential for him to go Oler and use that Asgardian Bastion god power to secure his main base. The gold mine on Grass's side is a little bit exposed, a little bit sketchy. I could see if Mista really wanted to abuse that, he absolutely could if he wanted to. The Hail Fort wouldn't really provide a lot of value. You can only make Huskarls from it early on. It wouldn't provide a lot of value other than some protection, but he might need it against some Loki. We saw Mystico super aggressive and early advance, super aggressive in the previous game. Is he going to do the same with Loki? Who knows? He definitely could. We'll find out. He might.
It's going to have to, these sort of fast advances, it's not something you just do every game. There's always a reason for it. In that last game, the Mista, he had Poseidon versus Uranus, and that early game advantage is really big because the Uranus doesn't have a great way to defend against the Centaur, the Atlanta, the Theseus aggression, right? But in basically a mirror matchup where both players are playing Norse, you go for a fast advance, your opponent's going to come 15, 30 seconds later, and he's going to be able to defend. So we'll have to wait and see. The one advantage here is we do see a very forward temple here for the Mista is, well, if Grass decides to go for the fast advance through Freya, get that Valkyrie into the main base of the Mista, that's where problems can start arising.
Very true. Where did I see Mista's dropping his temple outside of his base? That's where it is. A little bit forward. So he's thinking about aggression. If he was thinking about playing this a little bit slow with some kind of funky shenanigan, he would drop that temple a lot further back. I think it's maybe too far. Actually, question for you. Heimdall or Forseti? Ooh, nice.
Well, here's the thing, right? So Heimdall is a big counter to Uller, because you can use Undermine to kill the Asgardian Bastion, I think. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure you can do it.
You can. It's happened to me.
Okay. All right. There we go. We've got. Yeah. Okay.
Can confirm.
Sorry, my condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. But we're seeing Forseti, and we are seeing Grass going through Freya, but he is quite late with it. So I mean, this forward temple, does it mean aggression, or does it just mean he wants to try and protect this hunt, and he's planning some building protection around on this forward little position? He can put a great hall, he can put a longhouse, connect up to that forest over there, and try and make that forward deer there just a little bit more easy to defend. Because part of playing Loki and part of making these Hersa, while you do get yourself some potential myth units later on, it is a slower start. So he does have to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. And if you look around the map, just in general around the minimap, there's a whole lot of is this Ulfsark gonna be careful there, young, or not Ulfsark, Berserker, sorry, it's a Berserker now. There's a lot of hunt around this map, but it's all very exposed for the most part. So depending on who has the initiative, who's playing more aggressively in this game, that hunt right there that we see, there's maybe some potential for Grass to go for that. It's a little bit farther away from Mista's army and whatnot. I think that's going to be pretty important in a Norse war. Who has access to the to hunt, to the food income? That's Herseer numbers for Loki by all means. Valkyrie numbers for Grass on his side. It's going to be really important. Troll coming in on the gold mine right away. This is going to hurt a little bit.
This is so nice here for the Mista. Yeah. He shouldn't be getting any value out of a troll in this matchup, but the Hersa is a little bit late over here, trying to snipe the dwarves, gets in, gets a little poke, and then he starts walking back. Where's the Valkyrie at right now for Grass? I see a red dot walking around the main base here of the Mister, but it looks like no serious damage has been created here. But Mister's got to be careful because this Valkyrie can sneak in onto the villagers onto that wood line, and if he's not paying attention, those villagers die really, really quickly.
There we go. He gets out of there. Decent enough reaction time for Mista. He's gonna lose that fill right there. Oh, oh, oh. There we go.
Yeah, great raid there. He does use the forest fire. I'm not sure how much that really did there for him. But while that's all going on, the Mista somehow almost got a villager kill. He actually does get a villager kill here as Grass. He's out onto his secondary hunt, and I mean it's going to be equally. Both players have drawn one villager kill, so that's perfect for each of them. As the Valkyrie's still going to be looking for a little bits of damage, but the Mista losing a berserk on that front there as well as he's getting chased down in Retold. This chasing mechanic that goes on. These units don't bump into each other. You can really get some serious damage as you start chasing them away. As Grass is now ready to start taking this fight on the front, but does the Mista have enough stuff here or not is the big question. Who's going to be winning will be dictating how this game is going to start rounding up. But Grass, I mean, it looks like he's got some sort of an advantage here. But can he actually convert here, or will there be a myth unit spawn?
It seems like that was going okay for Grass and Groom, but maybe a couple of units came in from behind or to support for Themis right there, and he ends up pretty much winning that fight. Honestly, if you look at the military numbers very much so favoring Mista right now, and he's just going straight, beelining straight to the hunt. You better buckle up, Grass, because oh boy, there's a bunch of Herser coming your way. There's some raiding cavalry there for Grass. I don't think that's enough against all that army there for Mista. Dude, Grass, what is he doing? He has to know that army right there is going straight to the hunt. He just decides to YOLO it and keep those guys there. He ends up losing a villager for it.
Yeah,
I think he got away.
Out. He got away without just losing the game right on the spot there. He definitely had no business losing that fight and staying on that outside hunt here. I think the one thing that I think Grass is kind of underestimated is how well raiding cavalry actually do against Herser. It's very, very important to ensure you get your throw and action out when your opponent's making this many Herser. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to take them out. And while Grass is training some throwing action at the moment, it's whether it's going to be enough or not will remain to be seen. As he gets a pretty unfortunate Draugr spawn. This myth unit is low-key a nerf for Loki.
You think so?
A little bit. I mean, you never want a troll spawn. You never want a Draugr spawn. You want Einherji and you want Valkyrie 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I don't know about 9 times out of 10. Come on, man.
7
Come
times
on,
out
man.
of 10.
Let's. Oh yeah, I think I could definitely agree with that. That sounds about right. I don't know, like by all means, I think that you'll take it. You know, you'll take it. Those myth unit numbers, especially since Grass and Groom got kicked off of the Gazelles. He's back in his base on food. He needs to use his food for obviously for raiding cavalry, but also Valkyrie costs food, right? I've been going Oler in all of my games. Valkyrie still costs food, right?
Yeah, they still
okay.
cost
Anyway.
food.
Well, plus Herser, really expensive in the food department. So, by all means, the Draugr numbers that he has, Trolls, Draugrs, I don't think it matters. Myth unit numbers are going to be good for Loki right here because, you know, there's not as much food income for Grass and Groom. Plus the food he has, he needs to try and split it between both Herser and Valkyrie if he wants to try and fight against myth unit spam.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Grass can continue in this game and try and pull this one back. We've talked about how good the Mista is at building on advantages, building on leads. He's currently got a very, very small military edge, plus playing Loki, going to have some very nice myth unit spawns in the middle of the fight. But the question is, Can Grass get some armor, some technologies out, get some armor technologies out, and take a good fight or not? He is opting in to run straight in onto this fight as the Raiding Cavalry go around on the back there, but great micro from Grass. He's going to get onto the back of those Thorn Axemen there as well. That Valkyrie can also potentially get some serious damage done. It looks as if, though, the Loki of the Mister is getting a serious winning fight here, Maiden.
Yo, we got a second Draugr coming out, and boom, just like that, Mista comes in from behind. That was just an excellently handled military positioning right there by Mista. He pulls his raiding cavalry away. He comes back in from behind. Very nicely done. Grassengroom almost had a timing there. His medium raiding cavalry upgraded came in right as he was taking that engagement. But I think similarly, same for Mista. Medium infantry, and I believe he also got medium cavalry as well, also came in for Mista. So there was almost a really nice timing there for Grassengroom. Not quite good enough. Mista, that little bit of the military numbers, just that much better for Mista. A couple of myth units as well. And that's all she wrote for Grass. That's 2-zip, boy. That's 2-zip.
That's a quick 2-zip here. I think Grass is going to be a little bit shook after that. I mean, everybody's talking about how good the Mister is and how far in front of everyone he is. But honestly, I don't think anyone is expecting this. The control from the Mister is just out of this world. Every single fight seems to be relatively close at the start of it, and he is just dominating them. Positioning, micro, target fire, everything is just so clean right now for the Mister.
Indeed. I think, I was talking about nerves and whatnot. Graf is going to be feeling pretty darn nervous if he drops another game to Mista. It's a best of 7. There's still potentially, more games to be had. Yes, indeed. But still, we could definitely see a straight sweep here. I think personally, Boyd, being real, I would not be super surprised to see Mista sweep Grass. He's been here before. He's a GOAT, and so on and so forth. Grassengroom maybe has some surprise potential, some youthful vigor potential. I think it would be a big win for Grass if he takes a game or two off of Mista instead of getting straight swept. This already is such a big win for Grass, being at this stage of the tournament, overcoming Matrus and taking that win off of Matrus in the previous round. This is going to be hard.
The thing is, man, like all of this is experience right now. This is not going to be the last Age of Mythology tournament out there, but the series is still on the way. And you know what? Just one win for Grass can change all the momentum. We're going to be walking into a map here, Ghost Lake. It's going to be Zeus versus Thor. The Ghost Lake has boar spawns, which does mean you can get away with without needing to use that dwarven gold mine to kick off the opening, so you can actually hold that. And on a map like Ghost Lake, where that second gold mine spawn is really far away from your base, I can see this, even though Zeus versus Thor going to be a challenging matchup, I can see that one little tiny detail being a very, very big deal in this game. What do you think?
That's a good point. In addition, we've already talked about the potential double gold mine spawn at the same time. That also, Grass has got to cross his fingers for 2 gold mines.
Yep.
I think there's definitely opportunity here for Thor. If you ask Hell's Ravage, those of you guys who knows Hell's Ravage, Hell's is chilling. When he's playing Thor against Zeus on Ghost Lake, he's chilling, baby. He knows exactly what to do, and he, executes it. I've watched many Hell's Ravage wrecks. So by all means, there's plenty of opportunity here for Thor to actually take some decent fights and, against Zeus enough to actually take a win. Having said that, Mista is a Zeus player. Mista plays everything, every god. But historically speaking, Mista is a Zeus player. So if there is a main god, you could argue that maybe perhaps we call it Zeus for Mista. Mista's also Greek, so there's that as well. He's got the Zeus's favor in his favor. Anyway,
Yep.
so I think this is by all means, this is going to be a mountain to climb for Grassengroom, but there's 100% there's opportunity here for Grass.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the Mister, if you're going up against the Mister and he's got Zeus, that's when you go eep, because this man, he knows this god in and out. He's probably got, over the years, 10,000 games on Zeus total and against the best players as well. So he's got so much experience. Yes, it's Retold. Yes, it's a different god, but fundamentally, it plays the same. And I think that Well, I think that while I do like Thor on this map, Grass is going to have to pull some magic out here. You've got to deal with the Centaur, or you've got to deal with the Minotaur, and then you've got to start thinking about, okay, now I've got to deal with the Dionysus bronze push in, or potentially also feeling like you have to push deal with like an underworld passage, and then finally you have to play around Lightning Storm to just to say, if there's not enough stuff that Zeus can throw at you, then just give Lightning Storm as well. It's going to be a challenge.
It's going to be a challenge by all means. I think I think that that's partially why Zeus is so strong, or has been considered so strong, is that um, there's so much potential. You're not quite sure what you're going to face. You got to scout like crazy in order to see what your enemy Zeus player is going to do. There's tons of potential with centaurs. There's tons of potential with Athena by all means. So it's just an unknown, if that makes sense. And Thor doesn't really have awesome scouting potential. So it'll be interesting, to see how Grass and Groom is going to handle an early advance. I'm predicting an early advance from Mista and hero harassment, just like what we saw on Savannah. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to see Athena or Centaurs or Hermes from Mista. Not sure on that, but I think the gold mine position, the starting gold mine position of this game, is going to dictate a lot how it's going to go. And everybody, keep your eye on Mista's Catascopo Scout to see if he actually how quickly, how soon he goes to see the gold mines position of Grass and Groom.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we all aware about the history in this match. I was like, this. I'll see if we can tell a quick story. AOM King versus KRT Phil way back in the day, 2006, 2007. It was 20 to 30 Athena Rush games, and KRT Phil got one win, and that's how broken that was back in the day.
Yeah.
But it was on the map Ghost Lake that he got the win. So maybe there's some history on the side for Grass in this one. We're going to be jumping into it right now. Spawning at the top of the map, playing as his main god, the fearsome, the great, the Mister. His opponent today in the red color, currently down 0-2 in this series, looking for his first win to get on the scoreboard. He is playing as Thor, and his name is Grass.
The Grass, aka the Kid, our little teenage friend here. I didn't look at the Catascopa Scout, man. He is on his way around, scouting aggressively, going for goats, going for checking out gold mines and whatnot of Grass. First and foremost, boy, Grass is saying, thank you, Lord Thor. Thor gave him 2 gold mines to start with. However, one of them is forward, which is a bummer for him. So he's got one beautiful, delicious one in the backside of his base, but one very, very forward and sketchy. He's going for the dwarf, or the Thor armory. There we go, to try and get a couple of. Actually, boy, this could be a disaster.
Mm.
Grass. He's going for the armory build, right, to get a couple of dwarves out early. Okay, that's lovely, and it can be a nice little advantage. But we saw Mista on Savannah get a 315 advance.
Yep.
So, by all means, if Mista gets a 315, just an early advance, when you do this armory build as Thor, you don't get up very fast. You get up at 420, 430, something like that, depending on how precise your build order is. So Mista could literally be advanced a whole minute earlier than Grass and Groom, and just have the aggression going on Grass early. This could be a disaster, but let's see people.
This is kind of wild, Maiden. This map is Ghost Lake, and we all kind of know that all the goats spawn in the center of the map. But one huge weakness of going for this armory build here that Grass is going for is you don't get scouting. And if you don't get scouting, you don't get goats. And if you don't get goats, that's sad. That's sad news for Grass. Nobody talks about this when they say, hey, there's this crazy new build for Thor, but there's a weakness here, and Mr. is exploiting it. Not only that, he's doing something that I would not expect him to do. He's actually dropped a granary down nice and early. He didn't need to. He could drag those boards under his town center and eat them. Why does he do this? Mr.'s always thinking. He's doing this because he wants, I think he's doing this because he wants early husbandry, so that those goats are going to be very, very fat, and he's not going to have to go out of his base at all. Not to mention, he's gone up Hermes already, and he's going to start putting that pressure super quickly onto Grass, who hasn't even finished his temple yet. This is going to be a very, very late advance time.
It's going to be a very difficult game for Grass here. By all means, he does have a couple of goats in his base. to work with. He does have the extra gold mines to work with. So, it'll Mista definitely has opportunity to hit some, sensitive spots, but there is maybe some potential for Grass to just survive for a little bit. It's going to be really tough though, Boyd. It's going to be really, really tough. There's Rossetti coming in. He's going to be about 45 seconds later to the classical age compared to Grass. Ay, ay, ay.
Okay, so I mean, there's the one thing here with advancing faster versus advancing slower, and obviously Grass has got even more of an advantage here because he's got all of those economic upgrades, giving him the dwarves and everything else, the extra villages. But you actually get a little bit more villager gather time than your opponent does. So Mister here, he actually needs to get damage done, otherwise Grass is just going to be very, very happy. And at the moment, Grass's base is pretty well defended. And even if he loses this Berserk on the front, which is just going to garrison away, that's not a problem here for Grass. So unless his villagers don't get touched, Grass is very happy at the moment.
Oh, yeah. That Centaur's coming around the side. He's got his Herser in position. What, farms are cheaper? That's a nice relic, especially if he gets... I mean, that's definitely a nice relic. But still, I'm a little bit surprised to see Mista going for relics instead of going for aggression, in all sincerity.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously seen something on the map that's really, really appealing. Because given how many goats he's got and all the hunt on this map, I'm not sure I'm expecting to see any farms anytime soon. But it'll definitely help in the event that this game goes beyond like the 20-minute mark. But at the moment, I think Grass has gotten through that early game unscathed. I honestly like Grass's position here. Mister's going for a second town center. Grass is going to be able to have the first game of this series where he's not been put off his game. So he'll be playing a 1 versus 2 town center gameplay, which is something I think he likes doing as Norse. And the Mister is going to be the one on the defensive for the first time here. What does this mean, Maiden?
This means I'm a little bit confused. I'm surprised to see the nice Pegasus scouting, by the way. I'm a little bit surprised to see the town center go up by Mista, but I wonder if that's because of the double gold mine. Maybe he doesn't expect or think he's going to be able to do as much damage with double gold mine. So the timing for him to finish off this game is going to be later. He doesn't want to just go really aggressive with Athena. He wants to play this a little bit more passive and go the more eco approach and win just a little bit later, I suppose. That's what we're looking at. So that's why his hero was going out for relics instead of going for aggression. I guess that's what we're looking at, honestly. Centaur going to get some kills here, however.
Yeah, that's... You see the Pegasus, something's going to be coming. You got to have the units in defense. But luckily there, Mister's Centaur, spending a little bit too much time in the tavern, misses that final shot on the villager there as it gets back into the main base. A little bit of luck there for Grass. But, here's the thing. The thing that Mister does so well is he's got something worked out at all times. Yeah, he's gone for the second town center, but why? It looks to me like he's just going to be building Centaur, and he might just be thinking about going straight to the heroic age off for 2 town centers. And what you unlock with that, you unlock Prodromus, you unlock a pacifist, and you unlock a very, very good counter in this game. I could be wrong, and he could be going hoplites here and trying to stick it out in the classical age, but we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed. Boy, one thing that now that we're looking back at Grass's base, that forward gold mine right now Grass is taking his more defensive, further back gold mine. I'm inclined to say that since the back gold mine is more secure, try and take the forward one while you can. Otherwise, there's going to be a timing coming in. There's the armory. I think we got Hippospis. Is that a hoplite coming out? Okay. I'm kind of expecting a decent heroic time for Mista. And potentially a gold starve on that forward gold mine of Grass. He needs to be really careful. Grass needs to be really careful. If he's taking that back gold mine, he might put himself into problems.
Yeah, I mean, well, the question is, what do you do right now if you're Grass? You see the second town center, and the natural inclination whenever someone goes second town center as Norse is to just go heroic age. But in doing that, you then play into Mister's game plan a little bit, which is Mister's going to make those centaur, he's going to raid you a little bit, keep you on the defensive, and he's going to get to hit the heroic age himself very, very quickly. I mean, at the moment, he's got no food in the bank, but he wants to just keep spending just enough resources to make those centaur and slowly build up to this heroic age where, I mean, there's not really a really great unit composition that beats the Hypaspist and or Prodromus, which Mister can make. And remember what we said at the start. Even if he does break through all of that, he's still got to start being worried about that lightning storm coming.
Yeah. It's scary, man. It's super scary. Lightning Storm is very scary. I wonder if Mista. I can't remember if I mentioned this or not. I've only played a couple of games against Mista, honestly. One of which, however, was a game in which he spammed a bunch of. He went heroic early. He just played around with centaurs. Went heroic early. Got some Hippospis out and went for a good number of Manticores. 3 military barracks, really? Anyway, so Manticores are pretty strong. We haven't seen a lot of them, however. We've seen Hydra generally be the Dionysus and Hydra be the meta so far. But Manticores used to be super duper strong, and Dionysus it is. Okay, never mind. I'll stop talking about Manticores because we got Hydras coming our way.
Yeah. I mean, and the bonus here is that we see Skadi coming through for grass. So bronze not going to be a thing in this game if grass plays it correctly. You can trade frost for bronze at any point. The quote unquote weakness of a great raid there from Mister, picking off 3 villages and gets out unscathed. Grass, I mean, this was what the weakness is. He should be in his base right now. He shouldn't be exposing his villages while he's advancing to the next age, but he doesn't have much food there, so he's trying to get as much hunt as he possibly can. I don't even know what I was saying before, but that was huge for the Mister.
That was very huge. If you look at the Vil numbers, Mista's 22 villagers ahead. It's, going into, plus he's still hunting, for crying out loud. Mista still has all those goats inside his base that he can eat. Sure, Frost can maybe mitigate a bronze attack. That's nice. This actually maybe gonna be some retribution here for the kid. JKLOL. We got a ceasefire coming in. Wow, that's a nice little win for Grass, forcing a ceasefire like that, catching Mista out. Very, very nice.
I mean, this is such a big gold power, and I'm not surprised to see the Mista using it here. I am surprised to see him getting caught out. That's a little bit of the mortality being shown there, as you can catch a player out if you're on your game right. That doesn't matter if it's the best player in the world or if it's your mate. You're playing for the 10,000th time. There's always something you can do to get. It's always the element of surprise in this game, and the Mister there, he pays for not being careful enough with those villagers with ceasefire.
There is a little. We've talked about Grass Grim psychology. Maybe Mista's getting a little bit overconfident. He's smoking through these games 2-zip. He gets caught out right there. That's maybe a little bit of a confidence booster for Grass. A very much needed confidence booster.
Yeah. Now, one thing that I am noticing here is because this was a 2 gold mine in his base, in your base, kind of Ghost Lake right now. This kind of 2 town center fast heroic, he's got all the time in the world. He's got all the time in the world to do whatever he wants. He can actually throw up a fortress. He's got all the goats in the world as well. He can throw a fortress in his main base. He doesn't have to care about a second gold mine right now, and he can go hero. He can go hero very quickly right now if he so chooses.
He's spamming a lot of infantry, though. Boyd, he's moving out across the map. Look at all the Herseer numbers. That's so many Herseer numbers, which is nice. We got a bronze and a frost at the same time. Ta-da. Okay, so Grass, I was going to say, there's so many Hippospis out on the field. I'm feeling nervous for those Herseer, but hey, frost them, no problemo. I think that's a little bit of a win for Grass here. He needs to be careful not to lose units to these Hippospis, though.
I mean, one thing that I'm really nervous for right now is the fact that Grass has got a bunch of Herseer out, and the Mister is just building nothing but Hypaspist. He's also getting Toxotes to boot. The correct response to Hypaspist as Norse is either Raiding Cavalry, Jarl, Thrown Axeman, or Ballista. And really, I don't know how you got to get a lot of them out to really make something happen here.
This is gonna be tough for Grass. However, I want to mention something, Boyd. It's gonna take time for Hera to actually come in. I know that Mista, he's on 72 villagers, way ahead economically compared to Grass and Groom by all means. But Hippospis are a lot of food. Plus, he's making Hydra as well. That's a lot of food, man. So I don't think he's necessarily planning on going Hera or Mythic anytime soon. It rather seems like he's more so looking at the additional gold mines and maybe thinking about ending the game on a gold mine.
Well, yeah, and the problem right now for Grass is he's just falling so far behind economically speaking. Yeah, he's got the 5,000 military unit value right now, so he's on par with the Mister, but the Mister is nearly double the villages. That's such a big deal right now. And I mean, what are you supposed to do? The Mister's got watchtowers up. He's got units that are really, really strong. Grass here is got to be scratching his head as he's trying to push forward. But he does have those heavy raiders in right now, so this could be a big help on the fight. But no throwing axemen. Well, not many throwing axemen, I should say. It's gonna be a tough fight to take. And he's gonna be trying here. Centaur doing so much damage with that rain of arrows, though, Maiden.
Indeed, Boyd. I don't know if I like this fight. What's the point of taking this fight for Grassy Group? There's so many Hippospis on the battlefield, and the Hersir, there used to be a lot of them. Now they're all toast. Are you kidding me? I don't think this fight was necessary for him to take. I don't think, just straight up, he didn't need to take this fight right here. He should have seen that number of Hippospis, seen how few ranged units he had, throwing Axeman Goaty. And I don't think he should have taken that fight at all, man. I don't think it was necessary. He lost.
Maiden, the Mister is now more than double the score, or just about double the score of Grass moving forward. And Grass is out of gold in his main base, and Mister can just push forward, kick Grass off of gold, take a 3-0 lead in this series. It's not going to take much to convert this one. Let's see if he can do it.
He's just about got double the military as well. 55 to 104 total population here. The Goaty are in a nice little nook right here. With all those infantry units, the Hydra as well. Gonna try and sneak a kill on that Hydra, which would be nice. Doesn't matter though. Missed a victory. That's 3-zip, just like that.
My God, man. I just realized the Mister in this tournament, he's undefeated. He's undefeated with one win remaining left that he needs to get. He can get to the castle in Spain without dropping a single game. That's absolutely insane to think about. That game was a clinical game of forcing Grass into a position where he really didn't want to go for. Starting center, forcing Hersir, building some hoplites, getting to the heroic age, making those of Haspist to defeat all the Hersir that were being made here. Grass he just got taken completely out of his element, Maiden.
I agree. I think what I've experienced and what I've seen, it feels like Mista in most all the games, he just seems to be a step or steps ahead of his opponent. I can only imagine that while he's farming out on his tractor, he's just cooking up strats, cooking up reactions to strats, while he's doing his thing out there. He just seems to be steps ahead of everybody. So by all means, Grass, we're praising Grass. This is the kind of level that we're talking about. We're praising Grass and Groom by catching Mista out of position on that home patch that one time. I don't know. Do we know potentially the last game here? It's a best of 7. So again, if Mista takes this 4th game, it is what it is, and that's it. We're gonna see Isoslav against Hades on Alfheim, however.
Well, yeah, this is the Mister's comfort pick right now. He's got his Isis. He knows what strategy he wants to do. I imagine Grass is going to be expecting this because he's seen it. He knows what's happening. I mean, there's several different strategies that Isis can do. Don't get me wrong, but there is one strategy that is very, very powerful. But is there a counter to it? If there's any god that can hold an Isis aggressive timing attack with Ancestors Eclipse or a 2-town center timing attack or anything, the god is Hades. I've seen a lot of Hades being played over the past couple of weeks and a fair amount of Isis against Hades. And what ends up happening, Maiden, is if Hades can get access to a second gold mine, he then can manage to get that 3rd gold mine. And the longer the game goes, the stronger those units become for Hades and the more it becomes challenging to finish the game off.
Indeed, Hades late game. It was strong back in Legacy AOM. It's still strong now. It's going to be tough by all means. If he can survive, honestly, if he can survive all of the threats that Mista's going to place on him inevitably. There's maybe some possibility here where strong Hades late game can take him on to a victory, which I think would be really nice. We're going to be on Alfheim, and what's interesting, Isis has a little bit of a sensitive spot in that she's very reliant on hunt. I want to say food, but hunt in general. So there's maybe some possibilities where he could have a bad map spawn, sketchy gold mine, not a lot of hunt, not a lot of cows, something like that. There's definitely some potential there for Grass and Groom to have a favorable map generation here, which is sometimes that's what you need when it comes down to the wire in a tournament. Playing at such a high level like this, sometimes that's what it comes down to, is straight up map spawn. So Alfheim, generally a good Egyptian map by all means, but at the same time, there's definitely a lot of potential for some of ISIS's soft spots to be exposed.
Totally. Like, as you say, Isis needs some food. If you can push Isis off the food, she struggles. So the decision as to whether to go 1 town center, 2 town center, 3 town center, classical fight, fast heroic, it all comes down to the map. So one thing we're going to have to be keeping a big little look at is the map spawn, but not just the map spawn, what the Mr. learns about this map with his scouting. Now, Isis does get those chipper obelisks, so he can get out on the map nice and fast, put those obelisks down, but they do cost some gold. So sometimes you don't really want to put them down until a little bit later. So we'll see when we see what's going to be going on. But beyond that, I mean, do you think there's any like sort of secret source behind Hades here where you might be able to catch the Isis even more so off guard? Or is it just defend, and try and get yourself into an unlosable position?
I think there used to be, but not anymore, the spammability of Minotaurs before the game was patched. Of course, that Minnows are strong, and again, they're a little bit more expensive, so they're still spammable by all means, but it's just a teensy bit more difficult to do so. I think if there was some potential to really, I don't want to call it cheese by necessarily, but to really catch Mista out like that, I think maybe Minotaurs, there's some potential there, but I don't know if Grass is going to go that route since they've been nerfed a little bit.
Now you say Minotaur, but they were nerfed. But guess what was buffed, Maiden? The old Cyclops. Cyclops are a really fun unit to use. They're so good at breaking buildings down. And in a game where your opponent is going to be trying to turtle up and not take any pressure, the idea of just walking up with 2 Cyclops, an Ajax, and Achilles, and a bunch of Toxotes at like 6 minutes into the game, that could be enough. That could be enough. And here's the thing. Isis Monuments, yeah, there's God Power blocking. But all you need with Pestilence is to block the 1 tower on the gold mine. And you can pull that in very easily. It's got a lot of range. And you can start really pestering the main base of Isis and say, you know what? This fast heroic, that's not going to be enough. You're going to have to do something else. So we'll have to wait and see. It's a pretty risky play. The defensive play generally is the safe one. But sometimes when you're in a bit of a 0-3 situation, throwing caution to the wind and doing something a bit crazy can be the way to go.
I agree, and we're theory crafting on potentialities here. However, honestly, it really just comes down to the map spawn. I've seen plenty of Alfheim spawns with back gold mines, killer, just insane amount of cows, tons of safe hunt. By all means, Mystic could get a map generation like that, and he could be chilling, no problemo. Riding his whatever into Spain already. But similar at the same time, he could get a super bad one, and something like a crazy Cyclops rush, Pest rush, could actually work. It all comes down to scouting. It really all comes down to scouting. How well Isis is gonna Mista with Isis is gonna be able to scout. How well Grass is gonna scout as Hades. By all means, the scouting units were nerfed a little bit and retold, meaning that the Catascopus, it barely does any damage against the priest early on. So I think that Isis is probably going to be able to scout, get a handful of obelisks up, at least get a nice lay of the land, a little semicircle around around his starting base at the very least. Anyways, looks like we're maybe going to be jumping into the game. Are we ready? There we go.
Oh, we are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Gentle spoons, I don't know what I'm saying here. Spawning in the bottom of the map, in the blue color, for game number 4, match point. Playing as Isis is the Mister. His opponent today in the top of the map in the red color playing as Hades, trying to keep his tournament alive, life alive. It's grass. The map's Alfheim. And look, we do get a little bit more of a cliffy spawn here. So we've got some extra stuff here, Maiden.
We do have extra stuff. Yay. Yeah, we've seen that. That was so weird to see both previous Alfheims today having no cliffs in the center of the map. They look pretty cool, by the way, with the new graphics. Anyway, honestly, the main thing I want to see is just the food position for Mista, where his food is, where his second gold mine is, and whether or not that's going to lead Grass and Groom into potential aggression or trying to play defensive and boomy.
Well, I mean, we're already seeing Mr. open this game up with something that he is obsessed with this opening. It seems like he's going to get himself a really, really quick monument, a really, really quick pickaxe. He's going to be attempting to get that Flood of Nile out as fast as he possibly can. For those of you who are not aware, there is a unique technology for every single god in this game. Isis's is Flood of the Nile. It gives 1 food every single, or is it 1 food? It gives 1 food every second, I believe, which is basically equivalent to an extra villager. So getting it out as fast as possible is very, very important. And that's what Mister's going to do. But what it does do is it does slow him down. But guess what? Grass, he's got access to a very similar technology called Vaults of Erebus. It's a little bit more expensive, but it gives 2 gold a second instead of the 1 food a second. So it's a little bit more power, but a little bit more expensive. We'll see if he's going to rush that one out as well.
Indeed. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I think that, boy, just looking at the minimap, it seems like there's definitely some potential here for Grass to get some map control and force Mista inside of his base. It looks like on the left side of Mista's base, that's probably where he's going to want to focus. There's a town center over there. There's gold mines over there. I see some brown little dots for, ooh, nice relic. Several nice relics, by the way. Ooh, really, really nice relic. You were talking about Cyclops spam.
We're talking
Hello.
about Cyclops, and I see a 15% cheaper resources on myth units, and I say, hey, do you want 150 food Cyclops? No. We're going to go for something much, much better there. And there's also a bow of Artemis. Are you kidding me? If I've ever seen a map where a Cyclops Toxote all in is viable, I can't. This is the map. If there's a chance, it's gonna. I don't know if there's a chance. We're seeing Athena. It's already halfway completed. What am I talking about?
Well, still, but I mean, cheaper myth units, that applies to Minotaur as well, you know, and so that actually
a man can dream, though. Let a man dream.
Well, Minotaur's talks, by all means, that can also be strong. We see Grass has a whole boatload of vills on gold. How many is that? 7 vills on gold. He's got 5 on wood. That tells me he's either thinking about a second town center or he's thinking about Minotaur. We don't see additional villagers on favor praying at the temple, so I think that's maybe 2 TC territory.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the 2 kind of options here for Hades. Either you play defensive for the late game, or you go for some sort of crazy rush. And we're not seeing the rush. In fact, we're actually seeing Mr. taking the relic out from under the nose of that Ajax. That very angry Ajax rushing in. Look at how beautiful this base of the Mr. is. He wedges that temple right up to the forest. Houses coming down to block that in as well. It's going to be a challenge for Grass to get Achilles in, Ajax in, Minotaur in. This is going to be very, very happy about this position he's built up.
Indeed. Do we see the town center happening? No, we see a villager. What is up the villager headed out there? She's just there for moral support. There to get the relic with Achilles. Well done, Vil. Well done. Little mistakes. JK, we're going for a hunt. Okay.
He's going to be taking the corner of the map there, but you already know that this is one, Grass is probably pretty tired. It's been a very, very long day. 2, he's also in a best of 7 against one of the greatest of all time. And 3, this is just going to be one of those slight mistakes. But Sphinx scouting around, town center on the way. Minotaur going to be able to defend that town center against those Sphinx. And Grass here, he is putting the question to the mister. He's saying, all right, I know that something's coming. I know you're staying one town center. I'm scouting it out. I see what's happening. I know what your late advance time means. I see it coming. I reckon I can defend it. That's what he's saying right now. With this, not only it's a second town center fast but it's a forward second town center. So he's really, really telling Grass, no, you got nothing here. We're going to have to wait and see how much damage Mister's going to be able to do with this Ancestors Eclipse and what sort of usage it's going to be as well. And then what sort of follow-up behind it, mate. And what do you think?
I think that this is so interesting that he's taking the forward town center. You see that he's also walling up already. When you take a forward TC against a god like Set, a god like Isis, kind of like what we saw Recon against Rappel earlier, or Recon against Vortix. When you take that forward TC, it gives a target. And when the enemy god has aggressive god powers like Ancestors, that gives you, it gives him a big target in all sincerity. So I think it's very interesting, that he's taking the forward town center. However, in Retold, there's no indicator that town centers are claimed. So right now, Mista has no idea that he's got a second town center. He can assume, he can, which was that Nephthys coming in? What is that? Oh, sorry.
Nephthys coming through and Sacred Cats coming through as
Sacred
well.
Cats, there we go.
For the Mista. That's a technology that got a considerable buff. Every single food element gets 10%. Farms only 5%, but berries, cows, hunts. Very, very good technology there for the Mister to rush out. And the question is, with all these wards coming up, does the Mister have any sort of route in to get this damage done? We see an Ajax on the front. Where's the Achilles hanging out is the other question as the Sentinels does pop down there.
It's a good question. I think he might, I think there might be a Sphinx, or there was a Priest. There was a blue dot over on the backside of Grass's base. I'm not sure if it's still there. It is still there. That Sphinx tells me he's going for an Ancestor's Eclipse in the base. So if Achilles and Ajax are not in the base, Ajax a little out of position compared to where the Sphinx is. Grass could be in some trouble. Nephthys just coming in. There goes the Sphinx. Let's go.
Yep. Ancestor's Eclipse is 100% getting dropped into this main base. We've seen this time and time again. But guess what? Grass has that many villagers in this main base. There's 4 villagers. He loses 1 there to it. The villagers will be making a break for it as the Achilles does come back to defend. He's got the villagers right onto the towers over there. He's completely safe to jump back onto the gold mine. But as soon as he does that, Mister says, no, get back into that tower. You're not allowed in here. And the rest of those minions are going to be searching around for villagers to kill off. There's also the Scorpion Men in as well. How much damage, realistically, here can the Mister get done? And behind all of this, what is he doing here? Is the Sphinx and everything else getting huge value? We do see a nice ghost building there as well from Grass as he does manage to take out the Scorpion Men. But Maiden, villager lead is still well and truly in favor of Grass after all of this is going to be wrapping up.
You're right. He's still losing vills unnecessarily. Again, a successful raid is not necessarily about villager kills, although he is getting villager kills, but also idle eco time, man. Lots of idle eco time right there. So it's only a 6 villager lead for Grass and Groom. But honestly, it's not that wonderful because of all that idle time. There's already a bunch of camels on the other side of the, in his eco as well to follow up. This is very nice by Mista, man. Very, very nice. We were talking about aggression that Hades could potentially put against Isis, depending on the map. The roles are flipped, man. We got the defensive play from Hades here. Very defensive play, but he's still, the map is open enough that these camels potentially going to do a lot of damage as well.
We do see a pretty desperate kind of ghost building coming up to try and defend the main base here with watchtowers up, with the town center. It's going to be a easy defense here for him, but seeing those camel riders out, you have to expect Grass to be able to recognize he probably needs to either be getting heroic age, which it looks like he's going to be going for, or get hoplites out. I like the heroic age quite a bit better. Curse and Prodromus going to be a big, big help here, but look at what Mister is doing. I'm surprised he's not going for that Mythic Age. He's pumping units out and he's putting mass pressure onto Grass. This is the kind of strategy here that I think Grass is going to be happy to play against rather than that fast Mythic through Thoth.
You really? The way I look at it right now, Mista is saying, hey, he took a second town center. Hey, he barely has any units out. Hey, he's probably going heroic. This is the time to push. Perhaps he had in mind to go mythic, but, you know, being flexible and reading the game, he maybe sees, no. There's no units out here for grass. That means it's time to push. And there is a big opening here, Boyd. Sure, Aphrodite's coming in. That's going to give him Curse. He's going to be able to pick off, you know, a handful of units, 100%. But still, there's a nice little position here for Mista. I think this is sketchy, man. For grass, I think it's real sketchy.
And look at this here as well on Mista. He is a smart Age of Mythology player. He's got the monument on the forward base here. He's empowering it up. And the idea is, yes, he gets more favor. You get 100% bonus favor from empowering a monument. But more importantly, he protects all of his units from god powers. But Mista does have to be a little bit careful. I'm not sure he's inside of the range of that monument, but he's going to be pulling back. And I'm sure we're going to start seeing those quadromas coming out for grass, who really doesn't have that much food economy at the moment either. It's only 7 villagers on food and 10 actual food in the bank as well.
That range is insane on that monument, dude. He's never going to be able to use Curse.
Yep. Someone once told me that the monument protection is useless in Age of Mythology. I beg to differ. The Mista here, he is showing how not useless it is right now.
Speaking of useless, Boyd, there's a whole bunch of archery ranges down there for grass. Those might be fairly useless because against a bunch of siege towers and camel riders, oh boy, sure, there's some chariot archers that some archers could potentially snipe for grass, but he's not really going for the Padromo spam here, Boyd, and he kind of really needs it, man, to try and counter the siege towers, counter the camels. He really needs those Padromos.
Yeah. The Toxotes, they did get pushed back a little bit here. They're not really going to be countering anything, which the Mista's got. He's got no Spearman. He's got no Axeman. Maybe he can use the Toxotes to kill off those priests. Chariot Archers can outrange the Toxotes. Camel Riders can push in. But the Mista, he's still only one town center here. He's still trying to push on this one town center attack as we see a Migdol Stronghold coming up on the front. We'll have to wait and see how much he can really get done here. The big problem really is that the Mista has just cut grass off from his second town center with that Migdol in the center of the map.
Yeah, he's cut his 2 little bases in half. Plus, he deleted his monument, his starting monument, the first monument to the villagers. He deleted it from his main base, rebuilt it up front. That means if we could eventually click on it, bam. Jeez, dude, look at that god power block. Are you kidding me? I'm telling you, he's never going to be able to use that curse god power, man. He needs it. He needs it big time. I don't know if he can save this push right here, man. Where's his units? Where's Grass and Groom's units? Look at the military numbers. 125 to 41 population. There's the curse. I don't even know how it happened, where it happened. What? What?
That was a absolute clinic, Maiden. Grass taps out. He can't do anything to stop the Mista in that game. He comes in, he slaps a Migdol down into Grass's face, and that's the game done. That's the series done. The Mista is going to Spain. What a series.
What a series indeed. Grass put up a fight. He did what he was trying to do. He went maybe the greedy route, trying to go for a boom, trying to anticipate boom on the Isis side. But Mista, he reworks his strategy. He decides to go aggressive instead. And oh boy, did that pay off. That was beautiful.
All right, maybe we can get into KP back in here.
Boys, I got my shades on. All of a sudden, Spain's feeling really close. Woo! What a set. A dominant performance. Mista not dropping a single game in Red Bull Wololo El Reinado to make it through the grand finals. And I can see why, right? This guy is on another level. I think all of our jaws were dropping. I'm surprised you're still able to cast with this far down at that monument play. The fact he managed to keep that one in reserve, just up his sleeve. We mentioned this whole idea that he's a magician with multiple hands. Proves exactly that. But, you know, I think the biggest takeaway from me in this entire series, boy, was the transitions around age 2 and age 3. I feel like you could see Mister had been in the laboratory for weeks on end perfecting these. It almost felt like there wasn't a chink in the armor. There wasn't a misstep at all. You mentioned the early timings regularly at like 3:15 with the Greeks. Even
Mm.
beyond that, it just felt like there was never a weakness for Grass to exploit.
Well, I mean, it just comes into prep, really. I mean, he goes in, he goes, oh, well, what was the first game? He starts with Poseidon versus Uranus. He goes, oh, well, I pick Poseidon against Uranus. You can't defend at this point, so I'm going to attack you there. He goes into the next game and he's playing Loki versus Freyr, and he's like, well, you can't defend me when I get my flaming weapons out, so I'll just, or my first win in the fight, so I'll just kill you there. And then he gets into the third game and he's like, well, you can't. I've got 2 gold mines, and you can't punish that. So I'm just going to get 2 town centers and see what you can do. Oh, you can't do anything? No worries, I win. And then he gets this ISIS thing, and he's like, guys, ISIS is broken. I just click ancestor cliffs on your economy, and you get no resources for a minute, and then I come in and kill you with a forward monument getting empowered. What?
I mean,
Crazy.
it proves like the brain trust worked, right? Recon, Mister been going relentlessly at this. They are both the two to make it through. Maiden, you're familiar with Recon in a different environment than I am, but I think funnily something that transcended Myth and AoE4 is he almost kind of looked at Mister as his hero, right? I think he's even admitted that quite publicly. Like he's his idol. Now the challenge that lies ahead of him, not just the flaws record of Mister, there's now this whole idea of kind of needing to put your hero in a box and crush that box in space.
Indeed. Well, there is, by all means, we've seen the behemoth, we've seen the final boss of Mista, but there is one little silver lining of being Mista's training partner. Sure, you might, Mista presumably, is winning the majority of those games as well, playing against Recon. However, Recon does know Mista, right? He does have as that training partner. If there are chinks in the mail, gaps in the armor, I'm sure Recon knows where they are. We even saw Grassengroom find one of those, just one. Nice for Mista. He was able to ceasefire it and ceasefire that away, no problem. But yeah, I think if it's going to be an epic series, by all means, going to be a really epic series. But if there's one person who can find a chink in Mista's armor, perhaps it is Recon. Honestly.
I think the interesting thing when we get to that stage, boy, later in early October in Spain,
Mm.
and then the hot sweat heat, something that Brits don't deal with very well. So I'll give Mister a slight advantage there. He's already ready for that heat. The big thing for me, and I know I've had extensive talks to this with Recon, is and he's been honest about it. At least this was like a year ago, and I hope it's improved now. He said his big thing is he likes this idea of a strategy, and he gets in the game, and the strategy is cool, and he executes the strategy. Where he's always kind of struggled did in AoE4 was this whole idea of pivoting the strategy. And I think that might be his biggest challenge to overcome because Mister has displayed mastery over that skill. He has an idea, but he always finds a way to get round to that idea, right? It's not I
Yeah.
start the game, I follow a build order. It's I
Mm.
start the game, what are you doing?
That's exactly right. I mean, we saw that in complete perfection in that Alfheim game. We were talking about how Mister's really, really enjoying this fast heroic Dancer's Eclipse and then going to the Mythic Age. But mid strategy, he's like, well, actually, I can see this advantage of just slapping Amygdala in the center of the map and then pushing you right here. So he pivots off of that pretty broken strategy and says, no, this is the one to go in this specific situation. So even though he's got all these ideas in the back of his head, uh, he's able to make it work. So yeah, I mean, speaking about Recon and Mister being training partners, now they're enemies for the next couple of weeks. So they're gonna have to go and find a different training partner, potentially find some different strategies, and we might see something get a little bit more spicy when it comes on to the actual showdown, or maybe they'll keep scrimming against each other. I don't know.
That's interesting then, because if we're gonna have those two now siloed off, not wanting to scream with each other, we need a reason for all these other players to feel incentivized to keep playing, to keep practicing. EGC, do you happen to have anything that might help with that?
as he pushes in with his bombards, and Viper takes the victory. He's crowned the victor of the very first S-tier Age of Empires 4 event, winning Genesis.
You knew we weren't going to wait around. You knew we couldn't just let it lie and see how things are going to flow maybe half a year from now. That is right. EGC TV will return for more Age of Mythology at the end of October, with the first of what I'm sure will be many tournaments to come, just like they did 3 years ago with a Genesis and Age of Empires 4. Mythology is now going to have their own. We excited, boys?
I'm so excited. I was like, okay, I remember Age 4's Genesis. That was such a sick tournament. And we get to see it all over again. These guys, the game is so new. We get to see all the new strategies over and over again. But this time, they're going to be prepped.
And it's the fact that now is something to look forward to, right, Maiden? I don't like this idea of like, oh, well, Wololo's done. Now what? Question marks. Well, these aspiring pros, they now have someone to get excited about.
Well, not only does, I mean, exactly what you were just saying before the trailer. Recon and Mista, they need different training partners, but the training partners are not just incentivized to support the champion going to going to Spain, right? But it's also going to be training for them for the follow-up tournament right after. So there's incentives for everybody to stick around and keep going. There's plenty of money on the line moving forward.
And I'm sure we'll have more of you two on it to follow through on the action. I mean, boy, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on throughout the day. Just rounding this out, that's right, $15,000 on the line, late October. I'm excited to see how the meta is going to develop. The way it's just developed over 1 week, 2 weeks already. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-boggling. I know we also all especially want to see more Freya coming out regularly. All right, I need my dunks for the firewalls there. But boys, I'm going to need to talk me in the community. If you guys haven't checked out both of these guys' channels, they do phenomenal work. Both Iron Maiden and Boy, you can catch them across on Twitch. They've got YouTube channels. They do it all, as you can obviously tell by the wonderful charisma they bring to the broadcast. But boys, I'm going to be a camera hog here because I need to explain one last thing to people. All right, thank you. Once again, really big shout out to Iron Maiden, to Boy, to Winston Waffles and Lidicore as well from yesterday. The Age of Myth crew has been absolutely phenomenal. And I, for one, am looking forward to El Reinado. That's right, I will be there and a few other familiar faces. And hopefully a bunch of you will be joining us in less than a month when we get on land for Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 1, Age of Mythology, Age of Empires 4, a true coming together of all. And, I know RTS is at the beginning of a potential reboom here. There's been hits, there's been misses. There's been a slew of RTSs now and on the horizon, and so much perspective, things to look forward to. In a long time, I think we've just, in the RTS community, not had that, right? We've kind of been seeing an attempt at a rebuild, but Rome wasn't built in a day. And I hope 5-10 years from now, we'll see the likes of Myth and many of those other Age of titles still pumping and rocking the numbers in. But a big part of that comes from you guys in the community, right? Obviously, EGC TV has a very big horse in the race in Age of Empires 4, but I love the support from Myth people and 4 people like into this game. I think sometimes when we look at the different prize pools, we look at the different player counts, at these different events, we can maybe get kind of mind-boggled or feel like we're left out or feel like there's a favorite child. But the reality is, guys, Age of is a family. Whether you follow 1, 2, 3, 4, Mythology, or even maybe online, someone's still kicking around on an old school server there. It's all part of the ecosystem. I think the thing that we can all appreciate is in just a few weeks, we will crown 4 champions at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. And it will be a coming together of a bunch of different families. And I hope you're all there to support that. I look forward to whoever we're going to meet. I look forward to seeing familiar faces and new ones alike. But that brings us to a close. Thank you very much for joining us. Make sure you're following EGC TV on all their channels. We have the YouTube where all the series are going to be uploaded. Of course, follow them on Twitter so you know when things are happening. And hopefully I'll see you guys not only in AOE4 tournaments, but the upcoming Genesis for Age of Mythology. And who knows what else is after that. But next up on the horizon, get hyped, get big. Because in just a few weeks, the very best in the Age of RTS sphere will be clashing in Spain to crown 4 champions. I'll see you there.